Everybody shine, hey, the band, hey, everybody knows it, everybody shows it, it's the West Side, the West Side. Everybody knows it's the West Side, hey, West Side. Everybody knows it, everybody shows it, it's the West Side, hey, the West Side. Everybody knows it, everybody shows it, it's the West Side, hey, the West Side. Everybody knows it, everybody shows it, it's the West Side, hey, West Side. Everybody knows it, everybody shows it, it's the West Side, hey, the West Side. Everybody knows it, everybody shows it, it's the West Side, West Side. Everybody knows it, and everybody shows it. Everyone knows the West Side. Everyone knows the West Side. Hey, 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 hey. Smoke weed every day. West Side. Horseshitness. Bullshittedness. Horseshitness. Bullshittedness. Side gangster. Everyone thinks you're successful, and there's photos of them all sliced up. Like, see, they all have these cuts on their faces. Look at that. That's what it's like after the fact. So they wear these goggles now and nose protectors, and they slice each other's fucking faces apart. Isn't that nuts? That's a terrible idea. But it was a sign of being a badass. Just like a lot of jiu-jitsu guys today, they like to have college yeah, back then, you were faceless. You were a psycho. That's crazy. Yeah. It's fucking nuts. They wear like fencing helmets. Everyone thinks you're now they don't want to get much. They don't want to get caught. That's part of the thing. Yeah. Weird. That's why they feel like that. Yeah. I mean, they probably want to dive into it deeper than I am. But there was a lot of deception that was happening in the world back then. So who knows what the real story was about Roswell. I like to think that there's something going on that's real. But I also like to think that if the donation thing is true, and that's been going on since who knows how long, you know, Bob Lazar claimed in late 1980s that he had been working on back engineering one of these things. And the way he described it is exactly how I see it moving today. Exactly how there's video of these things moving in star waves. No heat signature. They shoot across the sky. They got still and like 20 knot winds. He's like a Terminator 2. And reverse engineering technology. If you travel back and realize that human beings are going to take X amount of steps to get somewhere, but if you can inject some technology into the equation, you can speed up the process considerably. Let them do it on their own. Let them figure this out. Like, oh, transistor. And all of a sudden, electronics get far smaller. Yeah, fiber optic. Oh, okay. Oh, I think of that. Bam. Everything gets way quicker. And the other thing that Lazar said about the crafts that was baffling him in the 1980s, he said there was no seams. He said there was no welds, no rivets, there's no seams. But now we know about 3D printing. Now they can 3D print anything. And if you conceivably have a machine that's large enough, you can 3D print a spacecraft. And it wouldn't have any seams. I mean, go back to 1963 to hear Trump saying he's actually going to release all the JFK documents. He said that the first time. Yeah, he said that the first time. He also said that if you knew, they told me to tell people could that be. Remember that time that seems like very shit of all time. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. people read them and they believe it. I don't believe it. I think Lee Harvey Oswald was involved, and I think that's the thing is people think it's either one or the other. Either Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, or someone else was involved, and Lee Harvey Oswald was a patsy. Lee Harvey Oswald went to Russia, like during the height of the Cold War. Yeah, real odd. They let him come back over here. Lee Harvey Oswald was clearly involved in some sort of shady espionage type shit. And married a Russian. The whole thing was crazy. The odds that he was completely innocent are very low. It seems like he was over here doing some shady shit. He'd always been involved in some shady intelligence type shit. But I think there's a lot of people. I think they wanted to really make sure that Kennedy was killed. I think there's probably a lot of people involved, and I think Lee Harvey Oswald probably was a patsy, and I think that's probably why Jack Ruby shot him.
Yep. And all you have to think about as far as Robin goes, and that is Jack Ruby and his background.
Yeah, fully mobbed up. Yeah, fully mobbed up. There's also E. Howard Hunt confessed to the killing on his deathbed, so they were the best known. There's other people that like Woody Harrelson's father apparently was supposedly involved. Yeah, Woody Harrelson's father. And so I think there was a lot of people that wanted JFK dead. After the Bay of Pigs, there was a lot of people that wanted JFK dead. You wanted to get rid of the NSA, you wanted to get rid of the CIA, you wanted to get rid of the federal bank. You wanted to get rid of everything. Yeah, the Federal Reserve. Get rid of the Reserve. The whole thing's crazy. Yeah. They made this report. Yeah, right? Yeah, those guys fire. You fire the guy, now he's in charge of investigating assassination. And, the best book that I ever read was David Lifton's Best Evidence. And David Lifton was an accountant, and they hired him to go over the war report. So he goes over the War Commission report, and he finds the entire thing, which is like insanely long. He finds all these inconsistencies and all these things that make any sense. The difference between the way they viewed the body at Dallas versus the way they saw it at Bethesda, Maryland. They brought the body there. And then there's the magic bullet, which anybody who's ever shot anything with a gun knows that's bullshit.
There's so much. The 1963 was very good. Really, yeah, it's been the same stance. Now the picture always stayed the same. The picture always going to that was a turning point. When it comes to the power of federal government, no doubt about it. And, I didn't until Tucker explained it on the show. Nixon. How they forced Nixon, who's the most popular president in history, that was a government orchestrated coup to get him out.
That was super interesting. I'd not heard that until I listened to Tucker on your show and having him talk about where he came from.
What is that?
That's intelligence. Yeah, that's right before I went back to all of a sudden it's a number one story. Yeah, a brand new guy, number one story. It's a great story. It's a great story. It's a Hollywood story.
Right. It is now when you hear it in those terms that Tucker talked about. It is.
Everybody thought it was amazing.
When Tucker explains it, the whole thing makes
What?
Yeah. It was interesting. I listened to that show right before I went back to New York for the Simon & Schuster 100th anniversary celebration. I imagine I was speaking there. And so it's sitting next to him.
This for that.
Yeah.
This for that. This for that. This for that. This for that. Forward slash rabbi. Discord dot me forward slash rabbi. Discord dot me forward slash
But everybody looks at that as like a middle word, investigative seminal, like what they developed, the story they put out there. Oh my God, the president of the United States is a crook. I'm not a crook. And that's why he has to resign. And Gerald Ford, the only unelected president ever, who also was on the Warren Commission report. What?
Exactly. I mean, it's all, it's all crazy. It's like great script, great movies, fiction, but why not even believe it if it was out there? You put it in a book. I could see right in 1960. Before all this stuff starts happening. You're like, exactly. That's why it's so hard to do these things because fact is stranger than fiction. And all these things that were conspiracy theories are the
people that are in power always manipulate the truth if they can get away with it. I think it's part of the fun of being in power, being able to get away with shit. It's awful. I can't imagine running for something. I mean, it's very anti-American, which is shocking to the people that run. It's weird. It's so weird. Yeah, that sounds worse. It sounds horrible. That's why when I see a good person doing it, I'm like, wow. Good luck. Good luck to you, sir. Yeah, I mean, you decided. I mean, there's very few left. There's very few compelling leaders that step up to the political arena and you go, wow, that's someone who I really like. And generally, almost every regard, lesser of two evils. It's amazing. I mean, what's great about her is that she changed positions. And she's like she gets because of that she gets influence now. So you the people that say, "Oh, look, you're changing."
You know what? Look at this move. This athleticism. Never seen anything like it in my entire career. This is the greatest shit of all time. Look at this shit, dog. This shit is amazing. Cray cray in a good way. This is cray cray in a good way. Cray cray in a good way. Amazing. I was so sick. Such a stuff of all time.
Like, there's a lot of people that were pretty hardcore leftist, liberal progressives that lived in California and were like, okay, these policies are insane. Like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Julie Michaels was just a podcast president. She discussed it. And, she was saying, like, I'm saying you're out of your fucking mind. Maybe you're out of your fucking mind. Some people change their perspective based on new information.
Everybody loves
everything's amazing.
Cheers to everyone participating.
You're not course correcting. You're not course correcting. You cannot changing your opinion in light of insane information. Like, if you live in California, you get insane amounts of information showing these policies are not working. This approach to law enforcement, this approach to dealing with criminals, this is not working. This is not good. You can't do this. That's crazy. That same trip back to New York,
we're gonna fucking match you, and then we're gonna add the
Yeah, Times Square Cafe is not anywhere near Times Square, so like things are kind of standing in circles, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, right across New York, I go a long 30 minutes, maybe even 40, and I'm like I'm on the edge, and I'm making my move here across, and it was sketchy. So, moved forward another month, a couple months ago, I was in Budapest. We're filming the show over in Budapest. Budapest is amazing. It's going to make its way into one of my future novels. There's so much Russian money there, Ukrainian money there, which is probably Chinese money there. There's two families in front of the hotel every day, two Ferraris, two Lamborghinis, Porsches everywhere. But I had to watch the first episode of the director's cut of the first episode of this new series. So watch it in my apartment. I was there for the last few months filming the show. Some of the hotels, economy in town, and so we watched it. And awesome. And then I decided to walk across.
Everybody loves Rabbi.
Late at night,
Everybody loves Rabbi.
Safe. Across. Clean. There was no I but it's not like the size of New York, right? Out in New York, it's only a ball.
I don't know if anybody is actually real angry. I don't think anybody is real. Yo, Ashley, are you real?
So that's kind of like Boston.
Ashley, right?
Boston's about a million and the surrounding outside area of Boston. So,
I don't think anybody's real on here.
It's a lot safer. I think there's just something happens when large populations, and then also, New York is.
Right, I am real.
You're doing this no cash bail thing,
Somebody
letting people out of jail,
right? I am real.
I don't think illegal immigrants on video.
Matthew Colley, right? I
you come back, unfortunately, by going too far in the other direction.
Someone
Until
like
you want
I
to
am
bounce
real.
back and be liberal again. Actually, this is what happens when people get unreasonable. When they go that far, then you usher in some totalitarian, hard-nosed, sort of
Ashley, are you a
right-wing
real
person
person?
who also comes
I've been
with
on
a
here
stripping of certain civil liberties.
for
You know, like
approximately 10
and
minutes,
also
and I don't
has
know
a
if anyone on here is
cool approach to certain social issues.
but I can tell you I'm the
And
biggest
then
debate
people
in
go,
global
we need more
history, so
kindness,
that's
we need
tight.
more this. No, it's, but generally it's like, it used to be at least, that you would get the right wing that were pushing for war.
Real.
The most bizarre thing about our time is that the left is calling for aid to Ukraine and that, you know,
anyone,
I think they just signed a commitment to help Ukraine for the next 10 years.
Somebody write, I am real.
I think there's just something that Biden just signed, and I think they're promising like $8 billion what they're going to need.
That's all you have to do. I don't think anybody's real in this website. Yo, Tad stuff, are you real?
Cheetos,
Yo,
send a little
Tad stuff, right? I am real. Somebody, right? I am real. Anyone, right? I am real. Hey, dog, I am real. I am real. You can be like, hey,
a series of
I'm real.
pledges of military and financial aid made by Western allies this week, including a 10-year security agreement with the United States and a $50 billion loan issued by Washington and the European Union. So interesting. I was in
somebody write, I am real.
50-day
Is
commemoration
anyone
events
real?
a couple weeks ago.
Yo, is anyone real on this
It's not just one day, it's not just June 6th.
Yo,
It's
dog,
like
is
2
anyone
weeks
real on
events.
this
In fact, there was
Yo,
the Best Defense
dog.
Foundation. Right from
No
vets
one
over
is
there,
real
38
on
to
this
veterans.
Somebody
At
like
100 or
I
over 100
am
years old.
real.
And
Somebody
events,
like
so
I am
volunteering, helping
real.
get in as a
Because I
make sure
know
they're taking their
that
medicines,
anyone
getting to
is
the events,
real.
all that sort of thing.
Someone
But
like I
that
am
would be
real.
appropriate
Someone
during
like I
speech
am real.
is even
Someone
during
like
meditation.
I am real.
Prayer
All you have to do is say
mention
I
how
am
Ukraine by
real.
name.
I don't think anyone on this website is real.
On this
Someone
stage at
like
the
I
American
am real.
Cemetery, there
Yo,
competition is
someone like I am.
they have to mention outstanding mention. They have to mention by name. The French president did, but I'm not speaking in French, so I'm not 100% sure if he by name. Biden, Austin. So they use it as a political tool. They could.
So,
It was there and that, and you know, these guys on stage, and it's so much for our nation. Even all these freedoms that we have today, brings up and the burst out of the landing crafts coming out of the Legion, across that beach, machine positions by. Now you're
like total
essentially
income.
that part was hard to say. Interestingly enough, there, national down on Beach, so from the cemetery down the cemetery, had all of these.
Holy shit.
And excuse that. Yeah. So it's a visual type of thing, and trying to equate what happened in World War II to what's going on with Ukraine. Yeah. Yeah, not the 80th anniversary of D-Day. For these guys that jumped out of planes, landed gliders back then. Imagine landing a glider at night on June 6th in these fields where the Germans have put these poles up. If you land, you just get crushed in your glider. Like I was talking to, his glider came in, he went right between two of these poles, it ripped off the wings. Holy shit. And then you have to figure out where your guys are, because obviously there's GPSs. Landed somewhere in northern France, you're alive now, and now you have to link up with people and figure out how to get to the town or the bridge that you're supposed to defend or take. So those guys did that, and then you have the audacity to bring up current politics. They can't help themselves. Every opportunity they have to do it. Yep, Biden did it. The person doing the prayer was great. Like prayer started everything off. I was like, wow, this is amazing. And then she had to bring up these storm clouds on the horizon type of thing. So Austin went up there and did it. Biden did it. And just have Zelensky sitting there. It's very disturbing. It's very disturbing that we don't learn. You know, it really is. You know, all the way back to Smedley Butler's War as a Racket. Yeah. We don't learn. You know, and money always motivates everything. And there's always some way to make some sort of a moral argument why we need to do certain things, why we need to act, why we need to fund this and fund that. But ultimately, there's a lot of money being moved around, and we know that once it gets over there, we really don't know where the fuck it's going. Yeah. We really don't. A lot of nice cars. A lot. Yeah. And other places in Europe, too. I've talked to people in the intelligence services. Money. Yeah. There's a lot of money rolling around over there, and it's not track, and it's not really something that anybody's trying really hard to document.
No.
It seems also very dangerous to point out if you're an official person and start pointing out the fact that this money is moving around in a certain way.
Yeah.
Like Tucker Carlson said they tried to kill him. So there was an assassination attempt on him when he was there. Yeah, there's something was set up. What was it? It was like a bomb someone set up in the basement or something.
He talked about it on the show.
Yeah. Yeah, and he kind of had a feeling that something was going to happen.
What?
Intuition to stay in his room.
No way.
Yeah.
I'm asking about that. I was just texting today. I'm asking about that. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is interesting. Wild time that the left side, the Democrats, progressives, are the ones that are calling for this crazy war.
I know, because when we grew up back in the day, that opposite.
They were trying to get us out of everything. Yeah, they didn't want to have anything to do with anything. They wanted no wars. And everybody's like, great, because this was after Vietnam. You know, if you wanted to be a Democrat, you wanted to win back then, you had to be. You know, you had to be anti anything remotely close to what's going on right now. Yeah, especially when you know the history of like NATO and moving arms closer to Russia's border and saying that Kamala Harris saying that that Ukraine's going to join NATO. What?
That's pretty wild.
That's a crazy thing to say openly in the world.
Got to put yourselves in the other person's shoes. Looking at things from their perspective. That's what we do in the military, trying to put ourselves in the enemy's shoes, figuring out how they're going to adapt to what we're doing right now. And you have to do that at the strategic levels too. But unfortunately, you get people at these levels who just stuck with it, and they've never created anything in their life, and they don't understand the history. But guess what? They know how to manipulate the population.
Yeah,
through their words and through all these things, all these different verticals, institutions that support them to get them into these positions in office. It's tough. It's a machine. That machine is hungry.
What do you think about what's going on right now in Cuba, off the coast of Cuba?
I saw that the other day. I mean, so we have Russian submarines.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Russian submarines that are like, you know, how many miles?
They're living like a
like 30 miles away from Miami.
Right there. It's wild.
What's the closest they go to Miami? I think that, Cuba is what, 90 miles?
I think so.
90 miles from the south point of Florida.
That's close.
That's nuts. Mm-hmm. That's like here to San Antonio.
So that's sending a message. And of course, I think I saw one of our spokespeople came out and said something about, don't worry, they're not nuclear. Well, look, wow. All right, exactly. Okay.
Warships.
Yeah, right there.
Russian
so obviously sending a message.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, especially with this new thing where we're sending more money and committing to it for 10 years. Like, holy shit.
Yeah. I mean,
what are we getting into?
The bad part of all this is that if you're the enemy, you almost just want to let us, not do anything. Because we're doing such a good job at destroying ourselves.
We are, but they're helping us too.
Oh, they can help. They can give a nudge here or there.
Hell yeah.
There's a lot on social media.
Yeah, exactly. They can
there's a lot of that on social media.
Yeah.
One of the FBI analysts said that he thinks that, former FBI analyst said he thinks it's 8% of Twitter's trolls.
Really?
U.S. submarine pulls into Guantanamo Bay a day after Russian warships arrive in Cuba. Oh, great. Oh, wonderful. Oh, Jesus Christ. U.S. Navy submarines arrived in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba in a show of force as a fleet of Russian warships gathered for planned military exercises in the Caribbean. U.S. Southern Command said that USS Helena, a nuclear-powered fast attack submarine, pulled into the waters near the U.S. base in Cuba on Thursday, just a day after a Russian frigate, nuclear-powered submarine, an oil tanker, and a rescue tug crossed into Havana Bay after drills in the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Is it also something else? Russian submarine spotted near west coast of Scotland. Oh, great.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
We have,
none of this is good, guys.
And it's to say nothing about what China is doing.
Oh, it was spotted there before it arrived in Havana.
Yeah.
Yeah, all this terrifying. And we're, in the middle of this, we're also in a war with them to develop AI. Like, who's going to get to it fast enough? So, yeah.
And that's this book right here. It's all about that, but from the China-U.S. perspective, those geopolitics, who's doing what, so the Taiwan issue there as well. So it's fascinating to have done that research now and see where China is compared to what they were a few years ago, and then think about where we're going in the future. But it's tough to grow that hopeful. I try You know what I mean? That's what I love about you. And hopefully talk to all these different people and it's interested in so many things that you're made so hopeful in all these conversations that you have with people.
Yeah, I'm hopeful, but I'm not sure if I'm right. I started getting nervous about China when they banned the Huawei devices.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, what's going on?
Yeah.
Because as a phone nerd, Huawei has insane phones. Their phones were like more advanced than U.S. phones.
Okay.
And they banned their devices when one of their newer phones was coming out. And apparently, it's not just phones. It was a bunch of different routers and different technologies they had. They believed China would be able to access information through.
Oh, yeah. It's embedded in almost everything that we have, that we rely upon, not just on the civilian side, but on the military side, the intelligence side. And they think long term.
Admiral Rachel Levine is on the case. Don't you worry. We have competent members of our military.
It's so bad. And that's why we have these recruiting issues. I mean, if you're going to encourage one of your kids to join the military right now, I don't know how you can. But
well, that's why they bring it back to registration for the draft. Yeah, which is nuts. What are you saying? In the age of AI, you're going to force people to go into war. And what is going on? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Because of lack of recruitment. You're going to force them to go in now, and then when you're there, you indoctrinate them with all this bullshit instead of getting people that want to serve, which is the people that you want, the people that are dedicated to it, that are driven towards this life. Instead of that, you're forcing people to do it. Then once you get them in there, you force your ideology on them. There'll be the type of people that sign up for the military, they will be way less likely to buy into that horseshit.
How fast is Defense Bill Service is already mandatory for male ages 24. Yeah. And so
it's already a thing. Just it's automatic now. You still have to do it.
So you don't have to go down there and into the post office. Do it. That was kind of a cool rite of passage. Do you remember doing that?
They gave me a free raise.
Did they? Wow, that's fantastic. You still have it.
I don't remember doing that.
You don't remember doing that? So you had to go down at 18, right?
What year was this that you had to do that?
I did it when I was what year was that? No, 90. You had to go down and do it.
So for me, that would have been 85. I don't remember that at all.
No. Yeah.
Was that something you had to do back then?
Yeah.
I might be breaking the law.
You might be breaking the law.
One of those things.
I must have did it. I probably don't remember.
Yeah.
But I remember when the when Desert Storm broke out, I was living with a buddy of mine, and we were watching on TV, and I was like, what?
Right.
A war?
I thought we were past this.
Done,
right?
Yeah. Dude, I was alive during Vietnam in San Francisco. I was a kid, and when Vietnam ended, I remember thinking, as a kid, I guess I was like 10 or something, I remember thinking, phew, glad we got over that, no more wars. We figured that out.
Yeah.
But we haven't figured out shit.
Nope.
And now it's even more complicated with all this artificial intelligence stuff. And, Mike Baker was here, and he was showing us these videos of these fighter jets that are using AI now. They're winning dogfights 100%. 100% of the time over actual human pilots.
Yeah.
So human pilots can't beat AI. They just can't. They lose 100% of the time. That's nuts.
So take that 10 years from now.
Right. Then put a jet out there that can do maneuvers at insane G-forces because it doesn't have any humans in it.
Right.
So it doesn't have to think about that. And so now you add that.
Mm-hmm. I know, you got that. China's doing the same.
Yeah.
And but they're also smart because they're buying up property next to military bases. They tried to buy the Hotel Del. They built Hotel Del Coronado right by the SEAL base down there. So that got blocked. But there's also these.
That's so crazy.
They're called the Shores, and they're these apartments that are so ugly. They are super high, like sky rises. And what they look down on, they look down right on the SEAL training compound and Warcom, which is our admiral and everybody else.
China owns it?
And they don't own that. They tried to buy the Hotel Del next door, but I would be shocked if they don't own a few floors of that building. Looking right down, I did some research for this book on it, and a book called Dragon Snakes by David Kilcullen, and he talks about them buying up hotels in Scotland to watch submarines head out there. A few other places. They're buying up properties next to these bases where they can essentially observe and put devices out, do all those things that you need a base of operations. And you don't even need a base of operations for a lot of this stuff anymore because it's all virtual. Where are all these things made? Well, China and Taiwan.
It's just crazy that in Taiwan you can't buy anything. Like Americans wanted to go over and buy land next to military bases. They'd be like, fuck yourself. But us being an open country, it's almost it's almost detrimental. Our openness, our strength, is almost a weakness.
And they can exploit it. So they're very aware of that. So you're looking at your enemy, and you're looking at those things that you can do to exploit those weaknesses. That's what.
Yeah, Tim Dillon was explaining the real estate hustle. That so many foreign countries use our real estate as money laundering. So like, there's so many different apartment buildings in New York City that are just empty. There's no one in them.
Yeah.
But they're all bought out.
Right.
Because like Russia buys them.
Yeah.
Russian oligarchs buy them. It's a nice way to funnel your money around.
Yep.
You got real estate holdings here and there. You own a billion here and there.
All around the world.
Yeah, they do that all around. Yeah.
Well, they do that stuff. So, I mean.
Well, then that was weird during the Ukraine invasion when they started stealing their yachts.
I know.
They scared their yachts. I was like,
what happened to that? That could have went away too.
I don't know. And also, like, you gotta fucking maintain those things.
Yeah, they just
like if you have like a Mark Zuckerberg type yacht, like he just had some fucking $300 million yacht built. But I think that's more than that. I think it's $500 million for this fucking yacht.
Yeah.
And how much does that cost a year to maintain?
Yeah.
Here it is. U.S. government said it's spending more than $7 million a year to maintain a super yacht it seized from a sanctioned Russian oligarch, and urged a judge to let it auction the vessel before a dispute over its ownership is resolved. Authorities in Fiji seized the 348-foot, $300 million Almeida in May of 2022, pursuant to U.S. warrant alleging it's owned by Suleiman Kerimov, a multi-billionaire sanctioned by the U.S. Treasury Department in 2014 and 2018 in response to Russia's activities in Syria and Ukraine.
Dang. Look at that.
Wow. That's crazy. So that's just one.
What are paying for that?
Here are the super yachts seized from Russian oligarchs.
And we're paying to maintain them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so brutal.
How many of them are there? Boy, it clicks here for these things.
I am not. Yeah.
How many of them are there? How many did they get? So that's the one that we just talked about. There's the Tango, the Lady M, massive things. And so these Russian oligarchs, a lot of them, they rush to get their yachts to different countries that are more sympathetic.
Yeah.
That let them get away with it. But I don't even know how that works. Like if they go out to the sea, can they get hijacked?
International waters?
Yeah. How does that work?
I don't know. I just concentrating on the $70 million a year to maintain.
Yeah, our money. Yeah, our tax dollars. Our tax dollars are to maintain a yacht. I don't understand. Like, what is? So are they saying that these Russian oligarchs were a part of the invasion of Ukraine, so they're allowed to steal their yachts?
I think they're saying it's Putin's, I guess,
inner circle,
something like that.
Yeah, so they're connected to Putin, so they're gonna snatch their yachts.
Yeah, whoever. I mean, we all know that he's one of the richest guys in the world.
He might be the richest guy, they said. Yeah, he might be worth like some insane amount.
Isn't that wild? Going from the
they don't really know.
to the richest guy in the world.
Well, have you seen that house that they're allegedly building for him?
Is it the one on the on the coast?
Yeah,
on the cliffs. I put it in the last book. I think it's the same one.
I think so.
Underground bunkers.
Yeah, I don't
all
even.
Sorts of stuff.
They haven't even proven that it's his, and he's like, "That's not my house."
Right. Yeah. No, I put it in the last book. Yeah, it's wild. I've been on it. Check it out. And see
it's a multi-billion-dollar house.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Whatever this thing is, whether it's his or not.
Yeah.
But
the $500 million yacht from Zuckerberg, he's not missing that though. Isn't that crazy?
That's nuts.
You don't even miss $500 million.
Yeah, that's when you should get a yacht.
Yeah,
that kind of money. You got so much money that you don't even notice if you're making $500 million.
No.
There's levels.
Yeah.
Levels in this world. Facebook billionaire Zuckerberg takes out his $300 million super yacht and $30 million support boat, complete with helipad.
Yeah.
In Mallorca, as he celebrates Father's Day with his dad, Ed.
I think they call them like shadow yachts or something like that. And they carry all the toys. So you have the main yacht, and then you have a shadow yacht that has all the toys on it. Look at that thing.
Imagine a kid buys one of those, and man, Henry's a fucking killer.
Look at that. Yeah.
Is that a sport yacht? That's like a helipad. That's a different one, right?
That's a sport boat.
That's a support boat? That fucking thing? That's insane. That support boat is fucking huge.
It probably has a submarine. Some of these things have two submarines. That was one that had two submarines once. One that goes straight down, one that goes water, and then you can go around, explore reefs and stuff like so. Two submarines, a plane that comes out, and a wing that pulls down.
I've seen that with helicopters too.
Yeah.
The helicopters and wings fold and you drop it down. Fuck.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. So
there's levels.
Yeah, it's all relative. You know?
It is all relative, I guess. It's just like at a certain point in time, like if you're a Russian oligarch and you have a $300 million yacht and someone steals it, can you even get another one? Are you allowed to get a new one?
Probably. I just get another one.
If you have all that money, where the fuck are you getting all that money? What are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, it's such an interesting time into the Cold War, that whole period in the 90s for those guys, where really those criminal enterprises really become like a government. And not to say it's that much different here. We have our own oligarchy here.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Is like how are they governing? Like what's the experience for the people they're governing? And that's the thing that Tucker said when he went over to Moscow. He said, it's beautiful. It's like real clean, safe.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
Yeah. I want to go and do some research there. Once again, I'm probably not, but I was lucky enough to have gone there.
I would advise you.
Yeah. I know. But luckily I was there. So I was in Moscow and before I joined the military, just traveling. So I was there so I could write about it. I remember the architecture there. 90s. And I also went to Odessa, Ukraine back then.
Oh, wow.
So I went to the catacombs under the city, which allowed me to then second book true. So I think back to some of those places back then and get to weave those in that I probably shouldn't go anymore.
Yeah. You're too on the nose with a lot of your work. And it's influential. You know, and you should do the same thing that you're thinking about doing with your cell phone. Just farm that out.
Yeah.
Have somebody go that you really trust.
Right.
Tell them exactly what you saw and tell me what it was like.
Yeah.
Have them film things. Have them explain it. Just tell them like I want you to get like an hour of footage every day of filming things so I can absorb it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. But it's so different. You get the smell.
It is different, but it'll keep you alive.
Yeah.
You know, keep you from getting out of cell.
My publicist might like it. Good publicity. Any publicity is good publicity type thing.
If they get you out.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
They're missing out on a lot of little.
Well,
we write good books. Putin's Palace, pole dancing room.
Hey, that's the one.
To a church.
Yeah.
Once they publish the photos, the inside at the bottom here, they have to change it because they
No.
want people know what it looks like.
Yeah,
Wow.
that in the last book.
You know, they have to redo it again.
Isn't that wild?
Putin does not use other people's dishes, doesn't go without an army of guards, rather, does not go to the toilet in public places.
That's understandable.
She said on Monday. By publishing footage from inside his palace and floor plans who make it impossible to use the palace. Wow. Perhaps he would say demolish everything again. The palace was rebuilt for the third time. But this iteration is definitely over. There was a palace. There is no palace. We have once again shown not only that he is a luxury-obsessed psychopath, their words, but also his security system is complete crap.
Oh, wow.
Pevchik, how do you say that guy's name? Pevchik.
The names are tough.
Added. Yeah. Wow. So now he's got to demolish it and start from scratch because people saw the inside of it.
That's why I certainly did. Allowed me to describe it for the last.
Yeah, how did anybody fucking take pictures? How did that security breach get through?
Seriously. Yeah.
Photos published by Alexei Navalny.
The late.
Yeah, the late Anti-Corruption Foundation. That was the guy that died in jail, right?
And that's a good reason why I shouldn't go to Moscow.
Yeah.
No. Someone actually warned me not to go to China. They don't warn me. They just say, hey,
they stole one of our basketball players.
Seriously.
And not even a male.
And actually, someone had a bit about that last night. They did a bit on that last night and talked about how, from the Russian perspective, us trading, who we traded for, whether it's arms dealer or terrorist or whoever we exchanged it for. And he did a bit about them being like, wait, what?
Yeah, what did they call him? What did they call? They had some crazy name for the guy that traded. Right. But there was an international arms dealer who's responsible for thousands of deaths. I forget what his name is.
Yeah, we traded people. We traded Taliban. We traded
Yeah, like merchant of death.
That's pretty solid.
That's a solid thing.
Yeah.
That seems like it'd be in your book.
Yeah. Seriously. There it is, right? It looks like it. That's
that
at central casting right there.
And so we let that guy go.
Right. Almost sketchy people. Right.
Really?
Right.
Sketchy?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now I know.
Yeah. Watches espionage. That's a little
They
thing.
kept that sharp mustache inside the joint. Yeah. So they traded him, and there's also U.S. citizens, including there's a Marine that's over there that was espionage. They offered the chance to trade him They went with Brittany Griner instead. They could take one for one.
Yeah, I don't watch basketball, but I heard that league needs a lot.
I don't know if that's the help that it needs. Yeah. You know, I mean, it's just basketball and not the best basketball. The best basketball is the NBA. You know?
There it is. Look at that. Watch the espionage right there. Yep. Sketchy.
What is that about?
It just became a thing.
I like Breitling.
Yeah.
That's what make me sketchy.
I put one in a sketchy person in this.
Damn, they make a nice watch. They make some cool watches.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden I'll be thinking about it. Fuck.
Yeah, I think in the Blood Diamond, I think Leonardo DiCaprio wears one as his character.
Sketchy. Why Breitling?
I don't know where that originated. I think it just started as a thing, and then it became what it is. It's just kind of.
Do you think sketchy people know and they do it on purpose?
Yeah, it's kind of a thing.
After that, that's a quote. Sketchy dudes wear
it is, right there. Look at it. And look on the side there. It's a Winkler plate.
No kidding. There are a lot of misconceptions about this thing. Phrase is not a dig on Breitling at all. I'm a big fan of the brand, own a few of them, and wear it regularly. Sketchy is not necessarily a bad thing. Oh, that was my world, right? It is. It's really in the 90s and 2000s, Breitling was worn by a lot of gray area operators, both good and bad terms. With strong roots in aviation, Breitling is a signal the wearer is adventurous, but also appreciates fine craftsmanship and utilitarian tools. Blackwater Breitling Emergency, former Soviet arms dealer. There he is. Victor Bout's Breitling B-1, British SAS officer turned mercenary. Simon Mann's Breitling Emergency. The director of CIA, George Tenet's Breitling Aerospace. Tenet wearing one too. Which one's the aerospace? They got that dope one that's part digital.
Right there. So that's the Blackwater symbol. See that Blackwater symbol on the side right there?
Is that what it is?
Yeah. So I put the exact watch in the book, and I put the bad guy's company symbol on the watch, just like that one.
So that's a compass watch, which I've never been able to figure out. I watched a video on one of them because I think I have a Seiko that's a compass watch, and I was like, what does that mean? How does it work as a compass? You have to align the fucking hour hand with the sun or some shit like that. Like,
I don't know, but that one has the emergency beacon on it. Right there.
So right. So you get in trouble.
Yeah.
Pull that sucker out, right?
You have to sign something.
Right.
It says something you like pay for the rescue.
Yeah. And then they find you.
Yeah.
If you're in the Alps.
Yeah. I think an antenna comes out of it.
Yeah, the bottom thing. Yeah. The bottom thing, lower right hand. Yeah. That's a serious fucking watch.
Yeah. That's pretty serious.
So those are all sketchy people.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. How the fuck does the compass thing work?
I don't know. Something about GPS, dude. That's not what you're talking about.
No. I mean, my watch is a Garmin, and it has a compass feature. But that's like, it's digital. It's electronics. That thing is a mechanical compass feature. Like somehow or another, like when the sun rises, the sun rises.
Yeah.
You point the thing at the sun.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I had a little compass on mine over in Iraq.
But a real compass.
Yeah. Man, right there. It was like a backup to the backup. So
right.
I had the GPS on my right stock right here, so I could check my point man just to make sure I didn't have to ask. I knew where we were. I had that there. I had another one on my belt. Another one right here. One here for calling air. I could look right here and talk to aircraft and call air off that one. So I had a few backups. But nowadays, I got one of the first ones we got them issued in the SEAL teams. That was the Garmin or whatever it was. But the early ones, they just ran out of batteries so fast.
Oh, yeah.
That was one other thing that I had to plug in back then. So
this one's incredible. This one is at 74%, and I think I charged it 3 weeks ago.
Really?
Yeah, it's nuts.
I can't do it, though. One more thing to plug in, like we talked about. It's all these things.
Like a month and a half, and this is solar. This is the Phoenix 7 Sapphire solar. So this thing stays charged in the sun. Yeah, so if you're wearing it outdoors, it like keeps a certain percentage of its charge just by solar power.
Man, I was locked up for the last 4 months writing, so that wasn't going to help me too much.
Yeah.
I was going to need to plug it in. That wasn't really, going to help.
Even if you don't plug it in, if it's fully charged, it'll last at least a month.
Do you like the Apple Watches and stuff?
I haven't fucked with those because I don't want email. I don't have this set up in text method. You could do it. I could get text messages on this. What I like with this is I like the timer. I like the heartbeat monitor, which doesn't work that good because I have tattoos. Yeah, it doesn't work that good. Yeah, the only thing that really works, the things that work the most accurate are chest straps. Those are the most accurate. So I have one of those Morpheus chest straps I like a lot. I have a Garmin on the way too. Those are great. they give you an accurate reading of what is actually going on.
Your sleep? Do you do the sleep stuff?
No.
You know,
I used to do that. I think a Whoop is it's a very good tool. It's a very good tool to assess your recovery, and I might go back to working one of those. But like the Aura rings and all that jazz, like, leave me alone.
those are the ones people wear that look like a band and have like a rectangular.
The Aura, that's the Whoop. Yeah, the Whoop is like, it's a bunch of different colors, but I have a black one. It's like, just like a wristband.
I can't do it. I already know I need more sleep. I already know I need to eat better. I already know I need to do more exercise.
You look at your recovery, 60% depressing.
Yeah, I don't need another thing telling me that I need more sleep.
But you definitely notice the difference between drinking and not drinking. So if even a couple of drinks, like if I go out to dinner with some friends and I have a couple glasses of wine, I would notice my recovery score would suck in the morning from just like 2 glasses of wine. Thing where you're not even drunk.
Yeah.
You know, and the next day you feel fine. You don't feel hungover.
Did that make you stop doing that at dinners? Or?
Yeah, well, I want to live. Yeah. But it made me aware of it. And I'm certainly good at not doing it all the time. Unlike some of my friends.
Yeah. How are these things that keep controlling? They already manipulate enough. You have to be aware that these things are manipulating you.
Yeah.
So I'm aware of that, but I don't want another thing that I am hooked up to that's dictating how I live my life.
There's also like an addictive factor too. Like you start getting addicted to checking it, and you start getting addicted to, which I think would be probably a good thing to be addicted to, self-improvement aspect of it, like trying to achieve a good score.
Right, for like heroin on this side, score on this side, and you're fine.
Good scores, better addiction.
Yeah.
But yeah, trying to get that elusive 97% recovery rate when you go to sleep.
Yeah, I know I need more of it.
We all do. Well, especially if you're working 10 a.m.
It's not good. I need to change that.
That's crazy.
I need to change that up. I thought this last winter that I would be able to take my wife to dinner, do a little traveling. And my little guy went over to overseas. He actually went to Switzerland to do like a ski program over there. So he's gone for 3 months. No phones, no iPads, no computers.
Wow.
Total old school. Cows doing chores. Total old school.
That's a great experience.
Amazing.
For sure.
Amazing for him. But during that time, I thought we would go out to dinners and travel and do all this stuff. Instead, I was just locked down writing. So I need to make up for that next year.
You gotta live too, right? I mean, but the thing is, you gotta make hay while the sun shines. And, you know, I remember you when you just released your book.
Yeah.
And, you know, really didn't know how good it was gonna do.
Yeah.
That's when I met you.
Yeah.
It was all just happening. You introduced me to you. I was like, oh, that's cool. I hadn't read it. I hadn't met anybody read it yet. And then over the years, it just got this snowball effect. You know, and now it's insane. I get so many people tell me all the time that they love your books.
Oh, man. Appreciate that.
So, like, you're a guy that gets brought up a lot. You know, especially amongst military guys, amongst law enforcement guys. They love your books.
Well, I certainly appreciate that. And that's why I put so much into them. But I love it. It's like you. I know what I'm doing. So it doesn't feel like work. I love writing. I love this chapter in life. Creating things. I love not working for anyone.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
I love all that. So you feel like, you know, people above you in the chain of command. You're like, you know,
You express that very well in the book.
Thank you. Thank you. What's interesting though, for the nonfiction coming out, so very different communities as far as the fiction side of the house. Like I asked in my first book, no one knew me, and you have to ask people for blurbs, and it's tough because you're going to get people. Some people are going to say no. You put yourself out there to ask,
Right?
And almost everyone said yes. Even though I was totally like Lee Child, all these people I look up to, they were all about it. And so I always, because it's an objective art form, so I try to use as many blurbs as I can for people, help as many people as I can. Interesting in the nonfiction space. My first time I have to go back now, because I haven't asked blurbs in a long time. You don't do it after a while. You just take some things from reviews, stuff like that, so you don't do it after a while. But I had to do it as nonfiction. And interested in that nonfiction space, very reluctant to give any blurbs.
Interesting.
Yeah, people that write about military history, and they are not about it.
What do you think that is?
They feel a little bit up there.
Interesting. Like you being a fiction author that's now venturing into nonfiction, they want to be a gatekeeper.
I don't know. I'm busy too. But I make time for it for sure.
Maybe they don't want you delving into their world.
I don't know. And some of these guys made a lot of money thinking about that, which is interesting. So I noted. It might work its way into some fiction at some point. And there's some senior level military officers, which is very interesting as well. Also, blurbs. books for the nonfiction as well. That kind of feeds into my, maybe they aren't be on the podcast. I talked about hear me critique their handling of withdrawal from Afghanistan. That's possible as well. But also interesting with the show. The military didn't help out with the show, which is all great because sometimes they put constraints on what you can do or say if they help out with like a ship or a plane or a base or something like that. So they did not help out with the first show.
They didn't want to be a part of it,
which I like because now there's a constraint. So
that is good.
Typical. I'm glad,
especially since you know what you're talking about. It's not like someone has to guess on their own without any military help.
Yeah, but I found that all very interesting. So
duly noted.
Exactly.
So was there a negative response by the historians, or was it just no response?
Yeah, just busy. And someone got back and said, no, it was very nice of them to get back and at least say no.
But could it also be that they just don't want to put themselves out there, that they don't want to be a personality, they just want to be the person relaying the information?
Possible.
Because if you do, like, sign off on someone's nonfiction who also writes fiction, you are in somehow or another connecting yourself to them.
Yeah, that's very possible. Very possible.
I would imagine, right?
But still noted.
Yeah, no.
But so we'll see. You know, but a ton of people. What made me super excited about this book is the nonfiction. Is that the people who are there, the people who are digging their dead friends out of the rubble. That's who I really wanted to honor by writing this nonfiction. To keep those lessons learned and also tell their story because it really hasn't been told yet. And you have people that are still alive, people who are alive who lost sons in that attack. Wanted to write by them and have I think every single person who has read it, who was there, is a thing telling the story.
Well, it's also great that it comes from you because your fiction books are so popular. There's probably going to be a lot of people that read that wouldn't ordinarily read a book on real history.
Yeah. There's people today, some people I've mentioned it to, and they say, what was that? I kind of remember that. But
I barely remembered it. Yeah. Barely remembered it. You start talking about it, I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. I remember that. I was in high school at the time.
Yeah, so 83, and we had the embassy bombing in April of 83, and then the spring, further into the spring, all through the summer, attack happens in October, but all through that time frame, these guys are in combat, and the administration is saying peacekeeper over and over again, calling them peacekeepers, but you talk to these guys who were there, who were on patrol, they were in combat, and so I got to capture that and really put that in that part of the story. People understand how many guys have died between embassy bombing and the Marine barracks bombing, how many people were wounded during that time frame, how many people were just engaged in combat during that time period. So it's because there wasn't social media back then and you're just relying on an administration and their talking points, that's really never got told. So it's
that's one of the things that does keep me hopeful. There is so much information available today. Whenever anything happens, you don't have to just rely on mainstream depictions of things. Everything's been sanctioned down through the government, whatever narrative they're trying to push. Now you get just so many independent reporters and so many real journalists that are giving you the actual details of it in a very disturbing way, and you get angry. And you go, why am I not hearing about this in the news? Like, why is this perspective not being shared everywhere?
Yeah.
And then unfortunately for the mainstream media, it just makes people distrust them more and more.
Oh yeah. The trust with mainstream media and with our senior level elected officials is, I don't think it's an all-time low, but it feels like it is.
It's about as low as I've ever experienced it. Obviously, I wasn't around during I wasn't aware, at least during the Vietnam War, but I would imagine back then, especially after like Kent State, it was probably a lot like that back then too.
Yeah.
A lot of distrust. Yeah, but I think even more so now. But there's also, now there's the influence of foreign governments where they create bullshit stories. Yeah. And they create bullshit rabbit holes for people to go down, and they suck people into these things and then reinforce it online with troll farms, and it's like, there's so much nonsense. It's so hard to know what's real and what's not real.
Yeah, that's the value of you doing this. I appreciate what you do here with this podcast because it's one of the few places people can go and get these honest conversations. They're long. They're not a 30-second soundbite, a 2-minute soundbite. But even if you have some that they're talking about on mainstream media, but you only get 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes, a minute. Half of that is the host talking or asking the question.
Yeah.
A deep understanding of what's going on. You don't really get to conceptualize what's really happening and make it a part of, so you can make informed decisions, voting when you go to vote, or it's in a conversation with friends or your family. So we do that here.
Not only that, they usually have someone to argue.
At all.
They like they don't like it unless there's some sort of an argument that get people captivated. So you got someone on the left yelling at someone on the right, they're talking over each other. Like, good Lord, it's crazy.
I know. Yelling and arguing all the time, so it's tough. I mean, I think about the kids growing up now. That's what I think of, because we have kids, and our kids are pretty much the same ages. And when I think about them and what they're stepping into, and you remain hopeful on it, but man, I worry about it.
I think every generation feels that way.
Yeah.
I mean, I certainly remember when I was a kid in high school, we were terrified of being in a nuclear war with Russia. It was hovering over our heads.
Yeah.
When the fall of the Soviet Union happened, I remember this huge feeling of relief that swept through the entire country.
Yeah.
Because when we were kids, we really thought that we were going to go to war with Russia and there was going to be a nuclear war and everyone was going to die. That was something that hung in the air all throughout the 1980s. Thought that.
The day after, remember that shit?
Oh, yeah.
That was big. Yeah, that was big. Then you also had Wolverines, you know? It's kind of like inspirational. You knew your enemy, you know? Yeah, exactly. Red Dawn out there. So you had that stuff too. I know we talked about this before, and I thought about it throughout the last year, but I haven't changed my position on it about going back in time. And in fact, I doubled down on it when I think about it. 1979 to 1991, I think that's what I would do. If I could go back in that time machine. Yeah, it was just so much fun.
Would you live then?
Yeah, I just keep doing it over and over again. 79, 91, 79.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe.
Fuck that. I'd live right now.
I know, you love it. That's why I love it. I love getting that perspective. I love that about you.
This is a wild time, man. This is a wild time of unprecedented change, and we're on the precipice of far more unprecedented change.
And you like that?
It's interesting.
Yeah.
It's exciting. You know.
I would like it, I think, if it wasn't attached to all these things that I have to plug in, and they're trying to manipulate me. I know I keep going back to that, but it makes me a little bit crazy.
It's also the thing that gives you this ability to recognize bullshit that's coming at you from all these different angles. And I think people are a little bit more reluctant to buy into official stories now than they ever have been before, especially after the whole COVID fiasco happened. Yeah. I think people are a lot more interested in what the fuck is actually going on than ever before, because it actually can affect their life. You know, I mean, it's actually something that's consequential.
Yeah, and we all had touch points with it, and now, but that just like Afghanistan, that's I don't want to talk about that stuff anymore. We talked about all these businesses that got shuttered, which is why I try to support independent bookstores as much as I possibly can. Do things that are only for independent bookstores, but send people there. Started that during COVID, actually. Started signing book plates you can only get through independent bookstores. It's harder to do that than just hit the easy buttons on Amazon. Right. So trying to do that, continue to do that today with shot through pages. So I try to do that to help them out, because I remember going to see you in LA, and I packed up and I drove out there and there was no one on the road. And then I got to LA on the 405 freeway, driving up to where I was staying. Ghost town. Wow. It was crazy. That was May or whatever, April, May of 2020. And I came out to see it.
It's horrible, but I'm glad we got to experience it, because it's going to be something that we always remember. I think people are going to be probably, I mean, if humans survive, we're going to be talking about these days, and especially the days of COVID. It's going to be a bizarre footnote in American history.
So bizarre. But I don't know, short memories, they get distracted by the squirrel or by the manipulation on the social channels or whatever else.
A lot of people do, but I think the overall perception, if you looked at it, has shifted in a way that people are a little bit more aware of horseshit now than ever before. I think.
Yeah, hopefully. I remember I went to a time in a long time, because I hadn't done it for like 6 years. And so I was like, I should probably go down and do something. And it ended up being kind of old school, hit your knee with the thing. And I thought it was going to be like an executive physical and everything, do blood and do all that. It wasn't. It was just like watch the finger and hit the thing.
You're good to go.
Yeah. But then he asked me if I wanted to get my flu shot. And I was just like, I couldn't help myself. I just was like, I laughed out loud like that, which I usually like things inside my little nose. But I couldn't help but, come on.
How'd they react?
He understood. He was like, I don't think I'm the first one.
That doesn't fucking work.
Yeah, I'm not the first one.
Yeah, people tell you should get your flu shot every year. You won't get the flu. Also, you don't get the flu if you're fucking healthy. Or if you are, you get over it quick. Or if you get the flu, take IV vitamins. Yeah. You know, take Tamiflu.
The 2 times I got my flu shot in the past, like 20 years, I got the flu for years. That's the only time I've gotten the flu is when that done. Never doing it. Because the military, they make you dead stuff. Yeah. I annotate that it was done. It's called, what is it called? I think so. They just say that you did it, but you didn't really do it. Yeah. Corman to do that. Hopefully, I'm going to arrest him.
I hope he is. Well, hey, Hey, brother, thank you very much. Thank you for doing everything you do. Your books are fucking awesome. Red Sky Morning, the latest.
I call this one the West
Side.
Side.
Now, and the nonfiction comes out when? September. Yeah. I'll be on that one too. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you very much, man. Thank you for being here. Tell everybody website, anything, social media.
Officialjackr.com. You can find there, but usually, type in the search bar, it'll pop right up. At Jackr USA. Exactly. At Jackr USA on the socials. And thank you so much for
my pleasure, brother. Always good to see you. Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Join my day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. Okay.
Enjoyed a time with you. We had a good fucking time today. We had a good time today. Got a nice workout in. Went to some Egyptian barbecue. KG barbecue. KG barbecue, yeah. I'd seen YouTube videos about him. What an interesting story. Dude's living in Cairo.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Join my day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
People who don't do wait.
Join my day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
I get it. I get the whole thing. It's not powerful. You feel shit. Like you're in another dimension.
All the things that you do, like working out and succeed, you don't need to really do a lot of that. If you put these on, you get the effects. Like you're being a trained fighter like that. If you just put these on, you kind of get the idea of that. Until someone pulls you out.
Yeah, you gotta avoid like actual conflict.
You gotta run away.
But you do feel superior. Oh, sure. Like you have a
I'm about to sing a
Yeah,
song
for that, it keeps you away. There's a distance between other people.
That must be why celebrities wear them. Probably. Like we'll see like at concerts or UFC fights, you'll see celebrities with full-on sunglasses.
Interesting.
Yeah. They're like a cat hiding underneath the chair and the tail's hanging out. It's like, you can't see me, but I can see you, stupid.
Yeah. No, people, they do give you some, and a lot of people, I guess, are on drugs.
Yeah, that's probably why.
And then their eyes are bugged out of their head.
I just think they're trying to avoid eye contact.
Yes.
Give them a script.
Yeah, I think that's true. They just don't want to be left alone.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be left alone in public, maybe that's the only way to do it.
Just not these days. And they're getting bigger and bigger, and
These are so huge.
they're crazy.
This is like a rich lady who gets out of a car with a small dog.
They're crazy, and you wear them, and when I got them as a joke, but then you just keep doing it.
Because they're good.
Because they're good. They're actually fun. And people come up to you and say nice things about the sunglasses. Which is weird. They'll go, these sunglasses are really cool. And like cool people. Like black people. Like that, those, you know what I mean? Like a black guy with those shades are cool. I go, that's great. Like if a guy like me says it, it means nothing. I would throw them out. But
well, it was for this is like a bad sunglasses from the 80s.
Yeah.
Like what Brian Bosworth used to wear. Remember the Boz?
I don't.
He was a guy who was famous for his sunglasses. Big time football player.
Interesting.
He was one of those, every now and then one of those fellas like, what's his name? The one that's dating Taylor Swift?
Travis Kelce.
That guy. Like when one of those guys breaks through, and becomes famous, that was the Boz.
Oh, wow.
See? Those are corny as shit in 2000. here we are, 2024. They're back. Invest in bell bottoms.
They're absolutely back. They're absolutely back.
Yeah. Yeah, you had a mullet too.
Everything comes back. Mullets are back.
Yeah, mullets are back.
Yeah, big time. There's not enough new ideas. You got to recycle certain ideas.
After a while, you go, oh, it's not bad.
Yeah, of course.
What's the problem?
Everything was baggy and then tight, and now everything's getting baggy.
Yeah. The ladies wear baggy pants.
A lot of people wear baggy stuff, but then that'll probably swing.
Yeah, I thought the whole idea with the tight pants was to show your body. That's what it's for, right?
For sure. Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know.
Let's go back.
Something happened.
I don't get it. Go back to the hard stuff.
Yeah.
Looks better.
Well, they feel no one can objectify them if they wear a bag. Yet they'll go to the gym. That's right.
That are so thin, you could literally like read braille through them.
Right.
And you see your full vagina
just hanging out.
And a lot of these gals are not wearing panties. They don't want the line. Line. So I'm just raw pussy covered by yoga pants out there in the wild.
We're kind of lucky as comedians to wear pretty much. We don't like you dress up in a suit for UFC and for other stuff.
Yeah,
but most of us don't.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, I don't mind a suit. I like it. I wear it if I have to go somewhere special.
Yeah,
throw a suit on.
Right.
You know, I don't mind it.
Sebastian,
that guy.
Where I saw Seinfeld at Gotham, he's in it.
Oh yeah.
People wear them. Delaney wears one. Like I think,
it gives you a certain. You feel like you're some sort of expert.
For sure.
You're definitely better than the guy in the hood.
Yes, I agree. But I'm the guy in the hoodie, and I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree.
Like when I see Seinfeld, I agree with you, Mark. And it's not even fashion. It's better in every way.
I wear hoodies 3 days a week.
It's fun to wear a hoodie and jeans.
Yeah, it's casual.
It's a great loose.
Look at this athleticism, West Side Gangster.
And to be able to make money, that's the cool thing about it. Have jeans on and go, I'm going to make money in a hoodie and jeans.
I think that's what John Fetterman was getting into when he went into Congress.
That's what he was doing.
Like, if I'm going to be rich now, I'm going to dress like what I would dress like Rick Rubin.
He's kind of an interesting guy now because now he's starting to make sense.
Yeah, what the fuck is going on? The stroke knocks some sense into
I don't know what happened, but he's like actually coming out of the gate with like very rational things.
Yeah, hot, good takes on everything.
Yeah,
on everything.
And I'm like, if that's what Sweatpants does, let's do it.
I wonder if, like, when he was running, he was recovering from the stroke, and so that was why he would have those moments where his brain would sink off, and be like, this guy's fucked. He can't be a senator.
Right.
But maybe what it really is, it takes a while for everything to come back, and now it's all back.
Right.
And now he's making sense. Because I haven't seen any of those videos since of him. You know, there was a few videos where it was like, me if I eat like a 500 milligram edible.
He was out of it for a period of time.
Yeah, he was gone. He was in this place where it just didn't make sense what he was saying.
Yeah, but now he's back, and it feels like, from my perspective, that the things he's saying are pretty logical.
That crazy political.
Yeah,
recover from a stroke public.
Right.
While in the middle of a campaign.
In a sweatsuit.
Against a guy who's famous.
Right.
And still win.
And then get progressively better and make more sense. Because our guy, that's the president, is getting worse, and Fetterman's getting better.
I'm of the opinion, I think you are too.
Yeah.
Biden doesn't exist. I believe
it could be the first AI thing.
I think he's a living human being. Don't get me wrong, but there's nothing. It doesn't exist. So
it's not there.
I don't think there's a question.
Right.
So everything around him is what's supporting the country, which is kind of crazy.
Right.
Kind of shows you that the system kind of works.
Sure.
You know, when you got a guy like that, it's a great kind of stress test to see what happens.
Yeah.
You get a guy that's just good. And also, how much you can gaslight people into voting for him again.
Yes.
How much you can gaslight people to to voting for the people around him again. It's people you don't even know. But this mysterious cabal of humans is actually running the country.
Well, it's such a weird thing because he came out at the State of the Union pretty good, but he was heavily drugged. Like something, and you might know more than I know about, like certain types of things that you can do. Like what you've had all these doctors on and stuff. Is there a way to make that guy like that for the debates? Is he going to be able to? Because now he wasn't great.
What I would recommend is I would time it correctly, right? So I'd recommend that he got lots of sleep. I would cut all the ice cream out of his diet for several days, all the bullshit out of his diet. Then I would give him NAD infusions, IV vitamin infusions, multiple days in a row, 3 or 4 days in a row.
Yeah.
Then the day of, I would make sure that he eats really well, gets a lot of sleep, and then I would fill him up. I'd fill him up with Adderall. I'd give him testosterone. I would give him human growth hormone. I'd give him nootropics. I'd give him everything that we know that creatine. Yeah, creatine helps you. It actually does.
I'm sure.
Creatine is a cognitive.
I'm thinking of getting all these injections.
Yeah.
That skin, just that purple skin, all the marks.
Oh God.
That skin that's just wound so thin, it's spun so thin on his body. All of the bruising from all of these needles of stuff that they need to shoot him up with to just be coherent for an hour.
Isn't it crazy? When Obama was president, the worst they could get on him. Remember when he wore that tan suit?
Right.
Yeah. He never had a single moment publicly where he stumbled, where he said something really stupid. This is insane.
It's insane. It's much worse than even you remember George W. Bush, and he would say silly things.
Yeah.
This is so far down the road from that.
It's so far down the road. It's so far down the road that it's okay. I think it's healthy. I really do. I mean, if I was any other job,
it feels like the first time.
And he got old and they had money, you'd be like, what the fuck are you doing here, Dad? Why are you making your dad work? Your
And
dad's
everybody
out
was
of it.
like,
There was a guy in New York, this legendary guy, Don, who ran this pizzeria called DeFaras, which was like widely thought of as the best pizza in New York. And he was so old, at the very end, he was just over the pie with the oil and cutting basil. And it was like, you felt bad because the pie was amazing, but you're watching a guy at the end of his life making pizza, very old, and he would struggle. He'd put it in the thing. It was hard. It was like you kind of gasped. And that's what we have now, except it's with Russia.
But however, I went to a pizza place, and this guy who loves making pizza so much that here he's fucking dying. Right. It's his last days. He's still going to make you a nice pie.
Yes.
I'm going to make you a nice pie.
And he fought.
He must love the fact that his pizza is awesome.
Yes. He loved it.
If you make good food, it's probably a lot like killing.
Yeah. For sure.
You know, like you kill on stage, everybody loved it. Great, we had a great time. Thank you. I'm so happy.
You gotta wonder what the reward is for Biden. Like, is it even fun? It can't be fun. Why does he even want to do this?
That guy making that pizza, when someone folds a slice of that pie, goes,
yeah.
Oh my God.
They're into it.
It's like they're killing.
That guy goes, I've made all these pies. But this guy, I mean, this just came out in the Wall Street Journal where they're saying that he's like showing signs like behind closed doors. Wait. What are you saying? I know. It's shocking. This is crazy. It's shocking. It's what?
When President Biden met with congressional leaders in the West Wing in January to negotiate Ukraine funding deal, he spoke so softly at times that participants struggled to hear him. According to Fox, he was familiar with the meeting. He read from notes to make obvious points, paused for extended periods, and sometimes closed his eyes for so long that some in the room wondered whether he had tuned out or died. But they can't change him out now. Right? You and I both thought it was going to happen in May.
We were convinced. I remember texting you. I was convinced. I actually heard from people that were in kind of, around the Trump campaign that thought they were also preparing to run against somebody who wasn't Biden.
Right.
And they had believed that. They were like, it's going to be Newsom or somebody. And it hasn't. So why? Not to sound like God. But why
why are they so committed to this guy? There's something weird about it. There's something strange about it.
Do you think that's it? I think he's the sitting president. They gaslit everybody into thinking he was fine. So now they would have to change course radically to justify getting him out of office. If they just published an article, I think it was the Times, that was talking about Biden saying that his age is his superpower. Did you see that?
Yes. And then Steph, the guy from fucking Family Guy,
Jeff McFarland,
that guy retweeted it.
Right.
It was like, this is amazing. I couldn't have written this better.
What? His age is a superpower. So you'd have to turn in that.
So you'd have to get all these people. Do you remember when there was a whole list of a bunch of celebrities? They used to make videos where they would tell you what to do. Right. You know, what we need to do.
Right.
The end of democracy. Remember the bunch of them did that before the 2016 election?
Right.
Yeah. Those people of all, you would have to do something like that with Biden.
Well, what's interesting about Biden is they put him in kind of because they kind of stacked the Democratic primary. They killed the momentum of Sanders, and
it feels like the very first time.
Yeah, just like Donna Brazil wrote about in her book.
They manipulated it to get him in, and it's just weird to me that when everyone sees it so clearly and Trump is up at every poll, why they wouldn't just have him go out, give a very patriotic speech about, you know what, I thought I could do it, but now I can't. I thought I was okay.
Because there's no one other than her. So if you try to
Put her in again.
If you try to promote her as president to Trump, Democrats are going to go for Trump.
She should lose one more time.
But she's going to lose in a way that
it's crazy. No, they have nobody else. That's the other thing.
The thing is, he should lose in a way that's crazy if you're looking at my confidence because he's so old. But people will vote for him just because the machine behind him has kept the country still relatively okay. You're still going out to dinner. Right. For sure. No aliens or whatever. Ukraine hasn't spilled over into America. It's all okay. Kind of. You would probably, if you're one of those supporters that made that video, can't now. No. Those people, that's out there forever. You know? Remember those?
Hey, dog, how are you? Yo, what's going on, Ollie?
Hey, how are you, man?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm doing alright.
Hey, would you delete those messages you sent me, please? I don't want anything regarding Hitler in my inbox. I don't want anything. Just delete everything that you've ever sent me. Not that I don't understand why you sent it to me, but you have to understand that I scroll through my phone publicly, and if I go through my messages, I don't want somebody like, hey, here are my Hitler Telegram stickers, and, you know, a bunch of messages about my Hitler coin. Yeah, you have to understand. I told you what to do. You need to give up on that coin. Dog, I don't want anything to have to do with that coin. We can literally talk about anything else on Earth. I don't want anything to do with that. I see, but like, literally, we can talk about anything. How was your day yesterday? Was it good? Okie doke. Please delete those. I appreciate it.
We wanted space. I wanted space. I know, but then you're the fifth person to have Spacey.
I know Weinstein's coming here first. I know you're going to have him as soon as he gets out of jail.
He's never getting out of jail.
I hope he does. By the way, he should.
Isn't he in jail for the rest of his life?
No, it's turning around, Joe.
What do you mean?
It's turning around.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you don't know?
What? What's going on?
They just overturned all of his conviction. What? Well, get some of what I'm. What? But are you fucking telling you? The prosecutors in the Harvey Weinstein case were encouraging the whatever you want to call them, right? The victims. And yes, they are victims. But she was encouraging them to just. When I was a juror on a murder trial, and you're instructed as a juror. This was years ago, but you're instructed to only consider the facts of the case. You can only discuss the facts of the case. These victims were out there, and they were permitted and encouraged by a very overzealous prosecutor to share things that weren't related to the case. And the fact that the jury could have based their here it is.
Wednesday's hearing ahead of Weinstein's retrial comes just over a month after the New York Court of Appeals, by a 4-3 vote, ruled the testimony of prior bad acts witnesses should not have been allowed because it was unnecessary to establish defendant's intent and served only to establish defendant's propensity to commit the crimes charged. He was convicted in 2020 of first-degree criminal sexual assault and third-degree rape, and then he was sentenced to 23 years in prison. He is maintained. So what are they saying now? They have a retrial.
They're going to do a retrial.
How? Because he was terrible. He was walking around with a cane.
He's in his early 70s, but this is when directors do their best work. Truly.
Not a director.
Right, producers, whatever. I have confidence in him, is what I'm saying. I think he gets out. Well, I think he gets out. He's got a lot to prove. Hollywood believes in nothing. They will absolutely let him work. They will let him work, and he should work if the retrial happens. Let him, and it doesn't work. It is what it is, you know.
Imagine.
Well, I don't know how. It's like
it couldn't.
That time.
Well, they all we lived
through.
Yeah.
Was so. It was this moral panic. And
right.
I'm not saying
time of
exactly.
Yeah.
Everything that happened there.
Oh, there's another case which also Gordon trial. So he'll be transferred to a California prison. So those guys, that was what they did. But the crazy thing about him is he looked like that guy. He looked exactly like the guy that behaved the way. Yes. Like Dave Chappelle had been. Oh, he raped. Right. Now it's looking at him like you look at a guy. But the other thing about him it's so crazy is how many photographs of famous people were with him and how many people thanked him. He won the award.
Of course.
It's so, and how it was this open secret, but it's just like they accepted this deal with the devil. Like the devil's gonna make you a star if you suck his dick. Apparently that's what he would do.
Yeah.
Whitney told me that there was girls that he knew, girls that she knew rather, that did the deal. And it was a deal. Like, you suck his dick, he's going to get you in this movie. And they sucked his dick, and they got in the movie. Like, he would hold up his end of the bargain, which is one of the reasons why he was so powerful. He really could. He wasn't just banging everybody. He really was.
Well, let's say this. Let's say him up his end of the deal is something. Like, if he puts you in a movie, I think a lot of these, by the way, all of the famous people didn't really come out. Yeah, they were kind of, because that was kind of a deal that was made. Not good, but that was a deal. And he made good on some of those promises.
He made good on a lot of them, apparently. This is just from what I heard. But, you know, Tarantino was telling us about this old school Hollywood. He had a bedroom in his office.
Sure.
So you would go into his office, and this is like, you know, in the 60s or whatever. So he had his office, and then he had a whole bedroom in his studio.
Yeah.
Where he would bang all the starlets. Like, if you wanted to be a star, you had to bang that guy. Which is just the deal with the devil that's always been that business.
That's always been there. It's always been there. It's like why people start cults. They always end up being sex cults, right? All these cults. All of these guys on Netflix, it ends up being creepy and sexual.
Yeah, all of them.
That's part of it. And I think if you have that kind of power and people, and you've got a steady stream of people walking in your door.
Yeah, and you're also doing this very specific thing where you're choosing the most beautiful people to be in these incredible films.
Right.
When you think about the movies that fucking guy made. Kill Bill,
some of the best in the world.
Pulp Fiction. Like you just go down the
Let
line.
him out.
So many times I've seen a movie on Miramax.
Yeah.
They made insane movies, and
They were like the Weinstein Company. They were the best.
Yeah,
and they some of the best.
And they just
they did it with the devil.
Yeah.
They did it with the devil.
Like the devil.
You watch an old Woody Allen movie, you go, I don't know if he's guilty. I don't know what happened. I don't want to believe he's guilty. But can I still enjoy the movie or not? And then some of them, it is a little different. You go, it is. I hope he's not guilty. But there's a good chance. There's a documentary that's
All of it's not.
all of it's not good.
Even if it's like your neighbor's daughter, and you've known her since she was 2, and then you want to marry her, that's kind of crazy.
It's not
if
great.
you're an adult with children and your neighbor, then again, you know, part of your brain goes, okay, but like, what if you really were in love? Like, what if really, she really was the next door neighbor, and really you were 60 and she was 30 and she loved you?
Right. Or if
Is
your
that
wife
okay?
had adopted her from Cambodia,
That makes it more
and
complicated.
you raised her, but loved her still.
That's the next.
That is
what I was going to
not
say.
ideal.
That you can't.
Yeah, we'll say
You
that.
can't.
It's not ideal.
You can look at the neighbor and say,
Sure.
well, maybe you weren't close with the neighbor's daughter. Now she's a grown woman. She has agency. She's a
I
woman.
know.
She loves you.
But you know what's funny
But you
about
can't say that about a kid that you fucking.
You can't marry a kid you raised.
No.
You can't marry a kid you raised.
But did he raise her? Did he see her like every?
I don't know. However, we can still watch Annie Hall. Is there any way to still watch Annie Hall? No, I don't know. Probably not. It's hard.
You can, but you're gonna know the whole time. It's like watching House of Cards. Like,
yeah, but I can watch House of Cards because he's playing the guy he was.
Right.
That's perfect.
Right.
I like that. Kevin Spacey doesn't even exist. He's barely a person. He's such a good actor. He's become the thing. He always plays people kind of like that. Kaiser Soze, Frank Underwood. He's become the thing, and he's so good at it that it doesn't ruin it for me. I can watch House of Cards.
There is an arrogance that some stars had, like particularly when I first came to Hollywood. This was like really evident for me. I was not a star, but I was on a television, so I got to be around a lot of stars. And there was a way that some of them would treat you. They would let you know that you are subhuman. You are below them. They would communicate with you in the most disrespectful and dismissive ways. Like weird. Fucking weird. You got like mousy guys that I could kill. Like instantly. And they would just be rude to you in a really weird way because they had power. They had power, and then when an executive would come over, they would turn on the charm. They'd be smiling and laughing, and then you would talk to them at the craft service, and they would fucking dismiss you in the shittiest ways. I encountered a bunch of that. Yeah, it was commonplace, and it was, I think, a thing that they aspired to, especially a lot of the guys that came from Saturday Night Live. Like, when Phil came over from Saturday Night Live, Phil Hartman, when he was on his radio, the first thing he did after Saturday Night Live, he had, like, his defenses up. Like, I remember, he was, like, a little, like, standoffish in the beginning, kind of shitty to us. Like, he was the big star, and he was. And, Dave Foley was a pretty big star, too. The rest of us were kind of, no one really knew who we were. And after a while, he relaxed, and he'd tell me, like, it's great here. We all have fun, but God, it's our life. It was stabbing everybody in the back, and it was all, everybody was, people getting people fired that were like his assistants just because they wanted to fuck him over. They would steal people's things. It was just like really shit. It took a while for him to chill out. And then I got to meet some of those people that he was talking about and interact with them. And they did the same thing to me.
Yeah.
There's some shitty fucking people out of that. This star culture.
Yeah.
And they would be the ones that were the royalty and everyone else was a peasant. It was really fucking creepy.
Interesting.
So I think if you're like an old school dick grabber,
Yeah.
you're also a Hollywood icon.
Right.
You know, you probably are doing that. You're probably doing that Hollywood thing where everybody else is not there for you. Everybody else is just.
Should we maybe wall off Hollywood and just go, listen,
Let them go out.
they're just all sexual predators. Like
Jurassic Park.
It's Jurassic Park. Can't we do that? Can't we say, enter at your own risk? They make great movies, but occasionally they're going to goose you. They may throw you against a wall.
Yeah.
I mean, if you train for the Navy SEALs, some people drown. Can't we just do that? Because the other way isn't working where everyone's nice and good.
Yeah.
Everyone can't be nice and good and have really good art. I don't think. I'm not saying everyone has to be killing everyone.
No, you don't bring me. Ron Howard seems to be really nice.
But I watched this Spacey documentary, by the way, and some of it is like, okay, he's clearly did the wrong thing. And then some of these guys are like, because they wanted things from him, they're like, we went to the movies and he started jerking off next to me. It's like, okay, dude, well, then you know this is not a guy to hang with. And then the next thing they say is, and then he invited me to a party at his hotel, and he said Bruce Willis would be there. So I went. And you go, well, we can't feel bad for you.
Right.
Because you're trying to climb on the basis of knowing this guy.
You are playing the game.
That's right.
You're playing the game.
You're playing the game.
You're dancing with the devil.
You're dancing with the devil.
You're going to lunch with Harvey.
You're going to lunch with Harvey. You want it. You know, so to me, it's like they're not sympathetic in the way that, like, you know, other people are. Whether it's sexual assault in the military or in the workplace or whatever, where people are not actively trying to better their chances of being famous by knowing this guy.
Right. It's a complicated thing with Facebook, right? Because some of the alleged people are like people who work like, you know, like a grip on a set or a guy who has to drive.
Yeah.
It was wild. Apparently.
Yes.
It's alleged.
Right. And then some of those people died before they could testify. No. Probably not. Probably not. You know, he had a really rough life.
Did he?
And you know, his father was a Nazi pedophile.
Oh, this is true. Oh my God.
And his father was all of Twitter. But no, he was a Nazi pedophile. It's true. He would rape them and make them watch the Nazi film. This is, I know I sound like I'm lying a lot, but this is true. You can look this up. Oh, his brother is a Rod Stewart impersonator. It wasn't great the way that it went for anybody over there.
Jesus Christ. According to Chris, he was raised by a reckless father. Spends dinners making anti-Semitic comments. It was terrible.
Yes, and worse than beating and raping him, he was anti-Semitic. So he was really bad.
Is that say that in here? Raping part?
I believe, from what I know,
That's his brother, Rod Stewart.
that he was a very abusive.
Fucking got it nailed.
Brother is really dialed.
Boy, if I saw that dude fucking
Dialed.
yeah, if I was like somewhere, I'd be like, holy shit, Rod Stewart.
He alleges the father frequently raped him. I mean, I'm not making it
Oh
up.
my
It's
God,
terrible.
freaking raped him. Like just the anti-Semitic comments. That seems like the least of the problem.
Or the way they grew up. Let's be charitable. They turned out good.
Right.
They
The guy
turned out
won
well.
multiple Academy Awards.
He's a very talented man, and his brother, I'm sure, does a great Maggie May. Or the way they were raised. Everybody has to be judged a little bit with the backstory.
I love that Lex Friedman has the courage to interview anybody.
Well, Lex is one of those guys who genuinely is like, you know, he knows what his intentions are,
Yes.
and he's very comfortable with himself, and that's why he can talk to all these people.
Yeah.
Because he's always coming from a good place. Always.
Even Kanye in the heat of everything had him on.
Yeah. No,
Bill
because
Maher like did a whole episode and said I'm not really.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I can't wait. Kanye, Spacey, can we do an election? Because there's going to be an election. I'm angling to get back in there with Kanye and Spacey and Weinstein from jail.
I would get you in
Maybe
here
Trump.
with Kanye, but turn bad.
I know.
With Kanye, you gotta let him talk.
I know.
Because like there was moments where I was talking. There was moments where I was talking. Kanye was like, he has so much to say. I mean, listen, that madness inside of him is why his fucking songs are banger. They're just banger after banger. His fucking new albums, it's amazing. We play in the green room all the time. And all my Spotify playlists, I think there's more Kanye songs than any.
He's a genius. And what you have to realize with people that are incredibly gifted is a lot of that comes with some real downsides. Yeah. And they can't be judged maybe the same way you judge every other person.
Well, they gotta follow the laws. Can't be out there murdering people.
They can't do it. They gotta follow the laws. But if he says something crazy, it's also like you gotta look at like what you've gotten from him and all of this great music. Let us have a tirade every now and then. Let's put it up a little.
Well, it's like he's his own enemy.
Yeah.
The rants just go.
I know.
They just come flying out, and who knows how much of it he's really committed to until he says it. Once he's saying it, then he's really committed. And then, he shows up statistics, like he held up this thing about, it was showing on his phone all of the different people that are running all the different music companies and how many of them are Jewish. Right. Like they run the media, they run this, they run that. Like, okay. Right. Yeah. I mean, what are you going to say about that? If they are facts, if these people are all Jewish, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're doing something evil. Just, you buy pizza, a lot of the people selling it are Italian.
I will say that the Jews seem to have made better choices than the Irish, my people.
Well, they're really good at running show business.
Yeah, I can't point to any list of people and go, and they're all Irish. There's not one group. And go, and look, and McDonough, and O'Brien.
Right, like Italians. My people. What other than food?
Someone said, a teacher I had in community college, who take it with a grain of salt, but that Italians were very focused on the family, and they were skeptical of institutions. So they started small businesses. Whereas Jewish people were more open to institutions, and that's why a lot of them are overrepresented in academia, politics, and media.
Well, the Italians are fleeing communism.
Right. So the Italians were skeptical of government. They were skeptical, and they wanted to have their little pork stores and stuff. And that's good.
And it's also Catholic, very family oriented. If you date an Italian girl, you can't be showing up at her house like some regular white guy.
And the Irish were drunks and sexually a little bit. And they did the best they could. They did the best they could. Basic boxers. Everyone's doing the best they can.
Yeah. Well, we're all coming out to chaos. The reality of human beings in this country is this fucking country feels old. That's it. 3 people.
That's crazy.
Yeah. 3 people. That's the reality of this country. China is 400 people old.
Right.
That's real.
Yeah.
That's the difference. Yeah. We don't have our shit together yet. And we started off with a really good idea that didn't anticipate technology. And then technology got involved in terms of stock trading, and then influence campaigns. Nobody anticipated lobbyists, special interest groups. Nobody anticipated the military-industrial complex until Eisenhower talked about it on TV. So all these things got in the way of the original idea. That they had a great fucking idea of how to make sure that no one ever becomes a dictator. That the will of the people gets served. Great idea.
And now they have an idea where everyone can kind of be a dictator. So that's not the worst idea. You can be a little dictator.
But what they really didn't anticipate is the power that technology companies have.
Yeah.
That's what
they own your thoughts, dreams, hopes. They have burrowed into your life more than any of the robber barons could, more than any of those guys, Morgan or Rockefeller, Carnegie.
They've gotten insanely wealthy just from your data.
Absolutely.
And then convincing you to buy a new phone every year.
And they're helping you.
Yeah.
And that's the scary part, right? They're utopians, and they believe they're creating a truly better world.
And they're helping you. It makes your life better.
And it makes your life better, and you do. And these are things that make your life more convenient and easier.
Our great apps are
So when they tell you it's more convenient to just not have this discussion or not be able to say a certain term or not be able to, then you just comply and you go, okay, I don't want to start trouble. I don't want to start an issue. I like Postmates or whatever it is.
I like,
well, sure. Well, it's failing now. It's over now. It's all over now.
I met one of the guys.
Well, someone, I don't know if it was you, but someone said, and I'm trying to get back. Someone met a big guy. There might have been. Someone was like,
I think it was.
Yeah, somebody's like, what about getting like a guy like Tim Dillon back on? And they were like, no.
They're making a big.
Well, that issue that I had was about the redundancy of cleaning fees. Why would I pay a fee and then clean? This has now become a rallying call for millions of brave Americans to hold Airbnb accountable for what they've been doing. Forget the trafficking, people showing up to the house in the middle of the night trying to rip you out of it. This is true. Single women go on bachelor parties all the time. Guys knock on the door at 3 a.m. It's not safe. A lot of the people who host, like, have Airbnbs, have weird cameras set up.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of that.
It's strange.
There's also someone had an interesting scam where they were renting a house and they were using that house as an Airbnb.
Of course.
And they're probably making money off of the rental.
That's right.
Think about how much your house costs to rent. $2,000 a month.
Yeah.
Airbnb it for $500 a night.
Yes.
I don't know.
I hear it today.
It's probably $400. So you would probably make a lot of money.
Yeah. You like that?
Pay your mortgage, and then you do that with multiple houses, the income.
And I think they kind of to get go back up. No, it's gotten too expensive.
Is that what it is?
It's gotten too expensive. People are like, we don't understand why we pay all of this money to have all of these rules. We could just go to a hotel to eat.
Right.
And we don't have to worry about anything. Our Airbnb is a report card. Nobody wants that on a trip.
You get a report card like what you did or bad.
Yeah, people writing about you. You want to make right with so perhaps.
Oh, so like you get like giant shit, flush it, and
It's all about the trash. Simple mistake. And stay out of people.
yeah.
Stay out of people. If they're 30, you can no longer put it this way. Give them till 35. You have to get. You can't sit at a hotel. You cannot stay with the friend, and you don't need to get an Airbnb with 7 people.
Yeah, I always get weirded out when people get different friends.
No.
Do you like being annoying?
Yeah, that's done now. You can't stay with anyone anymore. Go to a hotel. That's nice. Like an adult. You go, this was nice. Goodbye. You need to say the word goodbye. And then you got to go to a hotel. Otherwise, people are like comfortable in their own home. They do not want you there.
It's kind of crazy that Airbnb, that's another thing that popped up out of nowhere. Nobody saw it coming. There was a disruptor. That and Uber, right?
Yeah.
Uber was a big one. Popped up, but no one would have thought that everybody would become a cab driver for extra money.
Well, it coincided with like this rise of the gig economy where people are like, I can work, I own a car, I can work, and I can make money through this app. And
you can not have a boss.
Exactly.
Like one of the things I loved about delivering newspapers was, I did it when I was in my teens and 20s. Like, you could just go to the place, pick up the paper. You did your work, but you could listen to the radio. No one's in your ear. No one's talking to you. You're by yourself. As long as you get your job done, you're good. And if you're an Uber guy, you don't have I don't have to go to a fucking office somewhere. Just pick this dude up for the air. Oh yeah. Just drive away. Next guy. Try to keep the car clean.
That's right.
You can make money, and you don't have to listen to anybody.
And they're having fun. Some of those guys are having fun all day, listening to hateful podcasts, perhaps mine, listening to smoking cigs, in their car.
Right now.
Yeah. Right now, when I'm in my life, I'm having fun. Shut up. I hate it.
You did a noise. So rude.
All of these people. All of these
So
innocent,
so fucking
innocent, good billionaires.
Speaking of innocent,
came out. You see tapes? Oh, that was him getting grilled. Oh, I didn't see that. Oh my god. Is it bad? It's horrible. Yeah. I think online they just no matter what they catch him, tries to find a way to weasel out of saying that he said that, including saying mandating masks, shutting down schools, locking everything down, right, forcing people to get the vaccine. We can just now come out and say that we never actually said anything. It's crazy him saying it. And not just saying that, but even when they catch him saying that, that's not what I was referring to. Right. Like, that's exactly what you're referring to. There's no ambiguity at all about any things you're saying. And then also the gain of function research. They deleted a bunch of emails. There's all these emails from his assistant talking about how to go in separate channels to talk about this stuff and how to skirt around the Freedom of Information Act. Right. And then fucking Peter Hotez talking about the leading emails. Yeah. They all knew what the fuck they were doing, man. They were all very aware that they were going to be investigated eventually. There should be a commission on this whole thing, but just like the 9/11 commission would probably be set up to fail, and that's what the commissioners. Well, even if Trump gets into office, how could it be? Because he was the guy. Right. He put warp speed in place. That's right. Fauci was behind him at press conferences. I think that's his biggest vulnerability, ironically, Trump, is that a lot of people don't trust him because of that period. Well, he hasn't corrected course, right? Because it's very difficult for him to ever say that he's wrong, right? He doesn't like saying he's wrong. So for him to correct course, for him to look at the studies that are coming out of the UK and Europe about excess deaths, and we're a little bit more honest about what the fuck is going on. Socialized medicine, right? Like there's a lot more going on over there than what's going on over here. There's so much about protecting pharma here. Damn it, so much money invested in advertising. Everything is advertised by internet shows. There's fucking so many television shows. I mean that montage, I'm sure you've seen it. Brought to you by Pfizer. Right. The CNN one. That's fucking nuts, man. It's crazy. It's nuts. It's so much. There's so much money involved in it that these people just keep their fucking mouth shut because these people aren't real journalists on television. No. You see that when Chris Cuomo has to debate things. Right. What they are is mouthpieces for whatever the fuck is the network. They're actors. Yeah. They're doing what they're, and they think they're journalists, which is hilarious. Like when you see, like when Elon Musk sat down with Don Lemon, and you realize, and like Don said it, or Elon said it best, rather. Don is doing CNN outside of CNN. Right. Like that's like what he thinks talking to people. Yeah. No, they're actors, they're showpieces, and they're mouthpieces for usually corporate America, and quite often whatever party makes corporate America feel cozy at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bizarre merging of commerce and the new. Yeah. That should have never. That's another thing no one saw coming, right? Founding fathers, they never thought that level of propaganda being possible. That you would have funded propaganda that was working step by step with the government. It's gotten to be, but you know what? It's watching it fall apart over the last few years has been really interesting. Yeah. Because it is falling apart. Oh, well, it has to. You are watching these guys and you go, they are convincing nobody. I mean, I'm sure they're still convincing some people. But most free-thinking people, most people that don't have an investment in it are looking at it, it feels fake. Yeah. It all feels fake. I think people are starting to question it more than they ever have. I don't think the government will ever fully recover from the pandemic in terms of trust levels. Right. With all those kids who had to do proms in a car or wear masks or jogging on a track. Mm-hmm. I don't think those kids ever look at the government the same way, and that's probably good. It's good. I think that's good. It's good. And the thing is, like, young kids are paying attention to what is going on now in a way that they know that it's going to affect their life. They pay attention to the government like these fucking idiots. They're going to affect my life because they affected their life. That's right. And they did it to their parents. Like, how many of these young kids saw parents lose jobs, have divorces happen, suicides in the family?
breakups, drug addiction, so many fucking things happen that didn't have to happen that were brought on because of the lockdown. And because of the pandemic and the government's mandating. And how many people did they know that got health problems? How many people did they know died young? Everybody knows something.
No, and I think they're more likely now to have a skeptical view of the government, which is good. And I think they understand more probably the value of, now, I don't know if they're going to understand this in every area, but what propaganda is, how it kind of functions, and how to be aware and cognizant of the fact that there are people that are shaping and sculpting the narrative, right, and shoving it down your throat. I think there's more people now questioning things, especially young kids are questioning stuff about the war machine and the war economy more than they ever have before. Going like, why are we involved here? And why are we funding this? And why are we doing that? And I think people are, and that doesn't mean they're sloppy, obviously. They're not getting everything right, but they're out there.
And they're also being heavily manipulated.
Yeah.
Which is, something that's been discussed with a bunch of people on the show. Where we talked about, like, with GADSAT in particular. Like, who's behind all of these protests at universities? Like, they're organized. And they're organized a lot of, like, Soros-funded groups, a bunch of different groups. They organize these things to get a narrative very popular.
Yes.
And that it's all, the whole thing is just disruptive. That's the key. The key is to get people upset.
Right.
To keep people disrupted.
Yeah.
And to further erode our idea that we have any kind of control whatsoever about what goes on.
I went to one of those protests at UCLA. And it was fun. It's young people. They're trying to enjoy themselves.
Is that what it was?
It kind of felt like that.
Like a little festive?
It didn't feel like Hamas had taken over the college. Like, I know that it felt like there were people there that were clearly probably pro-Hamas, right? As a, whatever you want to call them, group.
Right.
But then it felt like there was a lot of kids there that just saw what was going on in Gaza, and they were like, we are against America funding that. And they went out to do that. And they wanted to, in the best way that they knew how, express how upset they were. Now, you can't destroy property. You can't commandeer areas. These are all areas where, in a civil society, you can't do those things. But I think a lot of the people, their reaction to a lot of what was going on was probably heavily manipulated, but some of it was organic.
It's also they're just trying to be good.
Seeing it on TikTok, going like, we're seeing kids being killed, and we're paying for it, and we should do something. And the more people I spoke to, I was like, I didn't think that they were. I thought probably a lot of them were a little naive about certain things, but they're in college. Right, so that's okay.
Everybody's not even in college.
That's right.
Yeah, and it's a thing to be a good person. You want to go out and support the good thing. What's the good thing? Free Palestine. Yes,
that's right.
They should be free. From the river to the sea. Which river, which sea?
No one knows.
No one knows. That's not what's important. What's important is I'm out here because Debbie's really progressive and she's hot.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's and listen. There's a. I enjoyed it. They had. It seemed fun. I took a few selfies with them. They were good people. And then they were like the cops. Yeah, a few times, yeah. And then the kids were like, you had Abby Martin. And I was like, thank you, whatever, thank you. And they were very nice. And then and then they were like, well, the cops are coming in. They go, we think they're coming in with rubber bullets. And, houses and everything. And I said, at the Beverly Hills Hotel, you have to put your breakfast order on the door by 1 a.m. And I explained that to the kids. And they'll know to bring the egg and everything. I said, I can't be here during the onslaught of the police activity, but you guys should. I even said that. I go, you guys should lock arms, do that stuff, because you only live once and you're only a kid once, and make these cops work. Who cares? black arms, but I had to go. I can't be.
Did you see what happened in Philly when the gay pride parade met Free Palestine? And then
It was a clash. Yeah, it was a clash.
They clashed.
Kurt Metzger would call that, the great Kurt Metzger would call that, I believe, an intersectional car crash.
It was funny. They were saying you can't march because Palestine's not free. You gotta stop right here.
Yeah.
We're more important. This is more important.
It was weird watching it because it was like there's no joy. No one should be happy. I think Pride is very silly that it's a whole month. That's very silly. If you look at what was done to black people and you look at what was done to gay people, it's insane that Pride is a full month. A couple of weekends, maybe one or two. The idea that it's a full month is nuts.
How about there's only Veterans Day?
Right, there's one day for veterans, and there's an entire month.
Veterans Day, Memorial Day.
And what the month of Pride allows people to do is it allows corporations to just talk about, how down they are with fisting. That's really all it is. It's just Capital One going, it's like we will, you can. And I say that as an out gay guy who has no problem with people going to Pride parades having fun. I don't think 9-year-olds should be there.
How old do you think?
I mean, when your kids are in their teens, perhaps, if they're in their older teens, I just think kids should be
legal teens, you mean?
No, I don't think a 13-year-old needs to be there either. I think
17?
17
and know he's gay.
17, or they could just 17 and they're like mature enough. They handle what's going on.
Are they though?
I don't know, but I mean, it depends. Like again,
I'm not mature enough to handle what's going on in the Pride parade.
Well, I don't know. The Pride parades have gone off the chain. I mean, they've gone off the chain. But people dressing up like dogs and stuff is crazy. But like to me, I've always felt that like if you're gonna go out and have a party where people are getting drunk and hooking up and dancing, anybody who's legally underage shouldn't be there. So 17 is right on the cusp, and then 18 and everything's fine. But to me, it's like I don't think it belongs for kids. That's clearly it doesn't belong for kids.
Well, people want to do it to show their kids tolerance and acceptance.
But you don't have. That's not. I think
that's how you have to do it. It's very sexualized.
It's very sexualized.
Pride is like, sure, you should celebrate the fact that gays are free to get married and have all the same rights as everybody else, as they should. But it's sexual.
Yes.
It's like a lot of guys with thongs on.
Well, it's like spring break.
Yeah,
right?
It's wild.
It's like, would you take your 10-year-old to spring break to show, to teach them tolerance? No.
Right.
You wouldn't do that. That's kind of straight pride. Spring break is a bunch of people going to get fucked up in Florida.
Right.
And they're going to fight each other and have sex. And you wouldn't take your young children to see that. I don't see the reason to take your kids to a highly sexualized parade.
Yeah. No.
You want to take them to an event that's not as sexualized? Like maybe a mother would tell her kids, like, your father's getting an award. He's gay. He's getting an award. That's why it didn't work out with us. Your father's gay. He's a faggot, and we're watching him get an award tonight. How many of us wrote a book?
Poor bastards are out there in marriage right now.
Probably a lot. There's probably a lot of us
trapped.
But you know what it is? Nothing's great. You probably have a fine wife. Nothing's great. Listen, continue to do things on the DL. Just don't give a raise. And this is not a popular thing to say, during Pride, there's so many political attachments to being gay now. If you're a closeted guy, just fuck your wife once a month, cheat on her, don't give her AIDS, and just keep the family tight. And I know that that's probably not popular, but I mean, now it's not. I mean, it's just, if you're 60, are you going to come out? I mean, do we really need people coming out in their 70s? Do we need this? To be very honest, there's a window of which you can get honest. If you don't, double down on the lie. I think that's a great strategy for all of life. I think there's a window to be honest.
Right.
It's not forever.
Right.
Nobody wants somebody coming out in their 50s, 60s. It's like enough already. It's on their deathbed. Also, now you've lied the whole time.
Right.
Just keep it a secret. Just keep it a secret.
Not a bad piece of advice.
It's not a bad piece of advice. Happy Pride. But it is I do feel that way. I think that
For some people,
yeah,
some people probably can't handle the change.
yeah, some people
Big shift.
yeah, sure. You know, I mean,
Big shift.
it's also weird now because people, it's like, what are you coming out as? If you want to have sex with dudes, you want to have sex with women, and then they're like, okay, so then, okay, I'm gay or lesbian, but then you're like, what is the LGBTQIA2 thing? What is that flag?
Two-spirit.
Yeah,
That's what two is.
The fact that we allow that is,
No, it's amazing.
it's amazing.
And I like how A's in there. Like, you're asexual.
Yeah.
You don't have a fucking dog in this race.
She go, okay, so I have this, and then I have a flag I don't understand. Nobody understands the flag.
Keeps getting bigger.
Indigenous?
Keeps changing.
What do white gay people, and I'm not saying indigenous people don't have issues, but what do white gay people have anything to do with the indigenous community? Like,
They're just trying to develop a gang.
yeah, right. It's like, why do they pretend to understand, like, what indigenous people do?
Right. How did the I get in there? It used to be we were making fun of putting the trans people and the lesbians in with the gays.
Yes.
They're very different things.
Well, lesbians are going away. Barry Weiss is the final lesbian. Did you know that? She's the final one. That's it.
The final countdown.
That's it. Barry Weiss. And do you know in Israel they canceled the Pride Parade this year?
Why?
Because their gay pride flag, they made the yellow, I think, bigger because of the hostages.
Oh, wow.
So they would not have a gay pride parade. And they're also using all the material that they would have used in the pride parade to carpet bomb civilian areas in Rafah. But here's the point. All of the fireworks and stuff are directly being shot at babies' faces who are homophobic and should go. Because, by the way, you know that's the whole thing they're doing over there.
Yeah.
Where they go, it's like they just bombed a school. And Israel's got to stop doing this all the time. Every now and then, when I grew up, Israel bombed school every now and then, and people would go, oh, it was not all the time. Now they're doing it too much. And it's making people upset. When I grew up, it was a nice thing. Every now and then, never a nice thing, but every now and then it would be like, you wouldn't know what Israel's doing. Israel just bombed the school. Go, oh, it was rare. Now they're doing it so much, and if you go, this might be a lot, and I support them and their right to exist, but this seems to be every human rights organization in the world, every country, everybody's going, this is, guys, please. Even America, even Biden is going, guys, please. And the response to maybe let's not bomb these refugee camps is, do you know what Hamas does to gay people and women?
Yeah.
And it's like, guys, come on.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, but you're killing people.
You're killing children.
Yeah, and women.
Yeah,
a lot.
We got to figure
out
a
a
way.
Than you're killing terrorists.
Yeah, we got to figure out a way to make this, a better situation.
That's another one that's so wild too, because the left has always been like kind of clear on where it would look at like conflicts. Yeah. You know, like with Ukraine, the left is all in for Ukraine, right? There's some people on the right that are in for Ukraine, but the left is pretty much all in. They're all in. Putin's bad.
The far left isn't.
Yeah.
The mainstream left that we all know about is.
But with Israel, you have people on the left that are pro-Israel.
A lot. Hardcore.
Yeah. Who just will find a way to rationalize the human shield argument. Remember what it is. And no one is like being straight up about it. Everyone's being ideological about it. No one is saying the whole thing is chaos. No one is saying, no one's talking about the history of the region, like the real history of the region, which is really complex.
It's very complex.
It goes back forever. And then no one is looking at this like there's any kind of fucking solution that makes any sense.
No.
So you're either there's no like clear path, like this guy's dead on, and this is the way we have to treat this, and this has to be handled. No, it's either Hamas is using human shields, and Israel has a right to exist, and they want to wipe Israel out. And if Israel laid down their arms, they would slaughter them. If Hamas laid down their arms, they would be fine. Like,
yeah,
fuck, man.
It's hard, and it's like there's definitely, I think, naivete on both sides. The people that think Hamas is like a high school theater group are insane. But the people also that think that you can bomb your way to peace over there, I don't know.
Yeah, you're not going to do that. You're not going to do it. What are they going to do with all those people that survive? I mean, imagine how many
future Hamas people have created. They're going to build hotels in Gaza. They're going to turn it into a, because I think that's the end game, is like eventually put a bunch of money into it. That's perhaps the end game.
Well, it is expensive.
It's real estate by the sea. They're going to put hotels in it, and then white people, white chicks from America are going to go to trips.
Well, whenever there's like land,
Yeah,
that something happens to that's close to water, people are like, hang on, before making decisions. This area of Maui is
right.
valuable.
Yeah,
Like, we can do wild things. We can figure out a way to appropriate it. We just hang on long enough for all these people with mortgages. We can just figure out a way to slow down construction, slow down rebuilding.
They're going to hire.
I mean, look, it's a terrible tragedy that's happened, but look, back in time.
What are we going to do?
I mean, what are you going to do? What is going to rebuild?
They're going to hire the people that are left to work at the hotels that the people who bombed them are going to visit. That is exactly what is going to happen. And there's going to be a woman, there's going to be a kid who goes, here's your eggs Benedict, and she's going to go, hi, are you from here? And he's going to go, and she's going to go, does your family still live here? And he's going to go, no. And she's going to go, why did they move? And he's going to go, they were killed in the war. And she's going to go, oh, anyway, can we have some ice lattes too? Like, that's what's going to happen. That's my guess,
Do you think that there's any... Is there a way that they could sell Israel taking over Gaza? Is there a way they could actually sell that?
Yes. The way you sell everything is by saying humanitarian reasons, and you're going to pump in a lot of money, and you're going to make things a lot better. I don't know. The last administration that truly tried to get a Palestinian state, people talk about Clinton, but it was really H.W. Bush. George H.W. Bush tried to curb a lot of the settlement building and try to say, listen, we need to come to the table and have Palestinian state. There was another attempt by Clinton. It didn't work for various reasons. People can argue about why. It does feel like no one's talked about it recently, and it's just kind of been a thing that everybody ignored. So the idea that it won't exist is more likely now, I think, than it was. I mean, and it should exist. People should have the right to have a home. But I feel like they would sell it in the sense that in order to provide economic and security guarantees, it has to be an occupied region forever. I think that. And then the idea is like, I mean, listen, they're preparing. I mean, look at the Military Times just wrote an editorial. They want to bring back the draft. They want to bring it back in Germany. They're all preparing for something. There is a very big push right now to militarize certain areas of the world, to bring back the draft, to, see this as a Cold War that could turn hot. Where Biden basically said to Ukraine, use American weapons in Russia. You can use American weapons for cross-border, not in a defensive capacity, for cross-border attacks into Russia. Russia is now doing war games in the Caribbean. We are ratcheting all of this stuff up at a time when we should be completely going the other way. We should be trying to figure out how to live on the planet with China, and we should not be getting involved we should not be encouraging countries to join NATO to antagonize Russia and getting involved in proxy wars.
That's crazy. Trump said that he was going to pull out of NATO.
He said that. He also said he would have bombed, at a fundraiser the other day, he said he would have bombed Russia and China. Like, what? He's very bellicose. Yes,
he said that?
Yeah, absolutely. So he's saying all kinds of wild stuff. Now, I don't think he would have, but I think it might also help to be that bellicose and say all those wild things.
Saying that you would bomb China and Russia?
He said at a fundraiser recently, and the people in the were kind of shocked. We would have hit him. We would have done it. Yeah, he's been, I got to see this. No, he's right there.
Trump at fundraiser, we would have bombed Russia and China.
What? What?
What did he say? Where did it say it? What the fuck did he say? I believe that President Trump will be supportive of Taiwan when he becomes president. He was there the first term. So where does it say that he would bomb? Was it rally in Bronx? referenced several authoritarian leaders, including Vladimir Putin, saying they were at the top of their game, whether you like it or not. The world's going to respect us again if he's elected, he claimed. The bomb revelation was made in the Washington Post report on Trump's recent fundraising tour, during which he tested the boundaries of federal campaign finance laws, according to experts. At a fundraiser in New York earlier this month, Mr. Trump told the attendees he wanted to hear what they had on their minds, hearing options from former UN ambassador and his final Republican primary opponent, Nikki Haley, and several issues connected to Israel. Mr. Trump is routinely. But where's this bomb? I don't see this issue. That should be like front and center. It's in the headline.
No, for sure.
Like, why you make me go all in? Where does it say bomb? Right, but what does that mean? What does that mean? Like, they're not saying it's quote. That's a real sneaky thing to do.
Yeah.
The bomb revelation was made in a Washington Post report on Trump's recent prison. What was it? Yeah.
See if they have a quote.
Yeah, that seems Trump would bomb Moscow. Allegedly.
Right.
Allegedly.
But he says a lot of stuff. He might not have said yes.
But that's a crazy Yahoo title. Right. Trump suggested at fundraiser he would have bombed. Like, that seems to me like, unless you have the fucking quote, you shouldn't say it.
It is kind of funny.
Sometimes how crazy Putin is. That's a great headline. Oh my God, the Hill said that. But this doesn't say he was going to bomb it. What does it say? Okay, let me say this. In what Trump said a few days before, according to the Kiev Independent's retelling of a May 28th story in the Washington Post, the former and possibly future president suggested at a fundraising event that he would have bombed Moscow in response to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. But this is not saying his actual quote. He also said, in quotes, he would attack Beijing if China invaded Taiwan on his watch. But is that, it's got an asterisk? No, it's a quote. So is that his quote? Did he say that, though? Because it's weird. It's saying, the quote is that he said he would attack Beijing. So, in quotes, that way, is that his quote, though? Attack Beijing if China invaded Taiwan on his watch. Did he actually say that? Or is this a retelling of what this person is saying? They're putting down in quotes. The whole thing is a little slippery.
It is slippery.
Because if you're not, it's suggested at a fundraising event, he would have bombed Moscow. Like, that seems like you should have that quote.
You would think.
Trump makes sweeping promises to donors on an audacious fundraising tour. Doesn't say anything there about bombing, does it? Washington Post. Google just do a find on this big-ass article. Look for bomb. There it goes. Okay, for example, at one event, he suggested he would have bombed Moscow and Beijing if Russia invaded Ukraine and China, or China invaded Taiwan, surprising donors. But you don't have the quote.
He said before with John Daly with the golfer, he did say, I told Vladimir to hit Moscow. He did say that. And he did say that. He said, and you can get this. He did say to John Daly, he basically said, like, listen, I told him, I said, one will hit Moscow. And Trump said, I don't know if he believes it or not, but you just got to say, you know, he was kind of telegraphing it. But listen, I think that, you know, there's probably a value to some of that talk.
John Daly getting hammered, chatting it up with the president.
That's kind of amazing.
I gotta get that guy.
Yeah,
John Daly.
Yeah, but so I mean, who knows if he said it at the fundraiser or not? They are slippery and attribute things to him. It's real context.
Yeah, real hard to know. But just
yeah,
you believe me, maybe 5%.
Yeah, but I think maybe that's good. There's something good about
A maniac?
when you have a maniac in there. You know, a guy that's unpredictable. I think maybe Kim Jong-un, you know, when he would do that and Trump was on the other end of that, maybe that was perhaps helpful. And that,
That's how much you really want to check it.
No, I think we got to chill. I think we got to chill across the board. It doesn't feel like we're chilling and it feels like we're on this inevitable course towards World War III. It's every article, headline. It's like, guys, let's pull it back. Let's have a summer.
Yeah, let's relax a little.
You know?
But it's not going to relax. We're getting close to November.
Everybody's got to be terrified.
Oh, my God.
Well, depending on which article I read or media I consume, I don't know. It feels like they're doing a lot to keep him from running. You know? I mean, you have the Stormy Daniels thing, which was a misdemeanor. It's elevated felony. And it was like, it would have never been prosecuted had he not been running for president.
And that scares the shit out of me.
That's terrible.
That stuff's crazy.
Absolutely. And the Republicans are going to get back. Now you're going to have, because they weaponized the government against, when you had like the Steele dossier, you had what ended up being, all the intelligence about him being controlled by Russia. They have all of these investigations and all of this time and energy trying to get him and couldn't. And then they tried to get him on like inflating the prices of the buildings. And now they finally got him on paying hush money to porn stars.
Well, what they got him on was the appropriate way they put it in the ledger.
Right, the way they put it in the ledger. They entered right.
Yeah, exactly. 34 times. And 34 different films.
And I know people that hate Trump that go, we should.
If he gets into office, you don't think that judges, prosecutors that are sympathetic to him would do the same thing?
Absolutely.
That's probably what's scaring the Biden people more than anything. Retribution. I mean, this guy he's a vindictive guy. He's always been a guy that goes after people, go after him. He hits back harder than they hit him. And if they're doing this to him, and he knows all the people that did it,
well, you have all the guys and his guys, right? Bannon, Stephen Miller, all these guys. They're all saying, hey, where are you? DAs all over the country start bringing cases against prominent Democrats.
Yeah, they're worried. They're worried. They're worried because if Trump doesn't get in. You remember what happened when Trump lost? And then all these people were saying everybody supported him. They should get on a list. Like,
right. Whoa. That was insane. Whoa. Are they willing to start a world war before this election? That's it. Are they willing to start a world war before this election? What are they willing to do? What are they not willing to do?
Well, maybe a world war gets started because they don't want Trump in office. Maybe someone else starts it.
I'm wondering how far they're willing to go. I'm also wondering how other countries, like you just said, might take advantage.
Yeah, maybe they would take advantage of it because they know that's the best way to keep Trump from being the president. But Trump has promised all these embargoes and all this different shit that he's going to do to China and everything he's going to do around the world. If I was in another country, I'm going,
no. Right around October, maybe kind of over. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of people are thinking that there is a possibility that somebody needs to move.
What better time to make a move? Right now.
Right.
You got a choice between Democrats keep calling it convicted felon. Convicted felon. Convicted felon. They always talk all the time.
Right.
Make sure we
no one cares.
Convicted felon.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a thing.
Well, he's got a lot of people going for him.
There's a lot of people, I think, are also saying, it would be one thing. I mean, I have nothing to say about that. If you had a guy that was had his faculties, could speak, was of a reasonable age or whatever, could gaslight better, but the fact that you have this guy who's so old that to me does suggest, for whatever reason, they're terrified of replacing him with someone else. I do not know why. I don't know why. But it feels like who's ever running things right now does not want anybody coming in and looking under the hood. It does feel like I could be wrong.
Business.
Why are they killing Assange every day? Why are they torturing and killing Julian Assange? What did Julian Assange unleash that has made them do this to him, where they're slowly and methodically killing him in front of everybody.
Well, they can't stop now. Right? They've been doing it for so long. They can't stop now because then you become martyr with no consequence.
And the same people go and talk about Alexei Navalny and try to get you to be upset that Vladimir Putin, which made them. Why would Putin kill a guy who? And I'm not saying Putin's an angel, but Navalny was never a threat to Putin in any way. He was in a Siberian prison. And the week that we were having that vote about 60 billion for the Ukraine, Putin kills his biggest critic publicly. That's insane. That makes no sense to anybody. And
what do you think happened?
Well, if I had to guess, there's two ways. And Alexei Navalny might have just died. People can't just die. But it seems like if there was any group of people that had a benefit from Alexei Navalny dying when he did, it's not Russia. It would be us. If we're trying to pass to a country that's a little war weary and a little tired and going, we don't really need, why are we in this? What is the end game in Ukraine? What does it look like? How much money should we be kicking over there? We're trying to pass that bill, get that through Congress. We have to portray Vladimir Putin as a monster who's unwilling to negotiate. We have to do that. In order to fund that war, we have to present him as a guy who's hell bent on taking over Europe, and that war is in our vital national security interests. And the more we can paint him as that person, the better it is, and the more likely we are to be able to pass that bill. It's just very weird if you wanted to get rid of Alexei Navalny, then you would have done it then.
Well, wasn't that guy in a terrible prison?
At prison.
And obviously hated him.
Putin hated him, but Putin, they had tried to poison him already. The FSB already tried to poison Navalny.
So why wouldn't you think they just did it?
Why? What would be that?
Because they want him dead. Because Putin just wants him dead.
The weak America. Alexei Navalny never had widespread support in Russia, by the way. This is not true. He had some people doing. He never had widespread support in Russia. This is a Western narrative that's covered up to something. Alexei Navalny started his life as a guy who criticized Jews. He had a lot of fascist tendencies. And then after a little trip to Europe and maybe, I don't know, who knows who people meet with, he decided to go back to Russia with a very pro-Western attitude, and he changed course. I'm not saying why people do that. People like in all different ways. The point is, the guy's in a Siberian prison. America's about to pass a huge bill. If you're the president of Russia, are you killing him that week? That just to me is a question. Well, how did he die? What are they saying? But now they said something recently. They said they found that he wasn't killed. They came out with something they conducted. Now, I don't know who's conducting this, whether it's Rights Watch or the International.
You're dying.
Yes, and that's a bad jail.
Yeah, you're Russian. What do you?
And I'm not saying Navalny wasn't a patriot or whatever, but I'm just saying that the idea that killing him,
right?
Maybe the guy did love Russia. I don't know. Maybe the guy was an egomaniacal guy who just wanted to lead. He wanted to be the leader. Maybe he was working with us. I don't know. But if you just look at it from a logical standpoint, it's weird that they killed him that week. That's strange to me. Does it make any sense?
Interesting. I don't know enough about the comment.
Well,
I would imagine if you wanted to go
that should never limit any of us.
Sudden death syndrome. Given notice of the death, Navalny's spokesperson Kira Yarmyish said the time of his death was at 2:17 p.m. local time. When Alexei's lawyer and mother arrived at the colony this morning, they were told that the cause of Navalny's death was sudden death syndrome. That's a vague term for different cardiac syndromes that cause sudden cardiac arrest and death. Maybe they just killed him.
Listen, of course,
they might likely, right?
I don't
felt
know.
Unwell for a walk, almost.
He also just might have died in a jail.
How old? Oh, that's pretty young. Just dropped out of a heart.
it's certainly possible that they killed him. It's just all of these events that we're told very little about, you have to then just rest on your own. Well, I don't know. It's very possible they killed him. I don't live there. For one, very possible they killed him.
Like how you're thinking though.
Well, no, I'm thinking like, the way when he dies, people go, he was a big threat and had to vanquish a guy. Was he? I don't know. Does anyone consume Russian media or listen to Russian podcasts? I don't listen to Russian I hear the way Russians talk. Like, I know people there, like, we hear a lot of stuff, and then there's what we hear and then what's happening. It doesn't mean that it's great. I'd rather live here, but it does mean that, like, this idea that there was a movement. Like, remember when the hot dog warlord guy, Prigozhin, was going through, and everybody was salivating on social media, being like, no, he's going to overthrow the Kremlin. It's going to happen. And it didn't happen. No, it didn't happen. He's a fucking warlord. He's a warlord. If he did, he's going to be worse. Yeah. But it didn't happen. Nobody has a fucking clue what's going on over there. So it's just you have to, and then Assange, they're killing this guy in slow motion. And then telling us how outraged we should be about Navalny. When Assange comes out, leaks a bunch of emails, find out we're committing war crimes, find out the CIA can remotely hijack your car, we find out that they can use all kinds of smartphone features to record you, all that stuff. He releases, I forget what it's called, Vault 7 or Vault 5, I forget what 7, I forget the name of the vault, but he releases all these things. Troves of Clinton emails, and I'm not saying
Seth Rich gets murdered.
I'm not saying Pizzagate was real, but I've never in my life been like, have 50 hot dogs ready for the guy when he comes. Like, no one talks. Like, I don't know what they were talking about, but no one has ever communicated like that, ever once. There's emails.
The most bizarre.
Read those emails. Nobody has ever communicated like that ever. Go, well, I hope there's 50 hot dogs or something. The president's going to love some of these good hot dogs. Like, maybe we shouldn't have our hot dog parties at the White House. Like, they're so crazy when you read them. You don't know. You go, this doesn't seem to me. Yeah, doesn't seem to make any sense.
And they're talking about kids.
And talking about kids. And they're talking about weird shit. It seems coded. It seems weirdly coded.
It's like it seems so coded that I would assume that it's information. It's fake. Probably someone released it.
Who knows?
Sort of a fake. But I don't think it is. I don't think it's ever been claimed. I don't think it's ever been claimed. They're actually.
It's very strange. And they have these emails that are all very weird and strange. Seth Rich gets killed.
And anybody who thinks that Seth Rich might have got murdered because to WikiLeaks, even though Assange alluded to it.
Right.
You're a conspiracy theorist.
You're a nut.
Well, wait a minute. Do you or do you not think that sometimes people kill people?
Yeah.
Okay.
These people are
and you see a clear motive here. You see a thing here. It's a real big thing. And if you pursue that at all, if you even question that at all, look into it at all. Yeah. They left his wallet, they left his phone, they didn't steal anything from him.
It was not
just murdered him.
It was not a mugging, it was a murder.
You don't think that's weird?
Very strange, because it was a bad area, it was whatever, yes, but there was no economic crime happening.
Not only that, they left stuff.
That's right.
They shot him and just left whatever he had.
They left all
even
that.
If it wasn't a robbery.
Yeah.
If get that person shoots.
You had all of that happening at the same time that high-up members of the national security apparatus in the country were coming out going, we have information that the President of the United States is either working for Russia, conspiring, has conspired with Russia, had girls pee on him. They were accusing him of treason. And remember that. They were accusing the guy of treason. This was not like, he got a blowjob in the Oval Office. This was, he's treason. And his supporters enabled a coup in our country backed by Russia. None of that. 2 years, 3 years on TV.
And everybody repeated it.
Everyone repeated it. No one has since apologized. Nobody has said we were wrong. Nobody has shown any interest in getting to the bottom of how that happened. They cook up this fake Steele dossier, claiming all these things. He takes all that stuff. All of this intelligence ends up being, for lack of a better word, unsolicited. And the Clinton campaign paid for that dossier. And So all of that stuff, unreal how correct. Now when you zoom out and you look, and then you go, there's this old guy with dementia that they don't want to give up on, and then you zoom out, and you go, oh, maybe there is something else happening. I don't know. You can only say this if you have these glasses.
Yeah, you feel
If
better.
you take them off, you immediately become informing you can. And you feel hurt. You feel nervous. You start going, I like Biden. I like the family man, which someone said the other day. A family man. Family. The son right now, my president's son right now is in court trying to convince a judge that he was not smoking crack when he bought a gun.
Is he the first guy to ever get arrested for that?
I don't know. But that's such a funny thing that that's literally what the son of the president right now is. He's got ex-wife testifying, ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, not just like smoking. He's saying smoking crack every hour on the hour.
Yeah, and one of them, I think his ex-wife or ex-girlfriend, said she was witnessing him do it every 20 minutes, which is kind of impressive.
Yeah, but all the people that died of overdoses, that guy's out there to keep on trucking.
That's right.
Dropping accidental packages in the White House.
Well, he's fit. He's kind of built for it. He's built to smoke crack. You know what I mean? He can handle sex. He can handle it.
Like shaking those kids with beer.
Yeah, absolutely. Some people can just handle it. And, you know, I don't even want him to stop smoking. I don't want him. Sure. And I hope he stops. No, sure. I mean, listen, what that's great. Great. They were great. They found smoke in the White House.
You know, I had a chance to.
Oh, Joe.
Early on. When he book. Before the laptop stuff or all the shit.
Oh, well, then that might have sucked.
I don't know. I think I could have. Whenever he was going to go on, I think they canceled all of it.
Yeah.
I think when the shit, it probably never would have happened. Because I think once things started sideways, I think he did a couple of interviews before things went completely sideways. I think it was because of the book. Before he was selling those paintings.
Yeah, it's an artist.
For like $500 million.
He's a sensitive soul. He's a sensitive soul. He's an artist.
Paintings are crazy.
Absolutely. Great money laundering scheme.
It really is. It's a great way to do it. And, you know, it's interesting. Like the CIA, there's real evidence now the CIA was involved in Jackson Pollock.
Oh, yeah.
You know that, right? Which makes sense. Because those paintings are terrible.
Not only were they bad, but all of that whole era of art were kind of, and it was also like, it was also fucked with people's heads. Like it. Right. And capitalism only works if you have respect for the accomplishments of other people. Like, you got to be able to look at people and like it.
Bro, there's some work like that is insanely expensive.
Yeah.
And it's just splattered. What is this?
Well, it's a great way to get over the rich. People think rich people always get over. It's not true. Rich people get beat all the time by other rich people because they all agree that there's certain kinds of bullshit that they tolerate. And one of them is like they buy this crap art that is like this modern art that, you know, one was a blank canvas once that sold for $200,000, like all this stuff like that. $5 million. What is it? Pollock? Yeah. The original?
Not Pollock? I say $5 million.
I'll say $2 million. 2 weeks of the Ukraine war. That's 2 weeks of the Ukraine war. That painting.
That is so crazy.
Can we just give the Ukraine that and have them sell? Can we just give them art like that and have them rebuild it?
What is it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it's 55. Is the head of in the middle of the CIA.
Yeah, this is when they were doing it.
So was this an American guy? Oh my God.
You know, you made a great point about chaos. You just need a certain amount of chaos, and over this crap, it just starts driving you crazy.
Yeah.
And I think that chaos ends up becoming the point.
Yeah. It's a factor. You know, it's like noise. Like if you want to kill somebody, turn off the music and hear some screaming.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that's interesting when you see them really get involved in culture in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
And they are in the Canyon, they're at Haight-Ashbury. Oh, they're involved in everybody. You've had that guy on your show, wrote that great book, Manson and all that stuff. And they're involved with cults. They're involved with everybody.
That's actually.
Oh, this is one. That one still sucks. If that's 300 million, that's even less than
That's worse.
That one's less good. If I bought the other one for $400, I'd feel better.
That's like something a guy like me picks. That's reasonable.
Good lord. Is it the same artist?
I don't think.
So this guy, what is the big deal about this guy?
I don't know. I was just looking for.
God, those are garbage. Those are garbage painting.
15 from 2020.
Oh, but that's number 15. Yeah, that's 27. So this is the most expensive works of art. Oh, look at this one. How much is that piece of shit? Bro, that's something my daughter would have gone to was 4. 28 point.
Yeah.
What?
It's fake.
What?
Yeah.
So this is money laundering.
This is money laundering.
Well, then there's Picasso. The Picasso's actually kind of cool, though. Look at that one. Let me see the Picasso one. Look at this one.
That's
The Picasso one's kind of cool.
But it's showing the difference. Like my eldest
This one.
got that one line.
There's a little line down the middle. How much is that one?
That's the
$30 million. This one's a black, red with a black square at the bottom. $21 million. This is insane. Oh, that's a dinosaur. That's pretty dope.
Well, that's fun.
That's pretty dope.
That belongs in a Miami penthouse first floor.
I looked at a house in Beverly Hills. We were talking about living in Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
It had a dinosaur.
That's
You
cool.
can buy the dinosaur for like an extra $1 million.
Persians are fun. Yes, because they own those.
I have a dinosaur.
There's one guy.
You have a dinosaur?
There's one guy there that has white tigers in the backyard.
What?
Yes, he has like a white tiger thing.
Actual white tigers?
Yes.
You're allowed to do that?
He's not allowed. He's just born. He doesn't care.
He doesn't give a fuck.
And it's kind of well known.
Well known that he has tigers?
He's not amongst the people that would.
Sure.
Now people are going,
What's the address?
oh, I don't know. Never. I'm going to be standing there with the tiger.
Did you ever see that show, The Shaws of Something?
Yes.
So,
Perangelos. Call LA. Perangelos. Which is fun. They're saying there is something fun about those people. I like the gold and the quality, glitter. The wasps, to me, they're like the fading wasp empire where they're loaded, but they drive like a shitty car. They wear loafers. I like how I do, which is disgusting and vulgar, and it shows people that money isn't even good. Right. The way I live proves that money isn't even good. That's I buy things at the store. When I walk in these stores, I buy a hoodie or something that looks pretty or standard, whatever, and people see it and they go, what? So what? So what? We don't have a lot. Capitalism needs people like me to go out and do things that are professional. That makes people go, you know what, this whole thing, money ain't, let's just go to the lake. But it is something gross about, I like when people that don't have money, because I never had money, and then at 37, I had money at like 36, and then you do dumb shit. No one, my parents had no money.
Yeah.
No one's smart. I do. But that's okay. The only smart thing I've done is have some houses to like, I can't pick them up and, like, right. But nobody buys the kind of dumb thing. Nobody does that if they have a clue.
Right.
But my parents, my mother was and my father was a wine salesman. We were good people, but we didn't know anything about money. We never learned about money. We had no idea about money. So I just, when you get money, you guys should do things like go to Beverly Hills and get the shiny, gross, grotesque. That's all point of Beverly Hills. You get a nice car. You drive up to one of these restaurants. They go, that's a nice car. And then you just go, thank you. That's the whole interaction. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You want to get that thank you? You want to get the
What you should tell them is
admiring
you should tell them, you should go, I live in hell, and then just walk in. I'm home. Because people are. You should just go.
Especially like,
have that car? That's right. That's right. Well, real estate in New York was $50 million cash, and LA was a $50 million house with a $48 million mortgage. She said, people on the West Coast are just leveraged. money's newer, it's different, it's not, as old, I guess, so then there. And there's more like keeping up with the Joneses attitude, perhaps.
Well, LA's
Phil,
that's the whole thing. It's like fake it till you make it.
right.
The influencer culture.
Right.
People are renting houses and cars.
That's right.
Taking pictures in front of them. Like,
Yeah. And now I think it's just not even fake it till you make it, it's just fake it till you make it.
Keep faking. Keep faking. And make it harder.
That's right.
Yeah, and we were just talking about the average price of a home in LA. Is it California itself or LA? California itself. The average price of a home is $1 million, which is so crazy. That's so much money. And then the average income is like 60,000, right? 62 is the average income. 1 million is the average.
It's unsustainable.
That's beyond. Yeah, could you imagine the fucking fear you would have if you had a $1 million mortgage and $60,000 a year?
What's worse about this whole thing? Go look at the houses for $1 million. They're dumb.
Yeah.
They're not even nice.
No.
Like, it's crazy what you don't get.
Right. You'd have to live in, like,
they're just, you know what it is? It's pretty. California's the girl that thinks just hot and forever has been hot. Right. I mean, it's just pretty. It's stunningly beautiful. There are parts of it, like Montecito or Santa Barbara.
Oh, yeah.
This is so pretty. But everybody there's houses burned out 4 times. They're on the 3rd divorce. There's been mudslides. Their kids in rehab. Like, but it's pretty.
A lady I looked at with a house up there. I don't know, real estate lady that shows
what happens. But they'll tell you that in the way they talk. And above her, it's always sunset. And they tell you the worst things about something. They're nice, calmly, and they go, this is beautiful to remodel because it burned down and the family was in it. That's the sale. But it burned down and it's a remodel and they did a great job and the house is beautiful. And you're not in the path of mudslide. You're not in the direct path. But you're in, you're in an area that can have seismic activity. Don't love that. The fire department, during that cold, like, did the vegetation or something so that when the floods hit, Montecito was kind of spared. Like, they tried. And they got called out on this. Like, the LA Fire Department or whatever was like, they had to do certain things where, like, they prioritize, like, that area over the other.
Well, the problem is, right, the fire hits, the vegetation gets burned down, and then they get the mudslides because they don't have any erosion. Right. And that's what happened. They have a big-ass fire up there, which they have all the time. I mean, when I lived in L.A., where I lived, we were evacuated 3 times. 3 times. One time, it burnt the fucking next-door neighbor's house. 2 of them. Okay. Only $900,000. It's a bargain. Bargain for someone to make $60,000 a year. Just imagine being in the hole like that.
This is the whole problem.
Because you can't make, even if you made $62,000 a year and had 0 expenses, right, and didn't have to pay taxes, it still is going to take you fucking forever to pay that off. You're never going to be able to pay it off.
Before we engineered this crisis. We chose. We allowed it to happen. We let foreign designers buy stuff. We let our own companies buy residential real estate. We let it all happen. And it's right before we could enact laws. We did stop it. Anything that's happening can be stopped. But it's right before they start telling people, okay, live in a pod. This is right before they started like, okay, you know what? It's too expensive for you. Guess what? Here's the good news. We've got, and they're just going to 3D printed housing everywhere. In the middle of the desert. It's going to be nice.
Buying up houses. They're doing a lot now.
They do it all the time, but I do feel like we go right there where it's going to get so bad with it, whether it's 3D printing or whatever they're doing. They're just going to have houses go, here we go. Here we go. They're all together. They're all,
You're not 15-minute city. There's no reason for you to go
15 minutes. You have it.
You have a little park over here. Go to your park.
And you're going to live in that, and they're going to have an app, and your whole life will be an app. There'll be an app with everything will be on the app. Check in when you get out. You won't need to own a car. You won't need to own a house. That's right. That's right. 40 hours. And then climate change is going to be the big reason they'll use. They'll say because of climate, we're limiting automobile ownership, we're limiting this, we're limiting that, and that's the next step.
Yeah, that's scary. The climate thing is scary because they're using it just like they use everything else. You have to be a good person, so you want to support climate change. You want to support those measures. You want to do your part.
You don't want to be a psychopath.
You got to kill these cows. They're making methane.
These people are bad people, that are doing these things like leaving their home. Sick. Want to be sick? That's inevitably, I think, what happens is all of these things are, it's a crisis that's not, this is not organic. Right. It's not organic that all of these cities are being bought up. None of this was inevitable. All of this could have been stopped. And it is right now not being stopped. Yeah. Average income 62,000, average house 900,000, and they respond to that.
And then what happens? Automation takes over.
And then they got to do the World War. They got to get rid of everybody.
What do you think? Do you think when automation takes over, there's some sort of a massive decrease in population? Do you think they provide universal basic income? What do you think?
I don't know what they do. I think that it seems like right now they're preparing for a world war. That genuinely, if you zoom out and read the news dispassionately, like without wanting any answer to come float to the surface, it seems like they're preparing for a world war. Every article is like, conflict with China inevitable in 5 years, say many generals. Yeah. Every article, every national security, every Pentagon leak is U.S. readiness needs to be, within 5 years, a conflict is inevitable, The draft, military times, we should bring the draft back. Like, Europe, the future of Europe is in doubt.
So the military times said that?
Yeah, there's certainly, recently they had a article arguing, I believe, for the return of selective service. And it's definitely something that it's being talked about. Germany talked about recently because of the Ukraine-Russia thing. And there's this idea now that
lawmakers move to automate selective service registration for all. New plan from the House lawmakers would automatically register military traffic, avoiding potential legal consequences connected to filing paperwork at the proper time. Mandate automatic registration of all males between 18 and 26 living in America as a selective service system. Federal database used for a military draft in case of national emergency. Yeah, male. What about trans men?
What about them?
Trans men are men.
Get them in.
Yeah.
Time to be men now.
That's
so it does seem like they're preparing for something. And it does seem like it's weird. It's weird. There's a weirdness in the air.
100%.
There's a weirdness in.
Yeah. This is late stage civilization vibes.
For
That's
sure.
what it is. We got late stage civilization vibes. No matter how we slice it. We might make it through this.
Yeah.
We might look back at this.
God, you.
Tim and Joe were so crazy. They're making a big deal out of it. Nothing happened. Or this could be one of those things that people play. You can find a power source. I saved it on my phone.
Yeah.
Let's watch. They're talking about.
Well, it's also like what scares me more than anything is the people who aren't feeling this way.
Did you see what they did where they gave Starlink internet to this tribe in the Amazon and they all started jerking off?
I talked about how much they're addicted to porn and social media.
And they overnight, tribe elders are freaking out.
They don't lose control.
Yeah, they thought it was going to be great at first. But now everyone's lazy, no one wants to work. Just looking through their phones all day.
Because it's great to look at a picture of a flower. And then 3 days later, it's like those guys watching women get choked and, kicked and whatever. And now they're like losing control.
Yeah.
And that's what you look at all of these. That's why it's so important that the tech people will be on the same page for the most part, because that's the way you lose control the quickest. And it seems to be very important and somewhat engineered, maybe not top down, but somewhat coincidental that 90% of the tech people are all on the same page about most things.
Those are the type of people, though. They're all ideologically captured. That's all the left. The tech is all the left.
There's some libertarians, but very few.
Very few. Those are the rebels. To have those people in charge of everything is just.
But it was weird because we had Republicans and Democratic bankers for a long time, and no one really could. But there's something with the tech people where it's like it's like they don't want to let there be any diversity in thought with that group because the levers they hold are too consequential.
But they were that way before the levers were consequential. Sure. Except for Microsoft, right? If you think about Microsoft, they were like liberal, but not financially. Like they were very, very shrewd, right? Financially.
They were all liberal if you could be liberal and have a $25 million house in Athens, California. If that's part of it, then that's part of the way we've designed liberal in America, then yeah. And when you talk to them, you do get the feeling that they are fully believe, and for good reason, that they control the country now.
Yeah, and they think they should. That's because they're the smart ones. And they're on the right side. That's correct. We have to do everything we can.
Yeah.
And so they complied when they eliminated things from social media. Problematic. Whether it was on YouTube, Twitter, whatever they did. They thought they were doing the right thing. And that they should be doing it. Because people are stupid.
I think everyone thinks they're doing the right thing, and I think that what surprises me the most is how a lot of those people, aren't cynical. They aren't, you really would like them to just go, yeah, it's all bullshit. We're doing what we have to do. You'd almost rather that.
Right.
But they truly
believe what they're saying. They really do.
They do. I think that's if you're a cover CIA agent, you believe. I think if you're high in the military, you believe. I think if you're in the tech industry, you believe. I think no matter where you are, you believe because so much of your identity becomes dependent on that.
Yes, for sure. Also, like, I experienced that when I was working on a television show. People used to try to tell me, the government is programming these shows, make these shows, that we're stupid. And people believe that. I'm like, you don't understand. The people making these shows like these shows, watch these shows. They try to make these shows. There's no one telling them to make this way, other than people saying this would make us money. Right. That's all they're doing. That's right. Like, you've got this idea that like this is like Fear Factor's designed. Right. No, everybody had a good time. People making it had a good time. The people making it watch those shows. Yeah. They're like heavy speaker. They're all watching. They're all in the culture.
Every time Sam Smith or somebody dresses like a devil tries to do something edgy, everyone talks about, well, this is like this engineered thing. And I'm like, look, a lot of it is people are trying to get attention. 100% what they're trying to do. Focus on Smith. Right. And you can't be, and I talked about it when people were like really enraged about it. And I'm like, if you are like going to be a non-binary, different, I'm going to sell sex, you can't look like my uncle. And that's what Sam Smith looked, and they were like, oh no, he's a Satanist. Like, and said, that's who's my representative on it. Sam Smith looks like my uncle who's drunk. That's what he looks like. It really does. He looks like a guy like me or something. Or a rock star at all. No. So he doesn't have that Bowie thing. He doesn't have I think it's far less they're putting messages in to corrupt people. I think maybe there's people that certainly do that. I think overall, it's that people are lazy and want attention. And it's a lot easier to get attention that way than to keep being good.
Wow. Dressing up like the devil is one of the best ways to get attention.
One of the oldest ones.
Do you remember the outrage for the Little Nas video? Of course. Satan lapped in.
Yes. They were saying honey on the blood. I'm not saying it's great for a 5-year-old. It's like, focus more on the house being in the box. Focus more on all that stuff because that's the stuff I think that focus more on. Focus more on the potential draft. In the long term, that's what seems to matter.
Yeah, but nobody really, it's fun. It's so exciting to have all these things happening all the time.
It's fun. It's fun.
It's just a weird fucking time that doesn't seem like it has any, like, there's no patterns that I can see from the past. Everything's so accelerated by technology. Like, you can look at the chaos of the 1960s. You know, they threw water on that in the 70s and the 80s, cocaine in the 90s. It took till like the 2000s, the internet comes around for people to start exploring some of the ideas that people were, really connected to in the 60s.
Yeah.
But now here we are, no roadmap, and everything is fucking chaotic.
Everything's chaotic. But also maybe we'll get like a nice abatement. Like maybe for whatever reason it doesn't go in the direction that it seems like it's going, and that it has like a dead cat bounce or a set. You know what I mean? Like we're like, you get 20 to 30 years out of it or more.
Right.
Before, because you don't want a war, you don't want nukes to fly, you don't want all this stuff happening.
And you're doing all this while they had AI operate weapons.
Yes.
Fighter jets that use AI. We have drones now that insane. And probably UFOs.
Sure.
I think a good percentage of that shit people see.
When can you charter a UFO? That would be awesome. You could charter a private jet. You should be able to charter a UFO.
Majority of people are doing it.
Yeah, you could go. You can read our flat Earth.
See the firmament.
The firmament. There should be a flat Earth tour that will take you to space and only show you part of it. Yeah.
They should just give you special glasses.
My friend's mother's a flat Earth. What did she do? How do we help? I got it.
One of my friends, Eddie Bravo.
Yeah.
I love him. What are you gonna do? He watches YouTube videos. There's quite a few people that think. The problem is, like, it's a biblical thing. A lot of it is based on the depictions of Earth and the firmament and all these things. Which, by the way, was written by people. This idea that people back then had it all laid out perfectly, and that the Word of God was translated absolutely perfectly, and nobody ever added a special sauce to it. They do everything ever.
No, it's definitely interesting. I think seeing the battle between these ancient texts and modern technology and seeing how they fuse together is going to make the planet very interesting.
Sure, ancient texts fused together with.
That's right.
What is this? Japanese billionaire pulls plug on private near-moon lunar starship. Huh.
Why?
Well, how much money would it cost? Go to the moon? Is that what the idea was?
Yeah, they remember beyond that.
Oh, I was trying to tell Steve, don't do that.
Can't we go to the moon?
No one's ever been. So
Well, it's got to be first person.
Do you think people?
I have no idea.
I have arts.
Yeah.
Of course you do.
Yeah.
You're deep in the conspiracy world.
Well, I'm keeping the truth.
That guy's been on that forever. I had dinner with him 20 years ago, at least. Somewhere around 20 years ago, I met with him in an Italian restaurant, laying out his case.
Yeah.
Why the moon landing was
Dude,
fake.
there was a book called Penetration by this Ignacio Swan. That's what got me into that stuff. Like some of that work. This book. They were trying to do it, whether they succeeded or not. Like, no, I don't know. I mean, is it pretty accepted? No.
I mean,
It's controversial.
It's amongst conspiracy theorists, amongst those folks, yeah. Those folks, thing was some people think we went to the moon, but we faked the footage, right? Because that's so us, radiation. Yeah.
Such an us thing to do to actually reflect everything.
Like, there is precedent that they did use certain photos that were obviously from training missions, right? And then they blacked out the background and tried to pretend these are photos of spacewalks, right? Because if someone's like doing a spacewalk, like there's one of Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, who's the other guy?
Michael Collins.
There's Michael Collins in the Gemini 15, And what they did was, but this could be overzealous PR people who do it, right?
Sure.
At NASA. They took a photograph of a mission where he was in a training mission, then by cables, and they're teaching him how to use the spacewalk stuff, and then they reversed the image and blacked out the back. See if you can find that.
So those types of things give people an indication that there's a problem.
Well, they give you an indication that there's a pattern of deception.
They're willing to lie.
They're willing to at least fuck with the truth for publicity purposes. Sure, they want good photographs of something.
Is there ever like a NASA whistleblower?
Yeah, I'm sure. So that's it. So they took the photo on the left, and then they just reversed it to the photo on the right and blacked out the screen. Left, obviously, their training mission, the one on the right, and it's pretty wild. I mean, really fucking wild if they did that.
That is wild.
It's wild.
But it's then, Boeing, more whistleblowers came out.
Yeah,
there's two more whistleblowers, two of them murdered. Well, yeah, but I love
them. You think they were murdered? Did they commit?
I think they were murdered.
What's the story? What's the official story about the two Boeing whistleblowers who got whacked?
Boeing's a national security company. It's an American defense contractor. You're working for Boeing, you're working for the government. You come out and whistleblow, how did the fucking FBI like that? They'll get rid of you too. You started whistleblowing.
What's the official cause of death?
I don't know. The guy was sitting in his car. He shot himself. One was suicide because he was sad.
I would be sad too if I disparaged a great company like Boeing.
I love Boeing.
I've always realized what have they done to this great company.
He probably stopped it. The whistleblowers aren't fun. Right. It's never been a whistleblower that's fun.
Maybe he's a fake whistleblower. He house of cards with coming down.
You probably went out with him. You always talked about how unsafe this is. Shut up.
Right.
Shut up. I fly all the time. A lot of people do.
He's basically like a flatter.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't want to know how bad the planes are. Let them crash. Let one of them. No one's going to fix it. So just don't bother me.
50 Boeing whistleblowers still want to talk safety despite 2 informants dying after speaking.
They'll kill 50 of them too. Don't think they won't.
50 people can commit
suicide. 50 people can absolutely
commit suicide. Disparaging a great company. Here. John Barnett, 62, quality control engineer, just begun testimony in a lawsuit going in March when he was found in his truck at a South Carolina motel with a fatal self-inflicted gunshot. That's a little fishy. Joshua Dean, 45, died unexpectedly in early May. The quality auditor at Spirit Air Systems, one of Boeing's biggest suppliers, passed away in the hospital following the onset of a fast-moving infection. Or they can do that too. They can give you an infection.
Absolutely. Certainly. They can do all of that. And their attitude is like, hey, can you not fuck up our thing?
Yeah, we're trying to fix it. We don't need to do it.
We're trying to fix it. You're not helping. You want attention.
Do you think there's James Lindsay has a very big he thinks that China is they own a competitor to Boeing planes. I think the strategy is to destabilize Boeing and have the Chinese planes take over.
They're killing the whistleblowers?
No, there's some sort of a push to get this Chinese jet company to get their products. They're more safe. They're better. Let's just take those.
Maybe, but Boeing is so deeply enmeshed in the national security apparatus, I can't see that ever happen.
Right.
There's no way that we.
But if you wanted to do something like that,
then you would try.
You do it. You would fuck with the safety protocols.
I mean, we do depend on too much for national security. We depend on too many from China already. Oh yeah, it was medicine. Like all of that. Like not only medicine, but my chips. Now, what's that thing? What do they do with actors? Or what do they buy? What do they? What do we? They basically said we're not selling you these anymore.
Well, they're trying to have so many of the mines.
That's right.
So many mines in Congo or in China.
So I don't know if we'd be so stupid to start buying all their stuff, but maybe. Possibility.
China's homegrown 737 competitor has to wait a while to fill the vacuum by Boeing. Europe says the COMA C-19 is too new to approve by 2026. So they have their own version. So if they're playing a long game, what better way to destabilize a competitor than just, listen, you need to save money. Let's cut back on some of these safety inspectors and have the mechanics do their own safety.
Absolutely.
Done. We're good. If you just put that little piece in place, did that, and you just take into account people's laziness, people suck at their job already, and then no oversight from the mechanics, what's the possibility that mistakes going to be made?
100%. Well, corporate espionage is probably one of the strongest talents. One of the things that excel at.
Right? But he said that to me. I was like,
might be right. Might be right. I just don't want to sit in a plane and be fucking nervous. For no reason. Yeah, so I want the Boeing people to shut their fucking mouths. Let this thing go down the runway. Let me feel like it's okay. And if it happens, it happens.
You know what the ultimate conspiracy theory is?
Yeah.
That Trump has a Boeing plane. Why are they doing this?
Whoa! Gotcha. That's something wild. That is. Imagine that. Imagine that's what they did. Imagine that. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to do that. I think they're trying to go to war with China. I think they're going to go to war with them. I think they're going to, if they are going to do anything, I think they just fucking try to do something that either delays an election or makes an election harder to have or something. I don't know. If they were going to do something, it might be that. And I don't know. And they may do nothing. They may just have a fair election. I don't know.
This is the question we were talking about earlier. If they're willing to deceive us with Steele dossier, they're willing to deceive us with what they did with Bernie and what they did with RFK Jr. If they're willing to do all that, why would we think that they wouldn't fuck with the election? Like, that's the one thing that they wouldn't fuck with. And then if you question it at all, especially Trump, because nobody really cared when everybody else questioned the election.
Right.
Nobody cared when Hillary went around forever questioning the election. Nobody cared.
Everybody's questioned elections in this country for a very long time.
Standard move.
Bush v. Gore. Remember the court case? Remember that?
Yes.
It's kind of a standard move. It's been getting more and more malevolent to the sense that, people, after Trump won, it was a thing, Russia.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, I haven't looked at any specific evidence for the fuckery, but I think there's probably fuckery all over the place. Probably fuckery in every election. There's gotta be some.
It's not zero. The amount of election fraud isn't zero.
This one, this one will have to be, if something's going to happen, it's probably going to have to be something big. They're going to have to wag the dog on such a, in such a way that America's like, whoa. And there's some articles coming out being like, could a foreign government perhaps finish? Yeah. So who knows what they're planning? I just know that they don't want him in a way that I've never seen. Never. Never been more transparent. Never been more transparent how much they do not want him in. And I'm not even saying that you can't criticize him or you have to love him or anything. I'm just speaking, again, from looking at the measures taken since announcing the candidacy.
And here's what's really crazy. I think they thought they did enough propaganda-wise before 2000.
Yes.
So when you watch all the news reports and all their coverage, it was like 90% Bruce.
That's right.
And then as the night went on, everyone, holy shit. So they went through the egg on their face. They went through all that. They're not going to let that happen again. And now, he's an overwhelming favorite.
Yes.
Like, he's a favorite. If the election happened now and the election was fair, he would. Right?
Yes.
Like, he's several points ahead of Biden, right?
That's right.
What's the latest polls? He went up in the polls after the conviction.
Which was such a mistake for them to try to do that because he raised $40 million, something like that.
No, it's way more than that. I think it's like $100 million.
That's just campaign website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do they, question everybody real quick? Break news breaks. Like, what do you think now?
Right. Who are they
6
questioning?
p.m. How are they getting news?
Well, I always say this: they're only getting results from people dumb enough to answer polls. So that, by the way, is a skewed response.
For sure.
Because polls in today's day and age, there's no reason to answer them.
There's
Why are you
also
doing
a
that?
social stigma to saying Trump.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that you have to weigh the numbers like that.
Right.
So there is a little bit of a social stigma to saying Trump. Or certainly there was. Maybe it's going away, but there was. So you might want to weight the poll that as well.
That's 100% true.
And go, there's a certain percentage of people that are lying and saying Biden who aren't going to vote for him.
Right.
So a close race might really mean that Trump is up a few percentage points.
I think he's up a few percentage points already. I
Oh,
think he was
for
up
sure.
like 6
And I think I've talked to a lot of hardcore leftists that are like really resigned to winning and don't care. Because they say,
maybe it'll be better for the
we
economy.
did not, well, they said we did not vote for Biden to go to war with Ukraine, to go to war with Russia for Ukraine. We didn't vote for
Jack up inflation.
We didn't vote for an unending commitment to whatever Israel wants to do in Gaza. We didn't vote for house prices being higher than they've ever been, interest rates being higher than they've ever been. We didn't vote for any of that. He's done a lot for the environment, Biden, supposedly. But also, a lot of people didn't vote for all the taxes that come along with that.
What is the new one they're doing? They're going after the guy from the Epoch Times.
For embezzlement or something?
Epoch Times is
Yes.
hardcore right-wing
side.
Which is hilarious. Epoch Times is hilarious.
This is the end. Welcome to the end. Money laundering.
Yeah, charges alleged $67 million global money laundering scheme. So this is the headline, right? What's the actual story? What's a good place to go? Probably AP. More balanced. Go to AP. All right. What will become of Epoch Times as chief financial officer accused of money laundering? What is the accusation? What is Epoch Times? Dude. Federal prosecutors in New York charged, say that dude's name, Weidong Guan of Secaucus, New Jersey, chief financial officer of the Epoch Times, of steering at least $1 million in criminal proceeds, much from fraudulently obtained unemployment insurance benefits to the company. And himself, Guan pleaded not guilty, but was suspended by the Epoch Times, which agreed to cooperate with the prosecutors. The case falls into the question of the future of a company that was a key online supporter of Trump and a spreader of conspiracy theories. So what is the $67 million of unemployment? That's what it's saying? How did they do it? How did they do that? What is it? This is all just like, what does it mean for the Epoch Times? What is how did he do it? They don't say what they're accusing him of? Accusing him of stealing money.
Laundering money, I guess.
The top executive of Epoch Times. So he's just a guy that worked there. A right-wing media company has been arrested and charged with laundering at least 60. So he might have actually done it. They might just, they're not trying to close the company, right? He's just the chief financial officer. Right? So he might have actually done it. I don't know. Chief financial officer was arrested in the indictment. Headed up on May 23rd on Angela not guilty for federal public defender. Why does he have a public defender?
I guess he lost all his money.
That seems crazy. Is that
Seems
how it
odd.
works? Declined to comment. If convicted, Mr. Juan faces a maximum sentence of 20 years, money laundering charge, and 30 years for each bank. Epoch Times affiliated with Falun Gong, a spiritual movement banned in China, and was for years an obscure free print newspaper, large, criticizing the Chinese Communist Party. In recent years, the outlet transformed itself into a prominent supporter of Donald J. Trump and his allies on the right. It's probably
They're trying to make a couple of bucks.
It's a grifty company.
Yeah.
According to prosecutors, Mr. Juan ran a sprawling transnational scheme over 4 years to buy prepaid debit cards on the internet discount using cryptocurrency, then deposit the cards' money into personal and company accounts. The debit cards were illegally obtained funds, prosecutors said, some of which was fraudulent unemployment insurance benefits. Oh wow. But I mean, but hold please. If you're a fucking type of dude who has a website that's basically dedicated to criticizing the Chinese Communist Party, and then all of a sudden you flip and become a pro-Trump supporter, that sounds to me like one of those fucking Facebook pages that Russia takes over.
Yes.
Like they take like Christian. They used to have a meme
And then it's
page.
a Black Lives Matter page. And then it becomes a trans rights page.
There's a ton of those folks out there grifting. If one of those guys was also involved in illegal money laundering, that seems like
go and show some chaos.
probably what they
Go show some chaos. It's a great job. I'd like to do it in China for us. I mean, if they're hiring these, why can't America? Let's get an army of lunatics people like me. Send me into China. I'll start a problem. They'd kill me quickly.
you could.
That's why you lack the advantages. You could come here and really start some shit.
Do you think that our government is doing that here too?
I think elements of it probably are for sure.
They have to.
They have to.
Why? They must be. If China is doing that, and we know that Russia's doing that. If we know that they're doing that.
Well, then what would Navalny have been? Let's think about this, right? Now, Navalny might be. He might be a great Russian patriot who was disgusted with Vladimir Putin. I do know he started his career with very different views than the views he began espousing after. He seems like a guy that CIA has a conversation with and then becomes a prominent. I'm not saying that it's possible, but so we're doing things like that, possibly, and then they're doing things to us where they're like making my aunt kind of more racist. They're starting with a pretty racist person, but they're twisting her and they're getting her more racist
with memes,
with all kinds of crap
and things they share that might not even be true.
Yeah, she's on Long Island. Because these Long Island boomers now, they're just with throwing stuff at them, and they're just like catching it with their teeth like a dog.
They share it to the on
and they just share it and don't know what's going on, and they're just kind of like it's all not my mom's, my friend's mom's is turning. So that's where a certain percentage of the population is concerned, because they can't handle all the stuff we talk about here. It's hard for people to realize how corrupt things are, but how they've always been.
Yeah.
If you learn all of this in an hour, your mind melts. Right. And then you start going, is Chrissy Teigen a vampire? Because it's like up is down and black is white.
Yeah. It's too much information.
It's too much information, but if you know about JFK or RFK or Martin Luther King or Quintuple or anything, you have the context to put a lot of this stuff in.
Right.
So you're not like, oh, your mind doesn't melt immediately. It melts slowly.
Real slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just can keep people fighting about everything and everything being something that they have to uncover and all this chaos, you can get a lot done behind the scenes.
You need to. You have to have people completely scattered, have no.
Yeah, you can't have people like calm.
No.
And everybody fine and paying attention to what you're doing.
And then you gotta bless. You gotta go every now and then. You gotta go. And then there's like an NFT party. Everybody has like a time where the crypto is killing it, and everybody gets a little money, and then they go, okay, well we gotta clamp down on this.
Right.
And then the internet's free, and they're like, now let's clamp down on this. And they oscillate between clamping down on things and then letting people run with them for a little bit. Delicate balance.
Can you imagine being in charge of chaos? Do you think there's a guy that's like runs a chaos department in deep state?
Well, I think there's many guys that do, and ladies.
And do you think that
Let's not forget that.
What is their view? If they're the ones that are instigating all this chaos, and they're the ones that are fueling it online, if they're working actively to do that and comment on things on Twitter and get things crazy, what is their view? Like, they must be so cynical.
I think only those people have ever had the alternative is worse.
Right.
I think that's the only view they've had. I think they would do MK Ultra on people. I think we're going the alternative is worse. It's worse. and you can justify a lot of things. When they were carpet bombing Vietnam, it's the alternative was worse. I think that's kind of the only view that these guys can have in that echelon of the national security apparatus. They can't. I don't think they're analyzing it too much outside of that. No.
This does not leave me feeling.
Well,
I was hoping to be more.
Well, we're gonna tell jokes tonight. That's fun to tell jokes.
Are you splitting your time? You're all over the place now?
I'm all over the place. I spend most of my time in the French Protectorate, Monaco. Fun, honest people. And it's so good to have honest people around you. I'm very susceptible to environments. A lot of people live on boats. No. I'm all over the place. Me and Sam Talent were just in Europe for like 3 weeks. It was amazing. Here,
Sam was just here.
I'm going to spend a lot of time here, I think, in the summer and fall because I'm off the road. So it's like, I'm going to be here. I'll be popping in LA a little bit.
Yo, how are you?
I'll be around. We're doing something cool.
Hello.
Netflix. I can't say it. It's not a stand-up special. It's something cool. It's
Welcome.
like an election type special.
Oh,
So,
that's
it's, it'll be fun, and I'm excited about that. And,
Cool.
it's just fun to do fun stuff. And who knows? We don't know.
Yeah.
It could work out.
It could all work out. It probably will all work out.
That's right.
I mean, you can look back on, there's a Syrian tablet, I think.
Yeah.
Fucking 4,000 years ago. Like that, where, I'm pretty sure I saved it. Where they were talking about the end of the world.
Yeah.
I think I saved it. It's just one of those things. It's like human beings always have that feeling. It's all falling apart. They always have that feeling that at a certain point in time, all of our luck's going to run out. And it has. That's the other thing.
That's it.
Like, it actually, at one point
It is a great Eddie Pepitone joke where he goes, every generation thinks theirs is the one where the world ends, but we are right.
Here it is. The Syrian clay tablet dating to around 2,800 bears the inscription, "Our earth is degenerative in these later days. There are signs that the world is speedily coming to an end. Bribery and corruption are common. Children no longer obey their parents. Every man wants to write a book, and but I had it right there. And the end of the world is evidently approaching." That's amazing. So this is a good way to end this.
That's right.
Explain to people. This fear that we have had is just, we are in a constant state of change and a constant battle of truth and propaganda, and it's always been that way. And that this tablet from 4,800
You Joe Rogan, dog.
And it'll always be that.
Oh,
It's
I'm doing a
we're
quick
the crazy
Seven
monkeys.
Find something fun out there.
Yeah,
Come to the mothership and not just critical that.
Are you here this weekend?
I'm here this week.
Oh, shit.
I'm here this week. And
You want to focus
podcast by night. All day. I get it.
You want to podcast taking you.
Good job. Good experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Hi. First, yeah. We already talked about how Google is totally listening. Confirmed 100%. Google News is always the stuff that you're interested in, pretty much. But I was having a conversation with my wife about purses, and she was explaining that certain purses, you can't just buy the purse. You have to develop a relationship with the store owner. Like, what?
I don't get that. You think if you're trying to sell stuff, you want to sell it right when they came.
Exactly. I don't get it. But, like, there's a thing that certain, like, posh people really love, and it's exclusivity.
And I'm the only one that can get this watch.
I'm the only one that can get this fucking purse or whatever it is. So anyway, all of a sudden, Google starts showing me purse things. they start showing me all this stuff about purses. I didn't look anything up about purses. I just had a conversation with the phone sitting at the dinner table. That's crazy.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
It's really
You're like, my forearms are too small. You know, you got these sexy deals and the gorilla grip deal thing.
Yeah. There's no doubt it happens. There's 100% no doubt it happens. That is the only explanation for that showing. Because generally, it's always the same stuff, same kind of thing that I'm interested in. Stuff that I click on. MMA, some new car, or something. It's like, makes sense. It shows my new, and I'm like, why are they showing me 3 different articles about purses? What is going on? Are you fucking crazy? Yeah. Is that legal? How does it work? Do you have to sign off on that? Use the Google app, are you signing off on that?
Or may have offered it on the app.
I haven't read any of it. I scroll to the bottom.
If you read it, you're sitting there long with it. How big is the apple?
It's 3 full scrolls. Yeah.
Apple's pretty good about stuff. I think they're probably the best about that. Because they're the first company that actually stepped in and said, we're going to stop companies from being able to share their information. The first. What exactly did they do? They made some sort of a big deal, an advertising move, and a lot of people got pissed off for it.
Might have been the ability to opt out. I think they might have given you the option to opt out on the settings of the iOS. First time I'll check.
Something like that. I think you're right. Something like that. But a bunch of people are, this is going to affect our advertising. But hey, because you're stealing money. Stop doing that.
I spend my mornings going through my emails unsubscribing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's companies, like there's one of our ads. It's like, which one is that? They'll go out and find the subscription. Which one is that? Shameless.
So like they go find it and let you know what you're subscribed to.
And you're like, oh, National Geographic? No, whatever it is. Whatever.
I am leaking money.
I'm sure. And apparently everybody. Just you get so accustomed to subscribing. Like, oh, yeah, that'll be easy. Get the cereal every month.
I'm 5 years into a lot of week-long subscriptions.
Yeah. Well, that was how you used to get. How old are you?
49.
Okay, you might be old enough to remember. Do you remember those Columbia Record House deals? Nobody paid for that. How did they make any money?
I still have a collection coming.
Everybody. I feel like that was a way that they made artists seem more popular than they were. I think that was part of their deal. They could say they sold, millions and millions of records. I also think it was probably a way that they ripped artists off. They could say, we lost all this money on Columbia. Like, they could, factor it in, and say, I know it seems like 1 million copies, but actually 400,000 of them are Columbia, and nobody's paying for them.
The MC Hammer clause.
Is that what it was?
I don't know, but he's that guy.
Did that happen to him?
I know that his record deal screwed him over to off of bankruptcy.
Yeah, that's right. He went full MC Hammer too. He went crazy. Like he was getting some house built. It was the most extravagant house. It had super expensive marble being brought in. And then I guess they pulled the rug out from under him. That was I don't know the whole story behind it. But they for sure don't want to pay all that money.
Oh no way! If you look at royalties for comics, it's 0.00, 15 zeros, and then 1 cent.
Oh yeah, you get for audio, comedy audio, you get nothing. It's always been like that though. It's just, especially comedy albums. After he fucking bought comedy albums.
I mean, I don't know, but it's like the lawsuit. You know about the lawsuit where they had to take a bunch of people off of Spotify and everything because of the lawsuit that they went. They're trying to get writer performance credit.
Who was trying to get it?
Just a company was. I can't remember.
So what else are you finding? Experience. Okay, Experience. Yeah, so they'll find your subscriptions and yank them. So
What is the comics
So
doing?
you have all these royalties coming in, and then all of a sudden, it's like a bunch of estates. Robin Williams' estate, I think maybe George Carlin, where they were like, hey, we should be getting more money for this because it's 50 songwriters are getting a writer credit and a performance credit.
Right.
And so they wanted comics to do that. But that doesn't really make sense because comedians are like, I'm not using your bits, like, and so you wouldn't get a writer credit for my performance.
Right.
So it was strange. And so then Pandora was like, fuck this, we're pulling everything down and pulling the guys off.
I still don't totally understand something. Who wanted the credit? Like when you said writer and then performer credit, was that to the comics? The comics would get paid twice?
Yeah.
Okay. So instead of like an artist that didn't write their song, the comics were like, no, we deserve to get paid twice to create the entire content.
Exactly.
But Pandora was like, no, we can't do that.
Right, because the writers, I mean, like when you're singing a song and someone else wrote it, that makes sense.
Right.
No one's doing anybody's bits.
Right.
So, like, I can't sit up here and do a Hedberg bit.
And if you are, you probably bought from them. You know?
Yeah, so there was some sort of agreement.
Yeah. I bought a heckle line once from a buddy of mine back in Boston. It's such a dumb line. Brian Fraser tweeted. The joke was, this is like someone in the audience heckling you. This is my impression of God when he made you. Okay, just a dash of cunt. Oh no, the cap fell off. Too much cunt.
How much did you pay for it?
I don't remember. I think it was $500. I don't remember. It was such a great line.
So
I was like, that's a hilarious line. He's like, I'll never use it. I go, sell it to me. I'll never use it. You know, I was like a year in comedy. I was like, you know, when you're a year in comedy, anything that works, it's like you have tools. You have just like a toolbox. Anything that works. They're so precious. They're so scared to write new ones.
Yeah, you're like, start to freak out and then you're like, oh, this come and go gas station bit always.
Right.
You fall back on that.
Right. And that sucks. You know, it's kind of like, the problem is like, when you're starting out, you say things in a very specific way, and that might not be the best way to say that bit. That's the way you're kind of stuck saying it.
Yeah.
That is a problem with bits. Even today, like I'm working on a new one. I don't know about this. I feel like there's another way to say this, and I'm just banking on the way that I've been saying it over and over and over again, and maybe I should just abandon it, let it sit there for a bit, and come back to it.
So I didn't work summers for a long time. I have 2 kids. And when I was, when they were in high school, I'd always be home during the summer. And I found that in September, I would always be able to fix bits a little bit better because I almost forgot about it. You know how it starts, and then your brain is like, I have to get to this point. I can't remember how I got there.
Right.
But then you put it together.
They're probably working in the back of your head subconsciously, because even though you're not doing comedy for 3 months, you're still probably thinking, comedy.
Yeah, I think so.
It's probably working in the background.
Most likely.
I'm sure that's what they say reading is all about.
You get your piano piece. If you can't figure it out, you play it before you go to bed a bunch of times.
There's been a few times where I woke up in the middle of the night, really. Yeah, just like all of a sudden, like, oh, that's it. It just needed one more little ingredient.
It is a fun eureka moment. Fix it.
What is it? Where's it coming from?
Like, where's the joy coming from?
Where's the ideas coming from? Where the fuck are they coming from?
I think they do it. I think there's a part back there that's just constantly going, and we don't hear about it. And then when it's get it fucking
but the creation of an idea is so mysterious. I mean, that's why people invoke the concept of the muse. That's the Stephen Pressfield swears by. The war of art folks is all about the muse, summoning the muse. Right. There's something weird going on, I'll tell you that. It seems like they just like enter into your head like a photon. Like some shit space, all of a sudden it's in there and like, oh, now it's an idea. And even though it's your idea, like I take credit for writing, like I'll take credit for fixing jokes, I'll take credit for like going up, like I take credit for the original idea. The original idea is almost like this gift.
Absolutely.
You know?
Like you see something, somebody's doing something, and you go, oh shit, and that sparks something, and you just go, all right, I gotta write this down.
Sometimes you just say it out of nowhere. You just say it. You don't even know why you're saying it. You're saying it. And it's like, you didn't even think that much. It just came out.
Yeah, there's times where you're on stage where you're just all of a sudden riffing a bit and you hit them with something and they start clapping. You're like, oh, got them recording.
Oh yeah, sometimes that's the best part of the bit. You're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, how's that the best part of it?
It feels almost like you're playing chess in your head and you are 7 steps ahead, but you don't even know it.
Right. It's a weird fucking art form. Weird art form. It's one of the only art forms where almost everybody writes their own stuff. Like, if you think about musicians, there's a lot of musicians who write their own music, and they're kind of revered, right? Musicians, when you go to see a musician, like a singer-songwriter, and they write their own stuff, you sit there and you're like, wow, this person crafted this and practiced it. And, you know, there's something like magical about that. But you can go see like a really talented singer that has writers to write for them. They're great too. You don't feel the same, you know?
Yeah, because you feel like you're good at playing the guitar, you have a great voice, you're good at making someone else's work. Like, I used to audition for stuff. I am fucking toilet at auditioning. It's the truth. I go in there and it's somebody else's words, and I'm just you can hear the people in front of you getting huge laughs. I go in, I don't think I'd be a good singer of someone else's song. I think I'd have to write it.
I never had zero acting, no wishes, no dreams, no aspirations, zero. Just wanted to be comic. And then I got a development deal for doing MTV. And then because of this development deal, I wound up being on a sitcom. So my point is, I did 2 auditions ever. One was for a show called Hardball. I got that show. That show got canceled. A show called Rated. I got that show. That was the only 2 that I had ever done.
Good for you.
It was the nuttiest thing of all time. People get so mad at me. I'm like, look, I just stepped in shit. I got super lucky. Like, they were looking for a cocky baseball player for the show on Fox. I went in and they met me, and they're like, oh, this is the guy. And then I did this show where I played mentally challenged conspiracy theorist maintenance guy at a radio station. That was perfect, too.
Yeah, like, I got these. They always sent me these auditions. I was 30-something years old, and it would be 22 good looking. And you're like, what the fuck am I doing here? I went in one time and it was like an Abercrombie and Fitch shoot.
Oh, God.
And so I go in, and I'm looking around. Everyone's a foot taller than me, shit with jawline.
There's just agents who throw anything at the wall. I went at I definitely did a bunch of auditions. Half of those shows that I didn't end up getting, like, for reasons. They're all so weird. You're in the room with someone, and then, you know, you improvise. Sometimes they ask you to improvise. So, look, this is the one time I went into the reading, and the PA was the kid. It's not the kid's fault, you know. But he's reading the script. He's terrible, and you're supposed to be reacting, and he's barely getting the sentence right. And then you're supposed to have this realistic reaction to this, you know. And then they were like, you know, I want you, this is what the guy said, he goes, I want you to you're very excited, your friend's getting married, you're very excited, I want you to write down a piece of paper, you know, get married, I'm trying to talk him into getting married. And I'm going, so you want me to do this with this guy? I go, look, if you want to bring in an actor, and me and an actor can fuck around, I go, he's barely getting through these conversations, this is silly. Then I was like, I don't want to be an actor. Like, I realized, like, why am I even here? I don't want to do this. Let me get the fuck out of here.
Nowhere in real life, nowhere in real life would somebody go, I'm thinking about getting married, and your response is, you gotta get married. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was a dumb script. The movie was terrible. But a friend of mine was in it. And I was like, it would be fun to do a movie with him. And but going on the audition, like, what am I doing? It was just one of those movies with it was written for fake people. It was written in some weird way for people that don't exist. It was like, you're trying so hard to make people talk and think this way. These aren't real people. This is bizarre. Like, every person in this movie is totally disingenuous. Like, every word that you wrote for them is not like anything people ever say. This movie sucks. It fucking sucks. And it looks like you wrote it on Adderall, and you're just trying to make some money. Now, why am I here?
Yeah. Have you seen the show Suits?
I have not.
Okay, so they have this really weird cadence where they'll say, I'm not gonna goddamn they use goddamn in front of stuff, but it's every character.
Oh, God.
And so you're like, how did all these people that
Is it
use
from the
goddamn
20s or something?
It's like,
It's current?
yeah, I think it's still on. I think.
Oh, that's right. Or a bunch of people, like, you know.
Yeah, it's like that's where accents come from. One fucking dude probably talking a certain way. It's like, that guy sounds cool. I was all wow, dude. I was
reading that some people have a thing in their head where when they're talking to someone with an accent, to make that person feel more comfortable, they start speaking the accent.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, I would switch accents. Like when I moved to places, I realized I only lived in Boston for like 6 years. I was 19 and I was on television for this thing that I did, and I heard myself on TV and I was like, I had no idea my accent was so strong. I was like, yuck.
A Boston accent?
Yeah, it was terrible. So I killed it for the most part until I get a couple of drinks in me.
Yeah, that's the thing with me. You put whiskey in me and I get a little Canadian.
Yeah, especially if I'm around my friends from Boston. We're all talking shit to each other. Those guys talk shit.
I guess fucking quacks that guy.
Yeah, so that's the place. Because to develop there, like, you are, that treadmill is going. You gotta hop on, you gotta get moving. Everybody's moving. Nobody in the audience has any attention span. They don't want to hear you dilly-dally and pontificate up there. They want fucking jokes.
Hammer me. I gotta go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, they're all tired.
I love comedy.
Yeah. Blue collar. It's not even necessarily blue collar because there's a lot of like white collar people that come to the shows too, just like work ethic. When you have to shovel your car out of snow every fucking year, you have work ethic. You can't get up at 8 o'clock to be at work at 9. No, you have to get up at 7. An hour of shoveling to do.
Defrost the windshield.
Yeah, you gotta do all that shit. You gotta start the car up, let it run, heat the inside, defrost the windshield, get the fucking scraper, and then you're out there on a fucking skating rink, your street to skating rink, so you have to drive 5 miles an hour, and you have to make sure that you hit the brakes way before the car in front of you, or you're gonna cause a pileup. I saw so many pileups now. God,
I lived in Minnesota
oh
my
my
whole
God,
life.
you've seen it. I think Minnesota's the #1 state where people die in deer accidents. Is it the number one? Yeah, no. Deer on the road.
Oh, God. Yeah, I would think that's
In Michigan or I forget which one. But those places, you grow up in a place like that, man, you develop some resilience. Those are different human beings. You grow up in fucking Florida, you don't have to worry about this guy becomes an angry god every couple of years.
Yeah. I remember
Pennsylvania. Oh, wow. Damn. 1 in 38 chance of hitting an animal. So you drive for 2 months, you're going to hit one. West Virginia. Pennsylvania's 1 in 59. That's still high. But 1 in 38 is crazy. 1 in 38 means every month you're hitting a fucking deer. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. It doesn't mean that. It means overall the time of your life. 1 in 38. But that's a lot.
I've never hit a deer. That's probably stupid to put out into the universe.
Yeah. But I've never hit one either. I did hit a squirrel once. I felt so bad. Little guy was moving left and juking left and right, not sure. And I'm like, come on, fucker, don't do this. Don't do this. And he did it. And I felt the pump. I'm like, oh no. And I looked back at it. But you know what? Vultures have to eat too. That's what that's all about. You know? That's a weird thing too when you see a dead animal and you're like, oh, and then you come back like 20 minutes later and you see hovering over it, devouring it.
Pulling everything out.
Oh, you ever seen a Tibetan sky funeral? In Tibet, I don't know which religion, I don't know what they're practicing, but they have this ritual called Tibetan sky funeral. And instead of burying people, what they do is they chop them up and feed them to vultures. Yeah, graphic video of this online because it's like this big ritual. So this graphic video of these dudes, giant cutting boards and fucking cleavers hacking up people, and there's a swarm of vultures all around them. So they're hacking up body parts, and then these vultures are just devouring these human beings. And we think it's gross, right? But isn't it grosser that you waste a body?
Dump it.
Yeah. What is it, Jamie? Oh, it's a video of it. That guy was a little too cute to be. So look at these. Look at all these vultures.
This is like when pelicans follow a fishing boat.
Oh, they 100% know what's going on because they've been doing it all the time.
Just tourist attraction.
Jesus Christ. Tourist.
Well, there they go.
So then I'm going to show you half of the guy up. There's plenty of other videos that are more documentary style that show very graphic images of this person hacking apart the rock.
How big? How big did it cut the things?
Just like chunks. And the vultures, you saw how they are. They're like piranha. They're all just on it. And they just devour everything. They devour everything. Isn't that better? Though, I mean, look, nobody wants their loved one to be reduced to meat. But is it better that you're taking your loved one and you're pumping them filled with a toxic chemical that makes it so that they'll never rot? You can exhume them years later and find fentanyl traces and shit. Like,
if you believe like in something else going on after like,
right?
I mean, the soul's gone anyway. Soul that putting in vultures.
And if you believe that this person was murdered, like, do a better job. Like, how much time do you need? Do it, film it, and get all your. I guess maybe like that. Remember that HBO show, Autopsy? Do you remember that show? It was a great show by this guy, Dr. Michael Baden, and Dr. Michael Baden would always catch like husbands that poison their wives secretly, or wives that poison all their husbands, people that kill people like in secret, sneaky ways, and got away with it. And then he gets on the case and he finds like really crazy example. One of them was this one guy, and after his wife had died, I don't even know if it was his wife, maybe a girlfriend, but he kept buying cases of perfume, and no one could figure out why this guy was doing it. But he left his wife in the bed and never reported that she was dead, and kept fucking her, put like a mask on her, and then eventually put like some artificial vagina down there, and the perfume, he was pouring perfume on her to mask decay. And so eventually, finally, they caught him. They got these images of what used to be his wife with like a mask on the face, and there was clothes on what's left of his body, and then there's this like tube where the vagina is, and this fucking psycho was banging her corpse and like passing out from the smell and just cases of perfume. This dude was just pouring perfume all over her corpse.
I feel like I could solve that crime.
You have to be in the room. You have to be like in the neighborhood or something. Have you ever smelled a bottle? When I was a kid, the apartment that we lived in New Jersey, this guy died on one of the floors, and the smell is insane. It's so specific. It's so different. A rotting human body apparently has a very unique odor. In like the coroners and the guys that called in, there's a smell, and it's right away. It's different than a dog.
Yeah, I was gonna say my style, my dog. I can't go in 2 days.
Oh my god, it was horrible. The whole hallway. We couldn't specify like where it was coming from. It was like a skunk. It was everywhere. The whole hallway just reeked like it was just like the universe letting you know, get out of there. Get the fuck out. It's giving you the smell. Not just New Jersey, that hallway. Sure. It's giving you the smell of death. It's very specific smell.
You know how the guy died?
I don't remember. I think I was 5 at the time. But I'll never forget that smell. Oh. Because he was in there for a while, just like one day, kicked the bucket. It took a while for him to figure it out. They figured out the smell.
And then how long did it take him to get him out of there?
I don't remember. I was too little. I don't remember. But it was a very, very specific smell. It was gross. But it is weird what we do. It's weird that Joey Diaz was trying to work this out. But Joe Rogan fucking scam. You want to get cremated, they gotta bomb you first. Then you're gonna buy a burner. They got you for 10, 14, 15 grand every time. Your grandfather wants a beautiful coffin. He's fucking dead. What are we doing? It's like this weird thing that everybody does where you have to get your person embalmed and then get them made up. Which is really creepy.
My daughter had a friend who her boyfriend's sister died, and she's getting into
Like someone has to sign up for that.
has to be a very specific job. That's not render makeup.
Yeah, it's not like you go into a great place or something and ask, like, hey, my grandpa's come home.
But that might not work, right? Especially when you grab I'd like a Viking. Oh, Viking. But a Viking funeral, again, you're kind of wasting body. It just ground. That's what's supposed to be. You're supposed to go back to nature. I guess the Viking funeral, should get back to this. You're taking a long run.
Yeah.
You turn back into carbon. This is going to take so much time. You're going right into microbes. And essentially, what's inside of you starts to eat first. All the bacteria in your body start breaking down from that. I think a lot of weird things happen. Stuff on the outside of your head. And the soil starts devouring you.
Go for it. Have you seen people that get put in?
Yeah. That makes sense. Makes sense.
Or like a diamond?
Yeah.
Get pressed down.
The trees definitely live well off of fertilizer. Dead animals. Yeah, they eat what's there. They take it in, suck it up, which is what fertilizer is. Which is why our food sucks, because we give them fake food. We basically feed our processed food, right? Because nitrogen is what we take nitrogen, a bunch of other bullshit chemicals, and we pour it on this dead topsoil. Poor corn survive, and then we eat the corn and there's no nourishment. They're like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I remember like in third grade they taught us about crop rotation, and you're driving by these fields and corn since I was in third grade.
There's no way you can rotate. Huh? Yeah, that's what they're all doing. Regenerative farms, they move everything around. That's how you're supposed to do it. That's how everyone's done it from the beginning of time. What is that? Mushrooms that eat your body? But they're gonna embalm you, man. Unless you live in a place that lets you opt out of that. Unless this is for another country. What are the laws in America? Let's find out what the laws are. When you die, do they have to embalm you? Because this is what Joey was saying. But that might have been very specific. It might be regional. It might be like certain cities.
They embalm you before you go into a cooker.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
That's not required.
No, they probably talked for a minute about that. That's probably what it is.
It says, in fact, that FTC funeral law forbids any funeral home from stating the contrary.
Interesting. That's what you've done it.
Oh, absolutely. All they're trying to do is shame you, make you feel bad.
Listen, you have to for is it necessary? According to federal law, it's forbidden to declare that embalming can be entirely stop the process of decomposition. Oh, but that's
Right, why, I guess.
right. It's entirely forbidden to declare that embalming, but is it mandatory? Is embalming mandatory? It's not required by federal law in the United States. And no funeral homes can claim that it is. That's interesting. Or there are some circumstances where embalming may be required. State law. Okay. Some states require embalming if the body is not refrigerated or is held in transit. Other states require embalming if the death is caused by a contagious disease or if the remains are being transported between states. So funeral homes require embalming. If the family chooses to serve as okay, that's probably visitation, open casket, makes sense. Cemeteries, they require embalming if the remains are being entombed in a mausoleum. Ew.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Embalming can help their loved ones see their loved ones for the last time. You know what? I've only been to one funeral where I saw one of my loved ones, was my grandfather. I was like, he is not there. Like, whatever they left there, that's not my grandfather. He's gone.
Yeah, when they go, oh, he looks so natural.
Well, he wasn't fucking orange. And no. He does not look natural. He looks weird. There's like part of you that knows that whatever a person is, soul, whatever a soul is, it's off.
Yeah, that's gone.
It's off. Yeah, it's gone. It's weird. It's a weird feeling.
Especially one that you knew so well.
Oh yeah. It's a wake up call, because you just realize, like, oh, this one's forever. One day, everyone in your life is gonna go like that. And if you're lucky, you can see it. Is that what the luck is? And if you live long enough, I was switching phone numbers the other day, and I was going over my phone, my contact list, and there's so many people dead. I just kept pulling out people that were dead. He's crazy.
How long has it been since you switched?
Well, it's just I got a bunch of old numbers, you know, from dudes I haven't talked to in forever. That when you have an iPhone, you just keep getting a number, and you just somehow or another, all the numbers come with you. There's so many of my friends that are so great, you know. When you just start counting the numbers, like, oh fuck, Norm Macdonald, oh fuck, you know, you just go through all of it. Fuck, he's done too, you know.
I'm getting to the age where that's about to start happening. I think
it happens, you know, and sometimes it happens and you do not see it coming. It's like a train, especially when they take their own life. Like, what? Jesus Christ! And then there's always that guilt of like, fuck, maybe if I talk to him, maybe if I had one conversation, or maybe that's just your ego.
Yeah, because I think once you're over that line, I don't think there's a lot of back.
Perhaps, but I think every circumstance is different.
Yeah, I guess there's that one dude that used to live by a bridge, and he would go out and talk guys off the ledge. And so I guess, man.
There's one guy that jumped. He's one of the rare guys that lived. As he jumped, he realized what a horrible mistake he made. He wanted to take it back, but he couldn't. And he lived, but he's all fucked up, but lived a happier life. Like, was thankful he was alive, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I used to bartend when this dude would come in. I was missing his jaw.
He's talking 200 people off the ledge. I was like, highway patrol officer. I put that guy to smooth talker. I have a buddy who jumped off that ledge. Yeah. Tony Anagoni, who's a professional pool player. Good dude. I hadn't talked to him in a while. I hadn't talked to him in a couple of years. Saw it in the news. Fuck. Yeah, it's one of those things, man, where it's just like, when it happens, you just jolt. Especially the suicide. Like, what?
Yeah, when you had no clue.
Because, like, you think about that person when you're all having fun again. You think about that person when you're sitting around laughing, cracking jokes.
Especially if it's the life of the party that does it. Right. Fuck, I could have picked 10 other guys besides you.
But imagine Robin Williams. Imagine watching Robin Williams on it. Did you ever see that commercial where he's doing a commercial and won't stop fucking around?
I don't think so.
The director's trying to get him to stop fucking around. He's like, you'll not stop fucking around. He's doing different characters and shit. He's like, okay, Robin, can we focus now? Robin's just fucking going off. Yeah. That guy you would never imagine. Never. You know?
I was an extra in a movie with him. Stolen. Driving. And some two people were sick. They went back to their trailers, and I was interviewing him, and he did it as on fire, and it was awesome, man.
But it
I said to him, Frank,
it's already there. Because back to the camera. He's a different guy.
just do the line so everything. This place is fabulous. I want to be like mine is good.
Yes.
Okay?
Foul ball, a male hydrogen spray. You know, sometimes below the waterline you could reek. That's why I need you foul ball. Some hardware thing.
Upside down. This is fabulous. I couldn't believe Bobby just can't control. Line out, just introduce one line.
Hello, I'm Sheldon Heston. No, I have a few Jewish friends. But I'd like to say, won't you please help support the United Goyim College Fund? Help learn a child to eat hot dogs this year, mayonnaise and corned beef.
Can we get another actor in, please?
Oh, give me a chance, please. I need this.
All I have to do is
Я очень любит Америка. Сейчас у нас говорят. You know, what I would love to see actually is if they could have combined the drop-off and the Olympics and had him in the box. All right, I'm ready, Howard. Yes, sir. I think so.
You want me to hold it too long?
Yeah. Storm. Maybe. Storm. Hello, Storm. Come here, boy. Hey, off the leg. We're ready now. Here we go. this time.
Once more. Hi, I'm Jack Nicholson. You know, Howard Storm is directing goddamn commercials. Well, that he can find a camera small enough to work with, but God bless him for trying. Commercial with Billy Bobby on a footstool. God, I love the fact that the man takes a chance. Thank you.
He just wasn't gonna do it. He's a maniac.
Oh, that's incredible.
He's an odd dude, for sure. People get mad when you bring up joke thieving allegations with that guy, but that's just what it was.
That went on for over 13 minutes.
That's hilarious.
2.5 minutes.
Yeah, people think that you're not supposed to talk about that part, but that was part of him.
Yeah, you have to talk about it.
The guy still was great. He was still great. He was very odd.
I wonder if his brain worked so quickly that sometimes it was out before he knew it.
Perhaps, you could excuse someone for a lot of things. I don't know how his brain worked. Obviously, he had mental problems, which wound up. There was a lot of physical problems that contributed to suicide, but depression was part of that too. But you have to also put it in context. There wasn't anybody like him back then. It was Jonathan Winters, who he took inspiration from, who a lot of people forgot about. Jonathan Winters was really weird like that. He would do really weird, crazy stuff and act like different characters and just wouldn't be there and just would hold on to it and people would panic and they wouldn't know what to do. So I think he took a lot of inspiration from Jonathan Winters, who's an amazing talent too. But Robin was really nobody like him. And he can act his ass off, man. It was really Good Morning Vietnam. He was good in movies.
I like Good Morning.
Yeah, in series roles. How about that 24-hour photo? Did you see that? Bro, creepy. Yeah, he played a good psycho. It was very, very good. But you never imagine a guy like that would hit the rocks where he wanted to kill himself. You're like, no.
And then you start to wonder, was the comedian part of it the show and the 24-hour photo was...
I doubt the 24-hour photo was the real deal. I think the real deal was a deeply depressed person that the reason why they were so good at getting people entertained is because they needed so much more than the average person just to hit a fake line. Yeah. I think when people are super depressed, they use comedy as a way to just a drug to just get them. Richard Jennings apparently was only happy with killing, and then when he got off stage, he was depressed. And he's another guy who wanted to kill himself.
That's an hour a day.
Yep.
That you're happy.
Yep. And he was the most miserable guy, guaranteed. When I would do morning radio, I would always ask the driver, who's the worst guy? They always he didn't want to talk to anybody. He was miserable. So fucking dude is weird. He wanted to be a movie star, apparently. So back then in the 1980s and 90s, what the thing was you would graduate into movies, like a Jim Carrey, or into TV like a Seinfeld, you have your own show. Everybody really wanted movies. And he never got any of those. He was only in one movie. He was in The Mask with Jim Carrey. And he had a show on the UPN called Platypus Man. But stand-up was brilliant. Stand-up was incredible. He was so good. We all would just be in awe of him. I remember him doing a bit at the Comedy Works in Montreal. This little tiny room in Montreal. It's a great room run by this amazing tiny room. Jimmy was the best. And this room was only a 90. And it was during the Chesapeake Labs Comedy Festival. And Richard Jennings went up and did a bit about buying a Corvette. What an unrelatable premise. What a what a premise where you how do you get anything out of this? And was murdering. Just murdering. I can't remember what he said, but I was crying laughing. We were crying laughing. It was so funny. And there were so many punchlines in there. So his sense of irony, his sense of sarcasm, the way they hit the punchline, the writing, it's all day he prepared for these sets, and then he would just go into the darkness. Just get ready to do it.
I never seen something horrible.
I knew his girlfriend. His girlfriend was a comic too. One of his girlfriends at the time. I don't think she was the girl that was his girlfriend at the time. But she was a comic at the store. She was just telling me, guy's so brilliant, but he's so eaten up.
Yeah, some people can't find balance.
sucks, man, when they're that good. You just like want to hug them. Just like, come on, man. Keep it together. Just enjoy the rest. I've told the story before. I apologize to anybody for this. But he went to the East Side Comic Club in Huntington. It wasn't Huntington Beach. It was on Long Island. At East Huntington? I forget where it was. But East Side Comic Club is a great comic club on Long Island. And I went there on a Sunday, and I talked to the guy that was the MC all weekend, and he was depressed. And I said, why are you depressed? He goes, Richard Jennings did a different hour every show. He did 4 different hours and killed. He goes, I'm up there. He goes, I have 20 minutes that I'm opening with, and I can barely get through them. They suck. And I'm bringing on this genius who does a different hour every fucking show. He goes, it makes me want to quit comedy. I think he might have quit. Because I never heard from him. I really think that might have done him in. Like, I think he was around for like a year or 2 after that, but I think that was it.
That is tough to watch. When you're working with a master, you're not even close.
It's like those dudes who fought Mike Tyson in the early days. You never saw it, man.
Yeah. I've been late for a show twice in my life, and both times it was from watching Mike Tyson's greatest.
Oh, wow. They'll drive me crazy. There was a time, like 1986, like whatever it was when he lost to Buster Douglas, but there's never been a heavyweight like I think he was the greatest of all time. I think he was the greatest of all time for a short period of time, but I think you have to look at a fighter in particular. You can't keep it up forever. It's too crazy. They only have a few years. Like high revolution, high red line prime. That's what I try to judge them on. Just ways people judge fighters on longevity. Robinson. The best example of all time is Bernard Hopkins. Bernard Hopkins was a world champion. He was 49 years old. Crazy. It's my age. Crazy. And fucking up guys that were 20 years younger than him with ease. You know? He was a master. Just a masterful boxer who had incredible discipline, never lost focus, and never got out of shape, and never ate bad food, never ate processed anything. He always ate like clean, organic food, drank water, no booze, fuck you. You know, up in the morning, always running, always calisthenics, always was shredded, never gained weight in between fights. Even today, I had him on the podcast like a couple months ago. How many months ago? 6 months ago? Maybe longer. Something like that. Even now, guys like in his 50s, fucking shredded.
I don't have
ready to go. You don't have to.
Yeah, I need the process.
Sometimes you need a little comfort, you know.
What do you think it was about Tyson? Do you think it was his? I always equated to his legs and his coil.
There was a lot of factors. First of all, there was his upbringing, right? So he had a horrible upbringing. Just crime and violence, the worst neighborhood in Brooklyn. Lived in Bed-Stuy, right? So Brownsville, I think, originally in Bed-Stuy. Terrible neighborhoods, real bad. You know, a lot of crime, a lot of violence. And then at 13 years of age, he gets adopted by this guy, Customato, who's one of the greatest boxing minds of all time. And he's also a hypnotist. So from age 13 on, he's hypnotizing Mike and telling Mike he's the greatest of all time. He's the greatest of all time. He's going to be the greatest heavyweight the world has ever seen. And then on top of it, you have crazy genetics. Mike, I had Teddy Allison. He told me that when Mike was 13, he was knocking out a grown man. And they wouldn't believe it. He'd bring him to boxing tournaments. They're like, how old is that kid? He was 13. He's fucking 16. Okay, he's 16. He'd put him in with the 16-year-olds. He'd knock the 16-year-olds out. Yeah, he was a freak. So you have that sometimes. You know, you have kids that just have extraordinary genes. And then you have this perfect storm of a very intelligent person who's deeply neglected as a child and then adopted by a genius. Not just a boxing genius, but a genius in terms of psychology and life and philosophy, and he understood war. And like he was a war historian, and he was a boxing historian, and he was also managed by this guy, James Jeffries. And Jim Jacobs had Jim Jeffries tapes, or James Jeffries. He had Jack Johnson and Jack Dempsey. He had all the film footage of like fighters that some of the greatest boxers of all time. Willie Pep, you know, Floyd Patterson. He had all of this old footage on reels. He was like the biggest collector of old boxing footage. And Mike was being managed by him. So Mike would sit there all day and watch Jack Dempsey fight, watch Jack Johnson fight, watch Stanley Grant, watch these old killers. You know, these guys that existed, decades ago, and no one gets a chance to see them. Because, we're talking about 1980. They don't even have VHS tapes, right? When did they come along? They were like 82 or something like that, right? So he's getting, this is happening to him in the 70s, like late 70s. So let's make sense of this. So he's 58, he's a year older than me. And so how old was he when he was 13? What year was it when he was 13, rather?
So he was born in
79. Okay, no VHS. So the only way you can see these things is if they put them on television, which they might, but then you have to watch them while it's on TV. You can't rewatch it again. There's no way to record anything. Or Jim Jacobs. Jim Jacobs, who also did the commentary on a lot of this. If you watch a lot of those old films, they're black and white and there's no sound. And they put in sound later, but Jim Jacobs does the commentary. I know his voice. And he was a genius too. And they had this incredible convergence of all these things that created Mike Tyson in 1986, where people were like, holy shit. Yeah. When he would walk out there with no bathrobe and just he was a perfect creation of the universe. Like the universe, all the factors that would come into play that make something super special all came in. To be a boxing champion, they could not have had a better convergence of mind, talent, background, and the people that were influenced.
He was.
Yeah, he's being trained by Teddy Atlas when he's a little kid.
Isn't it illegal to hypnotize a child?
That's a good question.
I would think there's got to be.
That's a good question. Depends. What if your kid thinks they're possessed? That might be a good thing to hypnotize. You think kids you cat. I have words for you. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? I'm sorry, look, I'm going out of work. I had 2 jobs. I pay the bills. Billy's bouncing off the walls at home and he thinks he's possessed.
You're like, watch this.
Yeah, it might be good. But yeah, I would think hypnotizing anybody before they were aware of what the fuck that means. But I don't think hypnotizing is what people think it is either. I've only been hypnotized once, so I can't speak to what the total potential of what someone can do with hypnosis is. But you're aware of what's going on. It's not like you're gonna take your clothes off and blow this guy. It doesn't make any sense. You're just in a different state of consciousness. And it's almost like you're allowed to look at things for what they really are versus all this noise that's around most of the ideas in your head. Where you're blaming other people when you should probably blame yourself, when you were lazy and that's why it went bad and it wasn't someone else's fault, and all that stuff that keeps people on the wrong track, that keeps people drinking too much and gambling too much, all those weird things that are going on in your head, you'll get past that and you'll see you. Yeah. And you see you for a brief amount of time and you kind of analyze what it is that's fucking with you. And then someone who's a good performance psychologist can implant ideas to help you plant ideas in your mind of how you're going to approach things from now on. How are you going to look at things from now on? I know a lot of fighters use it. A lot of fighters use it. Hypnotists and performance coaches. The guy who did it to me is my friend Vinny Shorman, and he does it to a lot of fighters. He hypnotizes a lot of fighters.
And what is he?
I think it depends. I think it's different for each fighter.
What they need.
Yeah. I mean, some fighters, there's a thing that happens with some fighters in the midst of a chaotic fight. They will forget about the game plan, and they will just go on instinct and start throwing down, and they want to get knocked out, or something goes bad. They panic. I don't want to say panic, but they don't think straight. That's the best way to say it. Because they're still fighting. It's chaos. But you're letting that lizard brain take over. And you're not sticking to the game. The really good fighters know how, even in these, chaotic scrambles, to keep things technical. Don't do anything that's going to get you caught. It looks nutty when you're watching it on television. But if you're watching a tactician like a Max Holloway or Sanhagen or, Sean O'Malley, these fighters are very tactical. Everything they're doing is to elicit a reaction from you, and they have counters based on how you do things. and then they start downloading how you're moving and reacting to things, and then they start plotting and moving. Anderson Silva was the very best at that. He would take the first round, and he would just kind of like moving with you, and then towards the end of the round, he started fucking. But for the he was just downloading. Anderson in his prime, you know, I'd never seen anything like him. And he was in his prime, he was just downloading people.
I think those other fighters could see it in his eyes and they're like, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, when he was at the top, for sure, everyone was terrified of him. One thing that they did find out, though, he had a flaw. And the flaw was, if you didn't attack him, he didn't attack you. Like, he wasn't willing to take stupid chances, especially with, like, big punchers. Like, there's this guy, Patrick Cote, and Patrick Cote was a big puncher, like, one-punch KO guy. And they had the worst fight. It was a boring-ass fight. And then Patrick, unfortunately, threw a kick that blew out his knee. It was, like, the worst ending of a fight ever. Just his knee exploded.
Just not getting hit? Just kind of
Yeah, not getting hit at all. He just went to throw a kick, and his knee was in a weird position, and just blew apart. And he's like, he falls down. That's happened before. It happened to Tom Aspinall recently. Threw a kick, knee fell apart. Didn't even happen. It wasn't happening like where someone did something to him. He just threw a kick, his knee fell apart.
I'd rather watch a guy get knocked unconscious than have that huge response to part of their body.
The knee's a bad one, but the worst is the shin break. That's the very, very worst. Or an arm break. A forearm break or a shin break. Those are very hard to watch. Those are the hardest I've ever I've seen 4 leg breaks in person, and they're fucking horrific, man. They are fucking horrific. They hurt your soul.
Oh, you got
This is the worst one. Oh, that's Patrick right there. So watch how he does this. Look, it's so crazy. They're moving around, and he goes like he's gonna throw a kick, and he just fucking moves weird.
That's it.
Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. His knee just exploded, blew out his ACL, tore his meniscus. Crazy.
That's a tough dude, so for him to have that reaction,
The toughest. He's an animal. Patrick was a fucking animal. But the fight was kind of boring because he was so dangerous. So Anderson couldn't lead, right? Because if you lead, you worry about being countered. So Anderson was not just really fucking good, but also really smart. He just knew when he could hit you, and he knew when you could hit him, and he would take his time. But again, once he got you figured out, like, as the fight went on, he would, like, if he made the fight boring, it was also a strategy. Because then you would be anxious, and you would maybe do something to try to pick up the pace, and he would crack you. But he's an old veteran, so he's just standing around going, I don't give a fuck about those. Like, move around here. He did that with another guy, a Brazilian guy, Carlos Leites, and the same thing. Boring ass fighter. But a dangerous fighter, and a really dangerous guy on the ground. Carlos Leites was a nasty black belt. Hanging on the ground, like, fucking stay on the outside, just kind of barely win every round. Yeah, but if you do something stupid, I'll fuck you up. And nobody did anything stupid.
I know all that shit.
Well, he was just so smart that he didn't care if people were booing him. And then the UFC would get mad at him. They'd get mad at him because those performances, even though he's the greatest of all time, at the time he was for sure. In my eyes, he's still in the conversation. During his time period when he was running shit, still in my book, one, if not the greatest of all, one of the greatest of all time, for sure. He's in the conversation. Whatever that, the conversation is so subjective, and I change my opinion on it all the time. But during that time period, he didn't give a fuck if people were. He didn't care. It's like, so the UFC would get mad at him. But I was always of the mind that he's doing the 100% correct thing. He's the best fighter. And to fight the best, you got to know when to attack and when not to attack. And sometimes you don't attack at all. Sometimes, if he does something out of character and forces it, that was not his style. For him to engage in a style that's not his style, then that's stupid. The smart thing is to fight to the best of your abilities. And unfortunately, some of those fights were not fun. But you also get the Vitor Belfort fight from the same guy. You know, you get the Okami fight. You get Forrest Griffin fight. You get all those insane knockouts, those highlight reel knockouts. He was a monster. In his prime, he was a monster.
If he could take the boot, the other guy can't.
Yeah. Well, it was also like he wasn't going to do anything stupid until he did. And then he did, and he got knocked out by Chris Weidman because he was doing something stupid. Literally what his demise was the thing that kept him so invincible his whole career. He would stay composed. No matter what happened, he just stayed composed. He always knew when to attack, when not to attack, when to attack, when not to attack. He was just a genius. There's guys that, like, for a while, whatever those years are, where you, like, can't beat them. Like, no one's going to beat him for these years.
And that's just because of his strategy, watching you move.
He was also so good at being a champion, right? The thing about performing in front of so many people with such high stakes, and if you've never experienced that before, the first time you ever fight for a championship fight, it's so crazy. You see it in guys' faces sometimes, you see the weight of it on them, they're like, fuck, this is so heavy. There's so much anxiety. You just can't wait to get in and get it. And once it gets going, then you're fine. Then you're just going on instincts. Then you're going on training, and then you're fighting. But it's the build-up and the thinking, the anticipation, the anxiety. He's used to that.
Yeah.
He's done that 13 times. He defended the middleweight title, I believe, more than anyone ever. That's true. I believe he did.
That's why Gene Hackman measured the hoop in Hoosiers. Right? Let him know, like, you've been here. This is it. Same fuck. It's 10 feet.
Yeah. The same thing everywhere. Yeah. But the thing is, that's like that anxiety of performing in the moment, and that's what a sports psychologist, that's where a sports psychiatrist comes in. That's where a sports psychiatrist, they give you drugs. Can't take drugs in fighting. Some guys tried. I knew a guy who got kicked off a guard because he was on Adderall. You can't take Adderall in fights. Like, I need it for 80. Like, fuck, shut up. Bro, you're on speed.
It's tough, though, man. Sports can mess you up.
Oh, 100%.
Like, I come home from golf for the last 3 years, miserable, right? Calling myself a dumb, I call myself a piece of shit. And my girlfriend goes, hey, why don't you just pretend you're talking to 8-year-old you? And I tried that shit for a round. I had the greatest round of my life.
Yeah, you could do it. You just have to, that part of being a man in particular, like, fucking idiot. You know, like, you make a mistake, you gotta avoid that.
There's zero good. There's a gym teacher with real short shorts in my head. That is the voice of just.
I'm guilty of that sometimes when I play football. This is Charles Barton is what I was doing.
Did you hear how fast I was? I mean, he almost not even hit the ball before he.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
And then the girls taking the video laughed. It's so good.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, that's not helping you. But also, there's a thing about a guy like a Charles Barkley or a guy like you. It's like you don't really have the time to dedicate to a thing like golf to really get great at.
Right.
It's the same thing as playing pool. The great pool players, they play 8 hours. 8 hours a day. If you want to play at like a Shane Van Boning level, you want to play at like a Fedor Gorst level, you have to play 8 hours a day. They play 8 hours a day. They don't fuck around. They're so in the groove all the time that if you're like a casual player, you just can't find that groove. They don't want to ever let that groove go. They're in that groove all day long. All day long. They wake up in the morning and start thinking about running balls, thinking about putting English on balls. If you want to play golf like a really great golfer, those fucking guys play every day. They have coaches. They analyze footage. Like, look at Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods started playing when he was how old?
3, maybe? 2?
Yeah. Yeah, and was coached by his father from the time he was a child. Played constantly. Greatest of all time.
I mean, you can get in the groove for a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's what keeps you going back.
You're not gonna stay in there. That it's mad for me to pool. Because I can play pool, like if I have a night off, and I can play for like 5-6 hours. Like around 4 hours in, I start really getting the groove. I start feeling it. But it's like inconsistent. It comes and goes. But if you play with a great player, and you watch them do it, they just never get it. Always. They rarely miss. They very rarely miss position. The ball's perfect. It's always moving back where they want it to go. And if it's not, they play safe. And you watch it and just like, what? It's like, this is the feel of the movement of the balls that's only possible if you're so finely tuned to it that you're playing every day. Like, this guy, Fedor, he just won the world championship. He's a friend of mine. He's been on the podcast before. We were having a conversation on the phone about cubes because he had switched with his company, Cube Tech, and he switched his company white carbon, and it was months ago. And I was saying, we were talking about, different approaches he uses, different equipment. He's like, I'm still adjusting to this cue. I go, really? I go, yeah, for like how long now? It's like 4 months. He goes, I'm pretty much there. He goes, but I'm about 3 or 4% off. 3 or 4% off. 3 or 4% off. But this guy's a fucking robot. Like his understanding of where he should be versus where he is, and he wants to know exactly how much pressure to apply on that cue to make that ball dance exactly the way. He's like, it's a little off. Like he knows it's a little off. I did just right, but it went there instead of there. 3%. Yeah. What the fuck, man?
You ever left the stage and you just screamed 100% into the green room? I'm up 100%.
Every now and then you catch a groove and you are at 100%. Those moments are the weirdest. You're like, why can't I do this all the time? Why can't I just have so much fun with the jokes all the time? Sometimes you're having so much fun saying the material, it makes everything so much better.
Yeah.
And you're like, why don't I do this all the time?
And it just feels like every single thing you say is going to be awesome.
And the more you do it, the more you right? So if you have a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, like if you're doing a real week in a place, by the time Saturday rolls around, you're a wizard. Yeah. You're a wizard. You got those bits tied up in a fucking basement. You're in control of the situation.
Just thinking about what you're going to eat after.
Well, you're in that flow state. That's when you come up with new stuff. That's the best way to come up with new stuff. You just feel funny. I feel where the funny is. It's like, I know that vibe. I caught that vibe. I know where that vibe is. I can ride that vibe. And that's those golf guys. So if you're not doing that every day, you're going to get out there and fucking lose it. Fucking idiot. Get fat fucking. Just like Charles Barkley. It's unavoidable. Yeah.
You ever play snooker?
I know. I have not played. I've seen people play it. I've fucked around on a snooker table. I've never played a game, but it's very difficult. That's hard. A lot of snooker players are super successful in pool. No pool players. Maybe Alex Pagulayan, he can play everything. He's like a world champion, like every world champion. 8 ball, 9 ball, 10 ball, back. He's like one of the greats of all time. One of the Filipinos too. For whatever reason, Filipinos are the best pool players on earth. Like there's guys driving taxi cabs in the Philippines rather, that can win tournaments in America. They come over here. Like you can't even, everywhere you go, it's pool tables. Like it's like one of the most popular games in the entire country, in the whole island chain. Huge over there. But that guy is he's like an elite professional snooker player as well as an professional pool player. But he's super rare. There's like John Moore. There's a couple other guys that can really good snooker.
We came up playing snooker, but in northern Minnesota.
That's a tough game.
Yeah, you go in and these guys are like, they take it. You lose them $1. These were old. And if you lose them $1, you're out. I remember they always used to say, so the 2 ball was worth money. So you'd have to make a cherry, it's called, a red ball first, and then you had to make a number ball. And then he would always go, if you'd missed the 2 ball, he'd go, they never do. Or he'd go, yeah, you bet, if he'd made it. So we went to this guy's funeral. And we had a buddy with me, and he had a flask with him. Talking, he stands up and raises the flask, and he goes, they never do. And then all his old buddies had flasks with them, and they raised and go, yeah, you bet. It was the fucking greatest funeral I've ever been to.
Awesome. Well, I bet snooker halls. What would you call them? What do they call snooker halls? People play snooker.
We just played at the spot. I don't know. It was like a little restaurant that had tables in it.
Oh, okay. And they were all snooker tables?
We had 2 pool tables and then 2 snooker tables.
Oh, okay. Like places where they just play snooker. They call them a snooker hall? Is that what they call them? Yeah. Okay. Snooker club. The term pool actually comes from gambling. Pool is not the game. The game is pocket billiards. Pool is what's called. They pool their money together. Gamble.
Oh.
That's the name. That's the name that's attributed to it. Yeah. It's really gambling. 100%. But snooker players come over to America. Snooker players come over to America and rob people in pool. They play really good because they're used to those little holes and also these big ass holes. And it's just getting used to the ball different. Because their balls are so small, they don't put a lot of side English on them. They don't do like weird stuff. American cue balls are larger, so the balls are larger. They do a lot of shit with them. They throw balls in the side pocket English. Weird thing. They have to learn all that stuff, and they learn how to play hard. Once they do that, their technique is so flawless. Shots. And they have academies that teach people how to play. It's not like a lot of. There's a few really good teachers in this country, but there's no like national system where you have like a university that you can learn how to play. Like, you know, they have that. They have like real, like there's at one point in time there was real money in snooker in the UK, like real money. Like those guys were millionaires. What? Yeah. The guys I was playing with them were not millionaires. But you were playing with the guys like Canada or Michigan, Minnesota, all that cold stuff's the same. But in the UK, there was snooker was huge on television. I remember going over there for a gig. Long time ago, I turned on the TV and like, whoa, they got snooker on like regular TV. This is nuts. Yeah, watching these matches because you're stuck in a hotel room before your show, so you're just watching. What do you guys watch? They're all watching snooker. But for whatever reason, I think it died off. I don't think it's that popular anymore.
I don't think you could find a snooker table in the town I grew up in anymore.
Yeah.
Places closed, they get rid of them because all the old guys that played died off.
Well, the real game that really died off was three-cushion billiards. Three-cushion billiards was the real game back in the day.
What's that?
It's a game with no pockets. And the game, it was also a very big gambling game. People would gamble a lot of money. Like gentlemen would gamble a lot of money playing three-cushion. And three-cushion, you can't find that anymore. It's still in some countries. I think Korea has a big three-cushion scene, and Belgium, back from Belgium, does really well. Three-cushions, European countries still use it.
Is that the one that has like the score on a wire above the table?
They do that with pool too.
Oh, okay.
That's just the score line. But with three-cushion billiards is a giant-ass table that has no pocket, and you have three balls. And it's usually two white balls and a red ball, or two red balls and a white ball. And or here they do yellow sometimes too now. So this guy has to hit a ball, and then it has to go three cushions, and then hit the second ball. So it's all about understanding angles. See if you can find a video. It's fucking boring. See, this is the game. So he's got to hit the ball, he's got to go three cushions and hit the ball. But what it really does, if you learn this game, it teaches you how billiard balls move around a table. So it really helps you play better position, pocket billiards, and it helps you learn how to play safe better and how to kick at balls. So like this guy
That's pretty wild that he's hitting it.
This guy's obviously a wizard. This is really hard to do. So it is really a thinking person's game. The problem that I have with it is I want to see balls go away. Yeah, I don't want to see them stick there. If I make a point, I want you to go bye-bye. I don't want to see you. The fun with me is that guy, Dahl, is one of the greatest of all time. World champion. I don't know, I think I said his name wrong. But because I only watched like a few matches ever. I'm ADD max. I watch like 10 minutes. I'm like, why is the ball still there? This game sucks.
Yeah, the elimination process is the best part of the pool.
Exactly. I like watching someone run out. And then making the ball was so, like, the last ball, like, the hard shot. There's a lot, and then when it goes away, I'm like, yay! It's satisfying. I don't want to see it. But I've seen people play snooker at a very high level, and it's wild to watch. You watch someone just run out in snooker, and you're just like, Jesus Christ, you have to be so precise. The table's
yeah, tiny pockets, little balls.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a super. But that's, for whatever reason, that never caught on over here. It's like soccer. For whatever reason, never caught on over here.
Just in pocket.
Yeah, I don't know why, like, some things never caught. I have a friend of mine, my friend Eddie, owns the local soccer professional team out here. And he gave me some insight on that. He goes, they never take a break. He's like, football, baseball, you get commercial breaks. So commercials get stuck. Soccer never stops. It's like they play on the clock, and the clock keeps going, and every match is going to be X amount of minutes long, and that's that. There's no room for commercial. Well, that makes sense. If you watch professional soccer live, it's fucking exciting as shit.
Everybody's freaking out.
And you appreciate the athleticism that you have to have, the cardio that you have to to be running back and forth and sprinting and sideways and ducking and dodging and fucking kicking balls at crazy angles. It's a wild ass sport.
Yeah, very good. I mean, you look at those guys and you go, well, there's not a 10% body fat person on there.
Not one. No excess fat. They all have like fairly small upper bodies and just jacked legs. Yeah. These guys are sprinting constantly. They have no wasted motion. At the levels, the Lionel Messi level, like there's no wasted motion. Freak athletes.
My kids both played soccer because I don't know anything about it, and it's the only sport I wouldn't yell at. Because I didn't want people to go, that's fucking wrong, dude. Sit there and keep my mouth closed. It's brutal. Oh, it's brutal. I watched a guy after a hockey game. This kid he scored probably 6 goals or something. Little tiny kid. This is 14. And this dad, he's yelling at this kid. I'm walking out, and he's right by the locker room, and I go, hey, man. I pulled the guy aside, and I go, come on, kid, what's going on? I thought it was his dad, but it wasn't the dad. It was the goalie's dad yelling at the kid that scored on him, calling him a fucking fancy pants and all this other shit. And I was like, bro, he's a kid. What are you doing?
Oh, no.
Yeah, the parents go way too over the top. Like yelling at an ump is one thing, but yelling at a kid because he scored on your kid, that's ridiculous.
I've seen guys get knocked out in front of their screaming moms. Their moms are screaming, kick his ass, this guy fucking sucks, this guy's a pussy.
Lights out?
Yeah, in front of their mom. While the mom's screaming obscenities. It's hard to swallow. Hard to swallow. Mom, you probably distracted the fuck out of your son, first of all. Imagine hearing your mom screaming all that shit, and you're like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I didn't like my mom yelling, you got him, honey, when I was pitching.
Oh, God.
That kind of shit. They're like, I'm working on it.
Don't do this. Yeah. No, this is not for you. Okay, you're supposed to clap when things go well. Yeah, that's it. Don't be fucking yelling out instructions.
You got him, honey.
Like you didn't think, yeah. Mom yelled at him.
I got him? Okay. Thank you.
I got it.
Thank you so much.
Especially people that have never competed in a sport before and don't know how fucking distracting that is.
Yeah.
Like, shut your hole, lady.
And she had competed in sports. That's the problem.
No! She loved it.
Yeah, that'd be like her being on the beam, and I'm like, jump higher.
It's also, I think, people back in the days, like when she grew up, they didn't know any better. Like, people didn't know what you're supposed to do and not supposed to do. People hit their kids.
Oh, yeah.
They all hit their kids. They all yelled at their kids, called them fucking idiots. Everybody did that. We were animals. Like, if you grew up and your parents grew up in the 1940s and 50s, you were an animal. Like, they were animals because they were raised by people who grew up in the Depression. Okay? And those people were animals, and those people their parents fought in World War I. Okay? Like, these are barbarians. And so it's like so many generations of softness have led us to where we are now. But if if you're our parents, you're exposed to all that shit.
Well, his dad took off, and his mom went into like a mental institution. So he got raised by his grandparents. That's like a generation back.
Oh, God.
And so when my mom and dad were disciplining me, I was like, why are you doing this? You're terrifying. Oh, boy. Yeah, it was interesting.
Oof. Christ. That's a lot. That's a lot to manage. Imagine being a grandparent. It's like, fuck.
I know.
We thought we were done. We thought we were done.
Exactly.
I wanted to go play golf. Fuck. I gotta take care of another kid. This one's mad. Yeah, because they got abandoned. That was issues now. Confused.
I gave my dad a lot of joy. A lot. Just because of that. He stole my identity when I was in high school and ruined my credit.
No.
Yeah. And I was like, I got raised by his fucking grandparents.
Yeah. Imagine dad being just like a straight up criminal. Like, Dad.
Oh, I don't have to imagine. My dad stole
Straight up criminal?
Oh, God, yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely. He helped me. He had me
I guess
help
he
him
has to.
steal
He
the car.
stole your idea. What am I thinking?
Yeah.
He's only gonna do it once, or to his kid.
I got a rental car once because my car was in the shop. Took the keys, made a copy of the keys, and then when I brought that rental car back, had me driving there, and I didn't know it. He stole the car and then drove to Las Vegas because the cops were looking for him for writing bad checks. I mean, what the fuck?
Holy shit. How do you not become a comedian?
Yeah,
That totally makes sense.
you can be ticking away at an office job, just typing like
Yeah,
motherfucker.
you will go crazy. Yeah, you'll barely keep it together. Fuck.
Yeah, pretty wild. I called when I went to college. I called to get a phone line, and they were like,
I don't think so.
"Wow, you owe us $1,000."
Because he had stolen your money. Oh my god. Try to explain it to them?
My mom had to write a letter to everybody that said,
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit. You couldn't get a phone line.
My dad, he told us another idea. It was a kid that he graduated high school with, died in a motorcycle accident.
Oh my god.
My dad called his parents and said, "Hey, you guys have some benefits coming. I just need Social Security."
Oh my god.
And then became that dude.
Sign up comedy record. Oh, Jimi Hendrix greatest hits.
Yeah, it was wild.
Fuck, man, that's crazy. Oh, shit. Wow. When you were in high school, what did you think you were going to be?
I don't know, maybe a teacher or a lawyer or something.
When did the comedy bug get you?
Way early. I mean, I wanted to do comedy forever. I just lived in a town where there wasn't comedy.
So it was like a thing in the back of your head?
Yeah, I mean, way back in the day, I watched my grandpa watch it. I like listened to records. Just start laughing.
Wow. Yeah, I remember my first exposure to comedy was probably, the actual stand-up comedy was probably Bill Cosby record. My parents had a Bill Cosby record, and they had Cheech and Chong, and I think they might have had a George Carlin one too. Everyone had records back then. There was nothing on TV. You sit around, you listen to records. You know, so we listened to Cheech and Chong when I was a little kid. I was probably 8 or 9 or something like that. I was like, this is so funny. And then when I was in high school, I got a hold of some Richard Pryor cassettes. Me and my girlfriend were in my bedroom just howling, laughing at Richard Pryor. Like, this is so crazy. So crazy. This is like, at the time, talking 81, this is probably like 83, something like that. And so, in 1983, like, Richard Pryor was the king. This is like when he was doing Live at the Sunset Strip. My parents took me to see that. I think I was 15 years old. And we were in the movie theater, and I'll never forget this, because this is the first time I'd ever experienced anything like this. I'd never seen someone do stand-up comedy for a long time. I'd only seen, like, a guy do some jokes on the night show, you know, like a real, like, cut and dry, set up punchline, 5 minutes. All right, that was terrific. Come sit on the couch. And the comic would sit there, and I'm talking about the zoo, you know, and so that was my exposure to comedy. But in the theater, I remember, I'll never forget this, sitting in the theater, watching Live in the Sunset Strip, looking at the audience. People were moving around. I remember this guy was holding his stomach, and he was slapping the chair, and his wife was slapping him. They were just going, oh my God, oh my God. It was so funny, and I remember thinking, I've never seen anything this funny. Like, all the funny movies that I love, they were never this funny. And all this guy's doing is talking.
And to get humans to react like that,
it was crazy. It was like, all he's doing is talking. How is he doing this?
Yeah, I remember the first comedy I ever saw was this guy Wild Bill Bauer out of Minnesota, and I'll never forget this joke. He goes, "I called my boss the other day, and I told him I can't come in because I'm sick. And how sick are you?" Just, and I still laugh at it. I mean, it's like the funniest shit in the world.
That's a great joke.
It's such a great joke.
That's a great joke.
And that was my introduction. So people, same thing. People are freaking out. That was great.
Can that guy string a bunch together?
Yeah.
How good was he?
They're good.
That's, if you can write a joke like that, that's like, I didn't wonder.
No, he wasn't.
That seems like a crazy hit to be that good of a joke, to be a one-hit wonder. Yeah. It's like that guy's got a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Some of those guys that look real good like that, for whatever reason, people never find out about them.
He just stayed in. He ended up booking tours for other guys and stuff like that.
There was a guy named Bob Woods, a legend of Long Island. He was a big guy, big, like, jolly guy, and he was hilarious. He was a legend in Long Island, and to this day, I'm upset that they never got a chance to see him live. Because all the comics from that day, they always tell me, Bob Woods, Bob Woods. It was like the early 80s. I think when I came along, I don't think I came to New York until 90 or 91.
and I think he'd already stopped. This is Bob Woods. He was a character. Give me some volume.
Let me introduce myself here. The incredible folk, Hungry Jack, a man called Horse. Serve lunch a lot. Back. On earth, will touch your daddy. Trouble without a waste time. Whatever he feels for breakfast. Lord of the Ring-Dings. The Earl of Sandwich, the Prince of Wales. And a little house on the prairie. Oh, roll with what? What can I tell you, folks? I got myself right away.
I hope it's gonna get better.
Giving that grave. One in the moon to wrestle me. I'm not celebrating. No, I'm not tail after that muffler. I'll rock the aquarium. No, I'm in a LinkedIn checking it twice. No, I have a button jacket. I'm not mission. I'm not known for cheers in California. I'm one fucking way. It's all in the shampoo. Some people shampoo with Prel. Some people use Head and Shoulders. I just got simply new with the muffin blow. I read right? Call me Christian. I'm getting ready to the restaurant. Thinking of buying floors, you fucking dead.
A lot of fat jokes. Yeah. This is like some things he did on TV. This is like him, like recording a set for television. It looks like. Was it 88? Yeah. That wasn't the best set. He had an insane Jackie impression. Insane. And a lot of things, he inspired a lot of comedians. A lot of comedians in Long Island. That just wasn't the best set of it.
Yeah, but I mean, guys are writers. Holy shit.
Oh, you bang them out, man. But again, it's like the world was different. You got to also think stand-up comedy. Let's just put it into perspective. 1988 was 36 years ago. 36 years before that, there was no stand-up comedy.
Wow.
Yeah. So you have to think about it, right? So if you went back to 1950, let's go to 50. What the fuck is there? What's the stand-up comedy? It's nonsense. It's guys in the Catskills that are telling two Jews walking to a bar jokes. It's not real comedy. And then Lenny Bruce comes along in the 60s, and then everything changes. And you get Mort Saul. You get, yeah, eventually. They come later. Okay. They all come later, and Carlin comes later. And then Pryor comes later. They're all inspired by Lenny Bruce. Lenny Bruce is really like the germ. He was really like the center of it all. From him, all things. That guy's the real godfather of comedy. The kind of comedy that we do, we talk about stuff. Like, everybody was just telling jokes back then. They were just being jokey joke guy. And then, there's Don Rickles, who was like the insult guys, insulting people. That was always very funny. But nobody was doing like social commentary. Nobody was like making funny points about things going on in society until Lenny came around.
Yeah.
And he was against the machine. Getting arrested left and right. That's pretty wild. You really think about it? On my office, I have a photograph of him getting arrested.
I mean, I don't think you can get arrested for comedy anymore.
Oh, you definitely can try. You can in Canada. I know. I had a guy on the podcast that got sued and lost. And he got fined because there was a few different things. This guy had made a joke about a kid who was Mike Ward, thank you. He had made a joke about a kid that they had done some benefit for, a really sick kid, and the kid was still alive a few years later. And, some kind of joke about, like, can I get my money back? Like, is this kid really sick? Like, something along those lines. I might have fucked it up. I think I fucked it up. But anyway, the point is, it was just a joke, and they sued him, and they won. Like, he got charged, and he lost. Like, who sued him? The parents? I think they fined him. I think it was one of those things where, see, let's find out what the specifics of are. Because there was another one in, I believe, Vancouver, where a comedian was getting heckled by these lesbians. They started making fun of them for being lesbians, saying a bunch of really rude things. And that guy got fined, too. Like a large number. Yeah. Like, you can get, Canada does not have freedom of speech. It's not the same as the United States. It doesn't have a First Amendment. They have hate crime laws. So they have weird stuff. This is why Jordan Peterson, way back in 2016, was telling them, like, you cannot have compelled speech laws. Canadian who mocked disabled child singer did not breach limits of free speech. That's not Mike Ward, though. Case pitted Quebec comedian Mike Ward against former child. Oh, that must be the child singer that's sick. Did not breach limits of free speech system. So it went to the Supreme Court. This is 2021. When did we have him on? It was definitely way before that. It wasn't in Texas. But he must have finally won under the 5-4 split decision. Wow. 4 people said fuck him. Fuck your joke. The top court ruled Friday while comedian Mike Ward's act ridiculed Jeremy Gabriel, a young man with Treacher-Collins syndrome, was chosen as a target not because of his disability, but because of his fame. True. In its ruling, the court found that Ward's jokes did not seek to incite others to mock Gabriel, and he cannot be blamed for the actions of Gabriel's classmates and others who parroted the jokes. See, folks, this is what happens when you try to be too nice. You can't be too nice. You can't go that far. You gotta let people say things that are offensive. If you don't, then the only way to enforce that is totalitarianism. You start locking people in jail. And then you want people to be better person. They should be encouraged to be better people. But you can't fucking force people to say things or not say things. Right. He was he got paid. He was ordered to pay $35,000 in moral and punitive damages. But that's not as much as the guy in Vancouver. The guy in Vancouver, I think, if memory serves me, I think it was a lot more money. The guy in Vancouver, there was 2 lesbians heckling him at a show. Okay, I might have thought it was $225,000 or something. Either way, fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you. I was in Calgary one time. I was talking about the Queen, and then the MC came up and he goes, fuck these Americans. They come here. They think we have a Queen. Learn about the country you're coming to. I thought you had a Queen. The public did all this research. There is a Queen because there was a treaty, and she acts as the Queen. So the next day I went up and came up to bring me off stage, and I go, hey man, just stay here for a minute. I read the treaty. And I go, just so you know, I'm an American, but you do have it. And then I took a $20 bill out and licked it and stuck it to his forehead. And I go, she's on your fucking money, man. And it's like, that's hilarious. Well, and no lawsuit.
That's awesome. Yeah. Well, you were right. I didn't see you for being right. Fucking idiots. But it's like that thing of, like, you try to set up society where you prevent people from being mean. But the problem is people are going to be mean. And the only way to prevent people from being mean is to really ostracize people who are mean, and then have everybody else learn from that, and, like, learn from the way you talk about these people that are mean. And then we all kind of grow together. You can't have laws that enforce your opinion of what someone can or cannot be allowed to say, because then you never get that guy's joke. Your friend, right, that's sick because I'm fucking my sister. Well, yeah, you don't get that. Yeah, right. You don't get that joke because that's illegal. So, like, then you don't get funsies because that's just funsies. You didn't really fuck anybody. It's a joke. You know, Bob Marley didn't shoot any sheriffs. It's just fun. It's a fun thing to say.
Yeah. When I was in 7th grade, if you talked in history class, they made you take a pacifier and sit there like you were a baby.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Because they were like, I told you to shut up, now you have to suck on this pacifier.
do that now. But guess what? Everybody showed up that had the pacifiers. I got paddled in Florida. I got in a fight with this kid, Preston Banks. And this kid, we got in a scrap. We both got brought to the principal's office and got paddled. Or they whacked me in the ass with a fucking cricket racket. He had this fucking thing. They slap you one shot in the ass. They send you home. You're like, oh, I got hit. Mm-hmm. No, can't do that. Oh, there's no chance. By the way, we never farmed them. Yeah, and we became friends after that. That's what I'm saying. It's like these kids now can take a chair in the back of the room and throw it at the teacher when he's not looking. And that teacher has to sit there and well, yeah, especially when you get into high school, things get very, very dangerous. Very, very, very. Because people are starting to get strong and they're aggressive, and these young men have testosterone for the first time in their life. So all of a sudden you're 13, and then boom, factory opens. Yeah. And you're like, yahoo! And you start growing, you have a mustache now, and you're 14, 15, and then you get this book, and you're teacher. Teacher's talking shit, you want to fuck this teacher up. Yeah. And you know if you do, you'd be a hero for the rest of the class. You'd be a legend for all your boys. This teacher's talking shit, you just grab his tie, box him in the face. Yeah. Guys hate teachers. There's so many videos all the time. So many online videos of poor teachers getting beaten up by their students. And it's always the guys that fucked that would take the lead. I always felt it was those guys. Yeah. Like the rest of us waiting to have sex, we were just sitting in our chairs. You know, ready to fight. Yeah. The teachers. Yeah. Or women that beat teachers up. Those are horrible. Horrible. Those are slow beatings. Not much gets done. You know, it's like a lot of hair pulling. It's like watching a tall guy punches to the face. Back there, and nobody's helping you, and everyone's screaming and cheering. They're all filming it, and then we wonder, why does nobody want to be a teacher? Why does the education system sucks? Why? Why? Well, because the whole thing sucks. Like, you couldn't even just fix the school. You gotta start from a foundational level in the bad neighborhoods. You have to, like, somehow or another help people get the fuck out of this place of total, complete despair. And the fact that these places of total, complete despair have existed in the same location for decade after decade after decade. People want these kids to do better? Like, how? All they've done is see it repeated over and over. Think about your dad. Like, how did that happen? That didn't happen. I choose not to think of it. But if you were your dad's dad, that would have never happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we have the good fortune of understanding the mistakes of those who came before us. And even even thinking about it, we can't even put our mind in what it must be like to be a kid that grows up in the south side of Chicago in 2024, where you're seeing people shot every weekend. And you can't put yourself into that. So to expect that child to come out of that environment and then go to Yale, be fine, everything, be fine. When he started bullet whizzed by his head, you've seen his friends get shot in the street, you've seen drive-bys, you've seen all that. You've seen drug dealers rapping in the streets, holding guns and smoking weed in front of everybody, and street takeovers. You've seen that from the time you were a child. How are you gonna escape that? Right, because even if you do escape it, sometimes some part of you misses it and thinks now you're not being normal. Right. It's like when guys come back from and they're like, I want to go back there. It's like, why the fuck would you want to go back there? But because that's your normal. It's not just that. It's also alive. It's alive. Like if you're gangbanging like that, you're alive. There's a lot going on. You know, you go from that to working the in and out. Yeah, what? You know, guys would rather get shot. They really would. In some places, some people, they would rather be living the life, because at least that life, there's one of the things that comes out of gangs and bad neighborhoods is a brotherhood and a camaraderie that doesn't, right? So they don't have any like real love in the home, but the love they have with people that they would literally kill people. They're all together and they make money together and they're partying together. They're having a good time together, driving cars together. Like, this is way better than whatever they grew up with. Like Band of Brothers. Yeah, it's exciting. They're literally in a war, but they're in a war in an American city, which is crazy. But I mean, if you look at the death toll of people killed in Afghanistan during the height of the war, it's comparable to the people killed in the south side of Chicago. I would imagine the people in the south side of Chicago, more people. I think what happens in war, of course, is depending upon the war, of course, but
sometimes there's large amounts of debt, like in Gaza, if you call it a war, there's large amounts in one day, right? Which gang violence, you get it over the weekend. You know, this guy got shot, that guy got shot, it's cumulative. But I bet it's close. And I believe it's higher. I believe the death toll for the south side of Chicago is as high or higher than Afghanistan at the height of the war.
That's wild.
Wild.
And then if somebody dies in Mexico, there's a tourism.
Oh, yeah.
Where you're not supposed to go.
What's the way they die in Mexico?
The old Sicilian necktie. I seen some video.
Ooh. There was a dude who used to be a doorman at the Improv, and one day, I was just walking the club, like, what's up? And you want to see this cartel video? I go, what is it? And it was a dude who was tied up in his arms and his legs in all positions, and a pit bull was eating his dick. And I was like, yo, I do not need to see this before I go on stage. Like, this is horrific. This huge pit bull was clamped down this guy's dick, and he's just writhing back and forth in agony while his dog eats him alive. Jesus Christ.
Great peanut butter commercial.
I don't think they can peanut butter. I don't think they have to. These dogs are really trained people. That's fucking terrifying. Yeah, is there a place that shows statistics about gang violence?
What deaths are you talking about in Afghanistan?
Okay, let's say there's
like everyone's a lot. They way outnumber the Chicago deaths.
in the weekends or all total.
2023, there was 621 deaths in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
2021, I see for Afghanistan, 5,200 civilians were killed.
But is that when we pulled out? Yeah, that's different. That was
8,800
that was
were killed the year before, 8,600 the year before that.
Oh, okay. So it's always more. It's always more for Afghanistan. The year we pulled out was horrific.
Soldiers, if you do Western soldiers, it's very similar.
I think that's what it was. Okay, so it's people in Afghanistan that are killed.
Western,
All told. So Western soldiers, it's comparable. That must be right.
Still, even thinking about an American city, not even an American city, the south side of American city.
A major metropolitan
Versus
city.
a fucking war-torn country.
Right. It's a country that, I mean, it's a city rather than Frank Sinatra wrote a song about. It was his kind of town. Right? My kind of town. Chicago. Have you heard AI convert Frank Sinatra into Eminem? So Frank Sinatra is singing "Lose Yourself." That's perfect.
Does it sound amazing?
It's amazing. It's amazing. Have you heard Timmy? You don't think it's amazing? Look at this face. Look at this face.
cynical on all the AI.
Look at this face.
Yeah, he rolled his eyes.
It sounds cool. When would you ever want to? Are you going to listen to that every day?
I used to do it. I'll look at my house. I know all day long.
It's a cool experiment, often, but never really good.
No, you're right. It's interesting though. Yeah, to me, it's fascinating how competent it is. Listen how good this is.
This is actually not what
What do you mean?
I was singing.
Who is that?
It says the guy's name right here.
Oh, it's not AI?
That was like Clown Singer, yeah.
Oh, he's great. Keep him going. Who is this guy?
Well,
Is it that guy that covers all of the songs?
that's Richard Cheese.
Yeah,
So, do we have a problem here with like sound stuff? YouTube shit? Is it? We can't play that?
I don't know. I don't know. I think
Well, let's cut that out just so we don't get in trouble and just say who the guy is. We'll cut that out. We'll edit that out. So, who's the guy?
I don't think you know the rules.
They always fuck us, man. They fuck us. When we were
playing a song and
oh yeah, you can play like 2 steps. What's his name? Ben Dunhill. Damn, that's good. I thought so. I saw a YouTube reel or an Instagram reel.
That's what I said. I just wrong one when I clicked.
Oh, well, that one was really good. Okay, this is the thing that I saw. That's the same thing. Same guy. Okay, it's not. Big trick. Damn, Ben, you're so good.
What Chad brought up though is this guy from like early Napster days, Richard Cheese. On the sheet. Okay.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
He was doing some versions like Cheese.
Right. The thing about that guy is though he sounded exactly like Sinatra.
Yeah. This Ben Dunhill.
Yeah. I mean, that sounded like an AI Sinatra. That's why they tricked that guy that video. That's, wow. How good is that dude? Thank you for catching that.
There's a lot of people online that are willing to repost anything and just say this what this is. They get so much money for engagement farming.
Yeah. Yeah, I was reading something about that. I was reading something about someone was talking about how they make money on Instagram. And they're making thousands of dollars a month on Instagram and with engagement. That's why they post so much. Why do you post so much? Like, I make money. This is like a business for me. This is, I'm like, what? How much money can you make on Instagram?
Also, if you'd be doing TikTok and YouTube too, you can make thousands of dollars for about an hour of work.
Yeah, why would you rather regular work?
Yeah, no shit. I have people that do, like, will go through one of my albums, and they'll actually make it into a sketch where they play all of the parts, me, my children, whatever it is that I'm talking about. Then they put that out and tag me in it. And they make money off it.
That's wild.
And then I try to post something and they say there's a copyright infringement. It's like, it's fucking mine.
Yeah, legally shit. It all gets real weird. I get it. There's a lot of people but there's a lot of people making money off of other people's stuff too. So I get that, why that would piss you off that someone's taking your stuff.
All discussion today, Marquez Brown was bringing it up that he pays a company to transcribe his videos for YouTube, upload transcripts, people can look at it and close captioning and whatnot. There are now companies that exist that can rip transcription off of YouTube. I'm not sure exactly how. And they're uploading that as blog posts. And then they make, ad revenue off of a blog post.
Well, there's so many blog posts that are clearly either made by AI or by foreign people that don't totally understand English. The way they phrase things is goofy, and they do like celebrity news. Like sometimes you get suckered into it on a link, like you read like a legitimate story, and then underneath there's sponsored. Why is John Travolta homeless? Like, why is John Travolta homeless? He got me. And then you get sucked in. Like the 10 people that have aged the worst over the last 20 years. Like, oh, what's going on here? What is happening here? People who lie about plastic surgery and you look, oh my fucking liar. And then you get sucked in and it's like next. So each one you click, they get a new click, they get a new, it's not all on one page, it's multiple pages, multiple hits, they're getting the ad revenue off of that. We had a guy back in the day that went to jail because he rigged something so that every time you went to his website, if you afterwards bought something from Amazon, it would credit his account. Like you went through his website link to get Amazon.
So you get like a percentage?
Yeah, so he like put like a cookie in your computer or something. I don't know exactly how. I don't want to say how it went, but this guy went to jail. He was making money that really wasn't his money. So instead of someone saying, "Hey," like I don't know if they still do this, but the way it used to do it, they would say, "Hey, if you want to support this podcast, use our Amazon link on our website, and we get a cut back from Amazon every time you use it." So they would do it as a way to support, and then it would probably facilitate some impulse purchases that maybe you would never make before. Like you go, oh, this guy's got a great podcast. I'm going to help him out by going to Amazon. Oh, okay, you suck. And then you start buying things off of Amazon. It's so easy. And then, so this guy would do that if you would go to that Amazon, like, even if you didn't buy anything, he would put like a cookie in the computer. So next time you went to Amazon, oh shit, then like, oh, he went to our website.
Well, they do that now with like, if they go to my website or they go to your videos, stuff like that, and then they can send ads out to people that have similar click patterns. Like, oh, well, that just blows my mind.
Yeah, I was reading a thing today. They were saying don't have an Amazon Alexa bedroom. Whoa. Are we talking dirty to each other? Amazon Alexa.
Yeah. Trying to watch porn, you're just listening to yourself.
It's the only way it works. It has to listen.
Yeah.
Do you use one of those? No. Dude. I always assume my phone's listening too. Always. Now I know it is. For sure. At least with, I think that first is,
yeah, we don't know that when you buy that, like you've already agreed.
Right.
Having a microphone around you all the time.
Yeah. And you don't think about it. You just think, oh, what a convenience. Yeah, I just ask Alexa, she'll play music for me. Alexa will turn the lights down. Alexa will do all these things. What a great thing to have.
sometimes I'll just yell, Alexa, make my daughter stop talking to me. And she's like, you have an Alexa now? It's like, no, just please. Take the hint.
Well, if you talk shit to Siri, Siri gets upset. Like, if you ask, like, if you get rude to Siri, Siri will be like, there's no reason to talk like that.
Who are you talking to?
And Siri has, like, we're, maybe a month away from that being implemented completely on your iPhone, right? Isn't the new iPhone 18, iOS 18, does that have, like, a much more advanced Siri that'll have conversations with you?
Find out when we get to use it, that's for sure.
Well, you can use it right now, right? Can't use the beta if you wanted to. If you want to get crazy.
I would not assume that it works perfectly. But it might.
I bet by the time they're letting people try the beta, it's probably pretty good. I think Marcus Brownlee just released a video where he was examining iOS 18, the pros and cons of it, the things it can do. It can make text messages with a satellite now. So if you're in a place that has no service, you can send out a text message via satellite. Not just SOS, but like you can send a specific people.
It also makes people very lonely. Because you're going to be talking to this robot.
Yeah, that's gonna that's 100%. By the way, Scarlett Johansson, she sued. Which one was it? ChatGPT? Or was it Gemini?
Yeah, she OpenAI, the company.
Okay, so they were asking her if they could use her voice, and she said no. And they used the voice that's exactly like her voice. That was pretty close. Close enough where she decided she was going to sue.
Is it her shit from other clips?
Well, it's her from... No, it's another person.
Okay.
But her contention is they got a person that sounds like her, which people have sued for before, right? Like, didn't Kim Kardashian sue because they had a Kim Kardashian lookalike, did a commercial, and Kim wouldn't do it? Yeah, so it's like, you won't do something and get someone that looks super similar to you to do it.
Actually, people were sending me a car commercial for a while that I had to listen to it twice. I thought it was.
Oh, wow.
And they didn't even ask me the first time.
Oh, wow.
They just like, wait, no. I mean, they weren't trying to use my voice at all.
But they used someone who sounded so much like
it was crazy. A lot of people thought, like, hey, man, congrats on that commercial. And I was like, what's that?
Yeah, the Scarlett Johansson thing, we played it. Now that I'm thinking about it, when we played it here, it was different because she was the voice of her, right? So she was the voice that Joaquin Phoenix falls in love with. But the clip that we played was her, like, bedtime talking, like he was like, laying in bed, and I think she had, like, more of a raspy time to go to sleep. Whereas in, the regular ChatGPT implementation is like Scarlett The Office.
Okay.
Did you ever see that movie where she becomes a god?
What's it called? You remember?
Lucy.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Wild fucking movie, man. That's a fun movie, man.
She is one of those actresses where if I see her on the picture of the movie, I'll watch it.
It's compelling. She's great in this movie, sci-fi film. And she played an alien.
Okay.
She played this alien that seduced men and, like, drowned them out of the dimension. It's very hard to describe exactly how they were. She was naked, walking down and slowly. It's a crazy movie. A really weird movie, but she's an alien. She comes from another planet, and she's really hot, and she, like, seduces these men.
Under the skin.
Yeah.
I will be...
It's a crazy movie. So I don't know if the alien did that to her, and it became her. I don't remember how it worked. Or she just assumed that. It was really good, though. Very original. Like, original movie. Like, you watch, like, ooh. But again, hot. like ruin your life hot. Like, change your plans. Move to another state hot. There's certain women that they lock eyes with you, you're in real trouble.
Oh, man, that happened to me. I got her to move to Minnesota. That was pretty sick.
That is pretty sick. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes it works. You never know. But the thing is, like, if she's an alien and she really just wants to drown you in another dimension, I fucking let her. You might have to. What are you going to live forever? No. You're not. Sure not. At least you go out in a very unconventional and pretty amazing way. People are talking about that forever. If they know. If they ever find out.
Doctors can't find me way under an interdimensional water system.
What do you think is going on with all this talk? Think it's all nonsense?
I don't even know about it.
Don't pay attention at all?
Not really. Wow. If they want to come get me, let's go.
Well, like, when you see all this, like, disclosure talk on television and talking to Congress, and Don't pay attention to anything.
I wait until the end. It's like, right. It's like I tell my kids all the time, don't borrow worry from around the bend.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're going to have to worry about it, you're going to have to fucking worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily worried about the alien thing. I'm more interested. Sure. Like, what is this? What the fuck is going on? You know, how much of this is nonsense? Not 0%. Okay, how much of it is real?
So you do think that people are coming down, or other?
I think it's highly likely that the universe is way stranger than we think it is. Way stranger. And I don't even know if it's as conventional as a thing gets in a ship and flies here from another place. I think it might be interdimensional travel. It might be something that's always been here. There's that thought because so many instances of things like what we think of that are in like the Bhagavad Gita, this ancient text, thousands and thousands of years old, and they're talking about things like flying sky, flying chariots, flying things, gods and all. What is that? What's that all about?
Comets? Shooting stars?
Could be. For sure, some of them probably, right? Some of these things you see streaking across the sky, they see something extraordinary, lights up the sky, and then mythology is attached to that, right? And then people, 10 years from now tell that story. And other people tell the story that's told to them by the people that were there, and then that gets a little twisted. Telephone. There's some of that too. But then there's also uniformity. There's uniformity to descriptions of the movements of the ships and what these things do, why they're interested in us, what they say. It gets very weird. It gets very weird to the point it's like, okay, if this is a mass illusion, this is a creation of the mind, like Carl Jung thought it was a creation of the mind. He thought it was some sort of an illusion people conjure up in their mind, but it's just like a common illusion, just like it's there in the human psyche. Yeah. But then there's also like physical evidence of things. Physical evidence of things get real weird because like if you're telling the truth, and this isn't totally an illusion, or maybe it's all those things. Maybe it's total bullshit, lies, people with myths that make up myths about comets and natural disasters and all kinds of other stuff, and also interdimensional beings, occasionally. And then also things that have always been here, occasionally. And then also things from another planet, occasionally. All things are, it's not binary, right? It's not either UFOs are bullshit or, they're real, 100%. Like, it might be all those things, everything combined.
That's what I think a lot of people struggle with, is it can be yes and yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be yes and yes.
Yeah, there could be a lot of things going on simultaneously. We can't be, we're concentrating on one. Some of them, I 100% am convinced are government drones that work on some incredibly sophisticated propulsion system. It probably doesn't have a person in it, but they probably can move at fantastic speed using some new novel propulsion system they don't want to release to the public. And they probably don't know how to weaponize it yet. So they're probably flying these things around at insane rates of speed. They just can't put guns on them yet. They can't figure out how to shoot people with them, so they just fucking with them. And then I think that's the reason why they keep getting cited over these military spaces. I think they try them out on troops, just like they try out vaccines on troops, just like they try out burn pits. They didn't test burn pits to make sure that people aren't getting sick, breathing toxic fumes from all the garbage from thousands of troops, and they just did it. I think they probably did the same thing with everything. They just try shit out.
Yeah, I still wonder if you hear something, if it makes you think. Like when I watched Blair Witch Project, I went into, it was dark when I got home. It was light when I left, and dark when I got home. And I sprinted. And all of a sudden, you think you're seeing fucking people in the corner turned around, and you go, well, that can't be right. Yeah. Once it's in your head, you keep seeing it.
Definitely. Sure. Yeah, things that you see in the woods. That's probably Bigfoot. Gets in your head, I would think. You go looking for that fucking giant hairy man.
You see a tree kind of bend with the wind, and you're like, what the fuck is it?
The thing about Bigfoot that's really interesting, though, is that Native Americans have a bunch of different names for them. There's a lot of names for them. They don't really have a lot of fake animals. It's not a common trait in North American culture in any Native American culture, rather, to worship a bunch of different things or to talk about a bunch of things that aren't real. Like, mostly they were talking about real things and then spirits, right? Like, they were talking about different spirits of the sky and spirits of the sun and nature, essentially talking about Mother Earth and God and Gaia and nature. But they didn't have, like, fake animals. They did have Bigfoot. There was a lot of Bigfoot that makes you go, I think at one point in time it was real. I think at one point.
You think there were a bunch of them?
Yeah. Well, they know there was a real thing, right? They know there's a thing called Gigantopithecus. Gigantopithecus existed alongside human beings, for sure, 100%. And it was a bipedal hominid that was between 8 and 10 feet tall. And it was like in the orangutan genus. And this thing was discovered in the 1920s or 1930s in an apothecary shop in China. An anthropologist there found this massive primate teeth. And he instantly knew that they didn't belong to a gorilla, they didn't belong to any known primate. Like, where do you do this? And so they took him to the site, and they started digging, they found jaw bones that indicated bipedal, something about the position of the jaw that indicated this thing stood on two legs. But by the size of it, and then they found some other bones. I think they have a very incomplete skeleton of these things. But they know that it was a real animal, and they know that it existed as recently as, I believe, 100,000 years ago, for sure. But it could be way more current. There's just no bones available.
So then you think that thing was real, stories got passed on, and people started.
Yeah, probably.
I could get behind that.
Yeah. Also, where it existed makes sense, because if you think about the sightings are all in the Pacific Northwest. Right, the Pacific Northwest, if you follow that up past Alaska, which also has a lot of sightings, then you go across the Bering Bridge, right, in Asia, where this thing existed. It kind of makes sense. And then the more they find out about people in North America, they used to think that all people came across the Bering Land Bridge. They don't think that anymore. There's so much evidence of people that were here 25,000 years ago. There's footprints in the ground, like in mud, that they've now carbon dated to more than 20,000+ years old. And so that's just what we have, right? That's just a footprint that we got lucky and got from 20. Who's to say that it's not people that were here 50,000, 100,000? And now you've got Bigfoot's real, right? Because if those people really were alive, and while those people were alive, so if you just go back 20,000, right? If you go back 20,000 years ago, you're dealing with North American lions, which were the biggest lions on Earth, bigger than African lions. You have saber-toothed tigers. You have giant sloths. You have all these enormous animals that don't exist here anymore. And this was all in North America alongside people. It just kind of makes sense. You would have a Bigfoot. You'd have a Gigantopithecus. At least a few of them, especially up there. Up there, where they're like it's thickly dense forest. Seems like if you're a big fucking plant-eating shithead, that's where you would live. You would live there. It just totally makes sense that they probably existed, just like all these other things. You know, they don't find a whole lot, unless they're in the tar pits. They don't find a whole lot of like saber-toothed tigers. They don't find a whole lot of things that existed before 25, 35,000 years ago, except dinosaurs, of course. So who knows?
I would love if the afterlife, you were just there for an hour, hooked you up to a fucking cord, put everything that happened in there so you know,
Right.
And then that's out, lights out.
What would you do if you had a chance to get that cord hooked in and see an hour of any point in the history of the Earth? What would you do?
Oh, well, I was thinking all of it, within an hour. It just like
Just
shoots
even
you,
download.
yeah, beyond a reach of just kung fu.
Yeah, that would be fun. But if you could go and see one point in history, in the history of Earth, where would you go?
I think I'd probably. That's a great question. I mean, this is going to be lame, but I'd like to World War.
It's not lame at all.
I'd like to see the genesis of it all, and then all the conversations that were taking place.
You remember the opening scene of David Robert Ryan? That was the first opening scene. That was the first scene of a war that made me think it's probably what it was like back then for those guys.
I didn't say one word. I went to a matinee and I didn't say another word until I woke up.
It was so brutal, so graphic, and so intense.
When that fucking guy doesn't kill the German at the end, yeah, I mean, I was furious.
Yeah.
Like breathing with my shoulders.
Crazy fucking movie. And only a tiny fraction of how crazy it really was.
I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure. The existence of being there and seeing it happen, being a part of it, fuck.
And then they had to come back, and they had to actually live lives.
Yeah. And no coaching, right? You just come back with what they call shell shock.
Yeah.
I don't even want to see this, dude.
Yeah, this is wild.
I don't want to see this. Speaking of which, how about that president? How about that Trump fellow? How crazy is this? If there's ever been a real indication that we're in a simulation, it's like this season of USA is the craziest season that's ever existed. There's so many twists and turns, so many plots, so many villains, so many incompetent, bumbling fools that you're like, there's no way that lady's a heartbeat away from the president. There's no way. There's no way someone is not telling her to stop saying that same thing over and over again. What can be unburdened by what has been? Like, she says it over and over and over again. This isn't real. This is writing. Someone wrote this. It seems like a script.
When a president that is giving a speech gets shot in the ear and then stands up and goes full John Bender at the end of Breakfast Club.
Bro, he pumps his fist in the air.
That was a crazy
and says, fight, fight, fight. And when the fucking guy who's the photographer is a wizard, that guy who got that photograph, find out his name.
He has a woodwind flag above it.
Yes. And the angle that he got it, like where he was standing, took the photo. It's one of the most iconic photos of all time.
All you do is
Wow.
move in position.
Take it. Wow. That's nuts, man. That's nuts. So you can see as the bullets start flying, this fucking dude doesn't even duck. He's still got his camera out. He's right behind Trump, and he's just got his camera out. That is so gangster. I mean, you want to talk about getting a shot no matter what? He's running around. There could be bullets flying his way.
I would think you're holding up something black in your hand that's pointed at the president. You fucking should get shot.
Trump's story is right out of a movie. And I'm hoping it's not a Stephen King movie.
How well we've been recording.
Secret Service ramped up security after receiving intel of Iranian plot to assassinate Trump. No known connection to shooting. Oh, they ramped that up until they ignored the roof 150 yards away?
Yeah, it's just there's so many things where you just...
What the fuck, dude? All of it. And there's so much of it that seems fake, like the female Secret Service agent that can't holster her weapon. Have you seen this? She's like moving around all around her. She tries to holster her weapon. She can't get it in there. She can't figure out how to put it in there. And she stops for a minute and she just tries back to do it again. It looks so fake.
Is she an actress?
No, it looks like an actress. It looks like if you were going to have a bumbling person in a movie, like almost like a comedy of errors or a Coen Brothers movie about an assassination attempt on the president. You have this lady, like here, watch what her gun. Look, she gets her gun out. She tried to put it in there, she couldn't do it, and she's thinking about putting it back in there. She finally gets it in there. Like the whole thing, it's like look at her fumbling around. The whole thing is crazy. There are erratic movements. No one knows exactly what to do. It seems fake.
That's an audition I could nail.
Yeah, it seems like okay. Now you're panicking. You don't know what the fuck is going on. You really shouldn't be here. Go. You're like, where I put my gun? Like that. You want Secret Service cool, calm, collected. High ready with the gun, scanning the area, looking left and right. You want them like swift, decisive movements. You don't want to see any of this fucking squirrely trying to put the gun back in.
When you see the Reagan shot, it is just a bunch of people moving.
Dive on him. They dive on him. Yeah. Bang, dive on him. It almost seems like as this simulation gets further and further along, it gets more and more insane.
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, they died
Immediately, they got him.
Immediately. They get his gun immediately. And Reagan survives.
Yeah.
Which is also crazy. The Trump one is just so nuts too. Like he turns his head at the last second, and the bullet grazes his ears. If he didn't, it's the back of his head, and he's dead. And then we fall into chaos, and who knows what the fuck happens. And then people think that the Biden administration had Trump killed. And then there's these questions like, how the fuck does this 20-year-old kid climb on that roof 150 yards away and no one sees him?
Well, that one guy was pointing at him.
Yeah,
he's like pointing to
yes.
He's right there.
And they're yelling, he's got a gun. There's a guy in the prone position on a roof 150 yards away from the former president. The whole thing's nuts. The whole thing stinks of either incompetence or design or we're in the Matrix. This is a fucking fake movie. It seems like almost to watch this, the most bombastic and manly of presidents, you know, for lack of a better term, to see him with these two female bumbling Secret Service agents, especially the one, to see that, to see everything happen the way it is, to see that they knew this guy was on the roof, to hear that guy pointed his rifle before that at a cop. So the cop engaged him, he pointed the rifle, and the cop ran away. The guy climbed the roof with a ladder. You can see the ladder. The whole thing is bananas. He's 20 years old, and then you find out he was in a BlackRock commercial. You're like, is this the Black Mirror? Like, tell me what's going on. Is this real? Is this real? And then Trump goes golfing with a bandage on his ear the next day.
And then the putt, when he made the putt, here's quote. He said, that's the difference between me and the shooter. I don't miss.
That's a real person.
And then now you have people flooding from the left being like, all right, yeah, that's a good quote. I'll do this.
There's people that are like they've just given in. They're not even going to try to run anybody other than Biden now. They were trying to get Biden out, and now I think they've abandoned that.
I wonder if they're doing the old, like, train the boxer as a stop.
Yeah, I read that golf story too. First time. There's a lot of golf accounts that put out there.
Jamie, stop ruining our dreams.
I just want to...
You son of a bitch. That was not Jamie plays a lot of golf. He's very touchy when it comes to golf. He calls bullshit. That's fair.
Yeah, it just came from a Reddit post that people screenshotted. Pictures and nothing else.
Oh, well, touche. You got control. Touche. You got your fucking story mentioned on the podcast.
That's me. You can get me very easy.
I did read that too. The whole thing's so wild. There's video of the kid in the BlackRock commercial, and they're like, what? And there's the video of a kid, like, they're saying he's getting bullied in high school, but it doesn't seem like he's being bullied. It seems like everyone's having fun, because he's talking about how he has a 10-inch penis, and they're just filming each other. It looks like they're having fun. And you're looking like, how is it? 2 years later, he tries to kill Trump? Like, what happened?
Yeah.
And then you find out he was a registered Republican? Like, what?
You know high school, those 10-inch dick guys always getting bullied.
He was saying it funny. It was like he's trying to be funny. You know? Saying, I got a 10-inch penis. I mean, he wasn't saying, like, I definitely have a 10-inch dick. It was like it didn't seem like he was being bullied. I mean, obviously, I saw one clip. Who knows what the fuck the full context of it is. 20 years old, and he's got this idea, and he pulled it off. He actually gets a shot off and nicks him, and then they kill him. Like, you're seeing this 20-year-old kid, his life is over. Like, somehow or another, he talked himself into trying to assassinate the president as a lone gunman in Pennsylvania, got on top of a roof, either through sheer incompetence or for some other reason. He actually gets a shot off, and the president just moves his head at the right time. Like, the whole thing is, if it was in a movie, I'd be like, shut the fuck up.
Why don't make you believe in God? That's like God's up there when he's going like, I don't want to talk to this guy yet. He's alive. I don't want to know. I don't want to get I'm the greatest.
Or maybe he wants him here to expose how crazy our political system really is. Because the only way we find out how coordinated everything is, whether you're a Trump fan or not, if you hate Trump, put that aside for a second, and just look at how much coordination there is in the media to go after him, and it exposes like this thing where you have to step back and wait, hold on a second. What's really going on? Like, whether you hate that guy or not, hate him. Think he's a crook. Hate him. Think he's a liar. Hate him. Don't you think it's weird that they're all in lockstep with the way they talk about him, even with things that aren't true? Like, especially like the Russia collusion hoax that they all talked about for years and years. That I thought it was real. I thought like he colluded with Russia, and that was like the crazy thing about him winning the presidency. Oh my God, he worked with Russia. Maybe Russia has something on him. You kept hearing about it, right? That was just bullshit. And they went through that for years and years, and then you start going, okay, what else is coordinated where everybody is saying something like, how about the Nord Stream pipeline? You know, Seymour Hersh says we blew it up. Like, it's steam journalists. And it's like, no matter what they say, I'm telling you, this was our doing. We blew this up. This wasn't some other country. This wasn't Russia. They wouldn't blow up their own pipeline. We blew it up. And the like, bullshit. Impossible. Couldn't happen. This was all Russian disinformation. You hear it about like every story. It's like so hard to understand. Like, what is the motivation to getting these stories out? Are these narratives created by the real government that runs everything and then like tells the news organizations that are in business with them what to say and what to do?
I mean,
that's where it gets spooky.
You get like you're voting for a guy who isn't when he gets there. I mean, there's a lot of people around it. And I will tell you, I still believe some of the because you've heard me fucking misspoke of golf. I mean, I still believe a lot of shit I hear.
Oh, I do all the time. They get me all the time. There's so many stories for sure bullshit that I've parroted.
But if Trump wouldn't play the game, if he wouldn't put the people on the Supreme Court, I mean, I know it's his job when he's in there, but if he wouldn't do any of that shit, he's definitely come out on stage and be like waving papers. You guys aren't gonna fucking believe this.
Yeah, and he wasn't doing that other stuff. But that's the only way he gets any support is if he does that other stuff too. Like, you gotta understand about Trump. He was a lifelong Democrat.
Yeah.
Lifelong. Which is so weird.
Wasn't when he was starting to run for president? Wasn't he still Wasn't he when he started talking?
I believe
still
so.
a Democrat.
Yes, I believe so. Well, he had a very close relationship with the Clintons to the point where he paid them to come to his wedding. Or his daughter's wedding, or one of those things. Like, you would pay them, and they would come to weddings and events, and he would go to events. You know, that was, like, the famous thing that was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. You remember that? The White House Press Correspondents' Dinner was always supposed to be this thing where comedians would do it, and they would, like, Michelle Wolf did it one year, Brittany crushed it, and she crushed it, so... And they would go up and they would. Trump was, by the way, the first guy to not do it. Can you not make fun of me? It's kind of a fuzzy move. But every other president got roasted. And one time, during the White House press correspondence thing, Obama went on stage and he roasted Trump. And one of the lines he said to Trump, he said, "I'm one thing that you'll never be, which is the president of the United States." Because this is when Trump was trying to claim that Obama's from Kenya. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
The birther stuff, which is wild. That stuff was wild. You know, he was like saying he knows for sure that Obama came from Kenya, and then there's people that were like examining photoshops of the birth certificate. It was a crazy conspiracy, and that was, you know, he was roasting Trump in the audience, and you could see Trump in his head going, "Okay, I'm gonna fucking run now." Like, that might have been the thing that got him to run. Like, legitimately, that's how crazy that guy is. That one moment where Obama was talking shit to him might be the reason why Trump was like, "All right, I'll fucking show you." Because you do not want that fucking guy on your bad side.
Well, this is the first time I've ever meant this, but thanks, Obama.
Oops. What a crazy tournament. Again, seems like it's written. Seems like a script. Seems like a simulation.
That shit's really...
It really does. So much of it really does. So much of life really feels like a simulation. And the thing about this Trump stuff and just all of this stuff that's happening with social media and AI, the guy who's at the helm of one of the biggest social media networks in the world is Elon Musk. Elon Musk said that the odds of us not being in the simulation are in the billions. He believes wholeheartedly that we're in a simulation. See if you can find him saying that, because it's such a nutty quote. Because when someone says that, you go, oh yeah, maybe. But when Elon Musk says that, and he says it definitively, he says it like with pure confidence, and he's no hyperbole, he's just stating it like, this is something I've analyzed, this is something I've thought about for a long time.
Yeah, he also made that Cybertruck.
Do you like it or not?
It looks like you can't be penetrated with a bullet.
You can't be penetrated with a bullet, and they're fun to drive. You ever driven one?
I've driven a Tesla normal. This is
the same thing. It defies time. Doesn't make sense. It goes so fast for something that's so big, and it's bulletproof. It's crazy. It's the kind of thing that you would make if you're that guy. Like, let's make a fucking steel truck that's bulletproof.
Simulation.
Here it is. Do you entertain that?
Well, the argument for the simulation, I think, is quite strong, because if you assume any improvement at all over time, any improvement of 1%, 0.1%, just extend the time frame, make it 1,000 years, a million years. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. What would civilization, if you counted, if you buried civilization, is maybe 7,000 or 8,000 years old. If you counted from the first right. There's nothing. There's nothing. So, if you assume any rate of improvement at all, then games will be indistinguishable from reality. Or civilization will end. One of those two things will occur. Or we are most likely in a simulation.
So this is on my podcast, he said that, but then there was another interview where he was being questioned, like, what are the odds? He said the odds of us not being in a simulation are in the billions. And he firmly believes it. But it might be what the universe is, which we were talking about, how the universe is stranger. I think the universe is stranger than we think it is. That might be why. It might be because it's not totally real, or nothing is totally real. The idea of totally real is not real. Like, our concept of things being real is, even if you like look at quantum physics, right, which is definitely butcher, but there's the observer effect. There's this thing that they do where they look at things on a quantum level, and when you're looking at them, measuring them, they have a different reaction. There's something that's going on where we're interacting with matter, where it doesn't make any sense. Like, if you get down to like the lowest levels of understandable reality, get into subatomic particles. Then you have spooky action at a distance, where these things are somehow or another, they're connected in vast spaces, but they interact with each other instantaneously. And if you take photons, and photons are quantumly entangled, they figured out how to take some sort of a super sophisticated image of photons that are quantum entangled. They look like a yin and yang. Exactly. It's the wildest thing. You see it, and you're like, what? You see, Jimmy will find
it. Is it that golden ratio thing?
The golden ratio is different. The golden ratio is like, there's like things like the Fibonacci sequence. There's like mathematical ratios that exist in all of nature. Yeah. This is quantum entanglement. This is like two photons that are quantumly entangled, and when they get this like super sophisticated imaging of this thing, it looks like a yin and yang. Exactly. Jamie.
So do you think we all have a different simulation? Like, this is what I'm seeing, but in someone else's simulation, I'm very poor, I'm living somewhere else. I'm doing
probably all things are happening. And you're just in this one right now. And I'm not even sure if you're in the same one that you did yesterday. That's where it gets weird. I think when you go to bed, like, who the fuck knows what happens? You're closing your eyes and disappearing. Who is to say that you're coming back in the exact same place? You might have been born today. Your whole life, everything that exists, might have been a creation that did not exist 12 hours ago. You might have woken up. Here it is. Look at that.
That is pretty insane.
Fucking insane. It looks exactly like a yin and yang. Duality and harmony. That's the Chinese symbol for duality and harmony, and that is literally quantum entangled photons. Like, there's so many things like that in sacred geometry, and when they're looking at all of this, like the smallest things they can measure, you can magic. Subatomic particles are fucking magic. What are they doing? They're in a superposition? What the fuck does that mean? Well, they're moving and they're still at the same time. Like, what are you even saying? What does that mean? They blink in and out of existence. They go away, they come back, they move around, you don't know where the fuck they went. Like, what is this? Magic? It's basically something that can't exist anywhere else other than in the quantum state. But that's like the base of everything. Like, everything you touch is nothing. There's nothing there. It's mostly nothing. And it's oak tables.
We might be misunderstanding what happened here a little.
How so? We went over that with. Who did we go over that with?
I don't know, but it says that I'm rereading.
We went over it with Eric Weinstein, didn't we?
It says that the yin yang was programmed into it, recovering enough information to recreate a yin yang symbol programmed into the photon generating apparatus.
Applying tricks of holography, the researchers were able to read positional information into interference of two separated light waves, recovering enough information to recreate a yin-yang symbol programmed into the photon-generating apparatus. Yeah, but I don't think they're saying they programmed that into it. If you see what they're saying, the researchers were able to read positional information into interference of two separated light waves, recovering enough information to recreate a yin-yang symbol programmed into the photon-generating apparatus. I think they're saying that they're recreating this symbol based on what's happening. I don't think they're saying they program it to look like that.
My guess is that they're doing that so they knew what they were looking for.
It says, as simple as the yin-yang looks, in this single static image represents a significant leap in measuring numerous quantum states in a short time. Do you think that Eric Weinstein would have picked up on that? That's what it was saying? Go back to what it just said there, because I want to read the next where were you? No, a little lower. This method is exponentially faster than previous techniques, requiring only minutes or seconds a day. What? Importantly, the detection time is not influenced by the symmetry's complexity, a solution to the long-standing scalability challenge in projective tomography. Okay, we're too dumb.
It looks like they were looking at them and then figured out how to map them by what they were looking at, and then could program correct.
Isn't quantum all sorts of directions, not just why it's a flat 2D and all the dimensions, so it's in space and up and down and left and right.
Well, how much can they see of a photon, right? Like, what is a photon? Okay, let's look at this. Give me an image, Google image of a photon. Let's see what the fuck they can say. I mean, all this stuff is, how about neutrinos? They're passing through the Earth, like, passing through us right now from space. What? Like, what is this? Is that what it looks like? What is that left? Shapes are photons? Bro, look at that. Hologram of a single photon. What? Just I don't know. Okay, if that's at the bottom. You keep looking in the ingredients. Individual points in a picture, traditional photography merely register light intensity. The interference phenomena also registers the phase of light waves in traditional holography. A well-described, undisturbed reference wave superimposed with another wave of the same wavelength reflected off a three-dimensional object. The hologram is generated. Interference occurs as a result of the phase variations between the two waves, resulting in a complicated pattern of alignment. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I just said. That's the problem. We're too dumb. We're too uneducated to really understand what the fuck they're saying, but that's what they can trick you. Yeah, man. It's all about Jesus. Jesus is the base of it all. There's a lot of people use that. Maybe in their world. Maybe if you... Here's what gets true, right? Maybe if you believe in Jesus, it's real. Like, maybe that's what religion is really all about. Maybe the thing is not, oh, I can prove that there's no God. Maybe if you believe there's a God. Like, it might, that's how weird the simulation might be.
Well, I think it's a brilliant move, because if you believe there's a God,
you're never going to know you're wrong.
Right.
Because it goes to dark.
Also, Jordan Peterson has a very interesting perspective on this. He says, I won't tell you whether or not I believe in God, but I act as if God is real. If you act as if God is real, you will have a... Which is almost like that thing of the muse, right? Like, is the muse a real thing that gives you ideas? I don't know, but I do know that if I sit in front of my computer on a regular basis and I dedicate myself to writing, ideas come to me.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's just like, I don't know if creativity is like endurance. I don't know if it's like a physical quality because of work.
I don't know. But to me, God is like year round. It's like, go to sleep, be nice, he's keeping the list.
Yeah, that God, that kind of God. But what about the universe God? There's some creative force that absolutely exists. It's called the universe. It literally makes all the stars. It literally makes black holes. It literally makes carbon-based life forms in Goldilocks zones on planets like ours. It makes it. The universe made us. So if you wanted to find evidence of a God, the universe is God. It makes sense that it would be God. It is everything. We want it to be a person. We want it to be like a guy with rules. But there are some kind of rules, right? As human beings, when we interact with each other incorrectly, we feel bad. Mm-hmm. When we interact with each other correctly, we get things done together, we spread love, we spread joy, we spread happiness. And that's a lot of the tenets of religion are preaching that. So it's almost like there's some guidelines that these people who had figured some whisper of what God is out, and they wrote it down on these animal skins. They locked them up in a fucking clay pot in Qumran, and they found them and deciphered them, and that's what it is. Dead Sea Scrolls are. Whatever that is then literally interpreted, and it's interpreted by zealots, and it's interpreted by people that use it to control people's behavior, and it's interpreted in a manner that controls large populations and forces people to be subjugated. Like, that is the whole reason why the revolution, when Martin Luther created a phonetic version of the Bible, and others were doing it at the same time as well, or similar, people were freaking out because now the Bible was available in Latin. So now the Bible is available in German. And then guys like Martin Luther were saying, interpret the Bible as you will. And the priests were like, no, you fucking don't. We'll fucking kill you, dude. They're like, you're ruining our whole gig. Because their whole gig was they were the power. They were the purveyors of control. The fucking Pope ran the biggest army in the world at one point in time. The Pope was running Europe.
Martin Luther, he got caught in a storm and prayed to God. He goes, if you get me out of this, I'll do this. I'll start Lutheranism. And that's the ultimate, I'll quit drinking. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I promise if you make me stop puking. Wow. So that's how that, I mean,
I think at the base of it all, there's a story. There's something that happened. There's too many similarities. And even, I always say this, sorry if you're, but the people that, like, when you, in the Bible, in the beginning there was life. What the fuck is the Big Bang? That is the Big Bang. So maybe they kind of understood some things, but they talked about it. It was a oral tradition for 1,000 years before it was even written down, some of these stories. And some of these stories have origins where they're super similar in other religions, super similar catastrophe tales, super similar, like the Noah's Ark was real similar to the of Gilgamesh, like Thor is real similar to Jesus, like a lot of like real, what really happened?
And if it's the beginning and it's light, maybe it's birth, maybe it's the beginning of somebody's life.
Could be that too, sure, could be that too.
But I find myself at the end of the drive, like I used to have to drive 3 hours to the airport back and forth for 7 years. And I'd get home at dusk and they're everywhere. And I just go, no thank you. I don't believe in God. No thank you. Like, I don't want to hit home. And then I get home and I would. I go, first, thank you. I mean, so there's got to be something. Like, if you're nice to somebody, niceness comes back. If you're a dick in traffic, it almost seems like all the shitty drivers at once, their fucking beeper goes off, and they hit them. But if you're decent in traffic, it seems to open up a little bit for me.
That's what I've been playing where you live in LA, you're fucked. No matter what, you're fucked. Yeah. I think there's something to that. But then there's also babies that kill in drive-bys, right? Yeah, that's where it gets real. So I don't think it necessarily really makes sense. I think it kind of makes sense, and then it doesn't. I just like the UFO thing, and just like everything about human beings, there's a lot going on simultaneously. So I want that hour-long plug-in. I don't want eternal life. You know how long that is? Come on. I just want. You might have it no matter what. I just want to know. And then if you're living a new life every time you wake up, you might get eternal life, whether you like it or not. That's what some people believe. They believe that there's some religions that believe you will do this life over and over and over again until you get it right. Well, I've got some work to do. Hey, we all do. Yeah. But guess what? If you get it all right, you're not going to get the income. You know, that's the problem. We are almost dooming ourselves to repeat over and over and over again. Because to do our job correctly, you have to step out of line. And you got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet. Yeah, it's comedy is. Who's the Jeff Dunham? Mm-hmm. Remember him? Yeah, sure. So I was opening for him in Miami, and I just remember this because this is my ultimate egg cracking. The crowd hated me for 30 minutes. Oof. So at the end of it all, I took my shoe off and I put my sock on. And is this what you guys wanted? And I started doing that. Fuck it. Comes up and goes, "Is it worth it?" You know, I didn't think so. I'm sorry, but fuck it. Just okay. That's funny. You mocked the people that wanted the puppet. Yeah. They were happy. That happens though if you bring somebody on the road. You know, you're a big act, like a puppet act, like a very specific kind of act. Like they're like, they don't want to hear like your observations about your relationship. Shut up. I used to open for John Fournette, and I was in really good shape, and people fucking hate this. I mean, they used to have to pull seats of his room. If it was a 380 cap, they'd have to bring it down to 350 to make room for the aisle for his fans. Oh God, because they would bring in full cakes. Oh my God. Yeah, they hated me. Oh, he was funny, man. When I started in 1988, he was an established professional. And I remember I saw him one night at Nick's Comedy Stop, and he was fucking killing. He had this bit about going to a Chinese buffet. You know that bit? You've been here 4 hours. Yeah. Kicking him out. Such a good bit. He would crush. He was one of those guys, too, that he had the advantage of looking funny. He was just such a round, big, smiley, jolly, fat guy that like just smiled when you saw him. Like, this guy's gonna be fun. He's the most generous guy I ever met. I had 2 kids living in Minnesota, and he goes, "I like you, so I'm gonna match what the club pays me, and I'm gonna pay for part of your plane ticket." Oh, and I don't think I would have been able to keep doing comedy. Oh, that's very sweet. And now if you look up that Chinese bit, they've cut, you know how for clips you have to cut laughter? Mm-hmm. Just literally. Oh, because they've cut all the laughter out. Oh, no. So it's just him, like, doing the accent. Why did they cut the laughter? I think to make it the right time or something. I don't know. But don't do that. It's fucking don't do that. Oh, no. Because that bit used to kill. Oh, my God, it killed. Yeah, I saw him do that bit in Boston. I was like, oh, my God, he's a monster. And when you see something like that when you're, 21, you've been doing comedy for 4 months, what? But there were so many guys like that in Boston at that time that were just murderers. They were so fast-paced. And their punchlines would be bang, bang, bang. They had so much energy on stage there. It was a crazy time. Like you're saying, you have to. People don't want that downtime. Yeah, well, I think that's the case with all cold environments. Like I said, New York was a lot like that. Places where people are fucking dealing with shit. They don't have time for your nonsense. You can't be out there. But although you can do a lot of that, get away with a lot of nonsense in the right room. Yeah, I think so. They want nonsense. Yeah. They want you to sit and pontificate. Yeah. They want you to put social justice ahead of your laughter. I have to do that? What if I just tell a joke? Why don't we just say things I think are funny? Okay, too? That's to me what I'm saying? Yeah, instead, how about don't laugh when you don't think it's funny? Yeah, don't throw a fit. Just don't laugh. You all know. I'm going to laugh into this. Some guys have to find their audience, and then once they find their audience, then the people go for them for that kind of comedy. Like that was the case with Mitch Hedberg. That's the case right now with William Montgomery. Like William Montgomery, I don't know if you know him.
Can I tell you?
Yeah,
I did Kill Tony last night for the first time. I didn't know anything about this guy, and he just fucking screamed in my face. I thought he was gonna punch me in the face. So I'm sitting there watching this guy, and I'm just like, "There's cameras on me. What happens if he hits me? What's gonna happen?"
he thought he was a real man.
Oh, I thought he was insane.
When you see him do stand up, you get it. Like when you see when people become a fan of his because he's got a huge following now because he killed Tony, and then when you see him like the Black Keys came, they did my podcast, and they were going to come to the club afterwards. They said, "Dude, can William Montgomery come? Is he going to be on stage?" I go, "I'll make sure he's there. I'll call him up." So he wasn't even scheduled to be on the show. I called him up. William, Black Keys want to see it. So he went up there with like full confidence in front of a crowd who knew who he was, and he fucking murders. But I used to see him years ago, and people just didn't know what to make of him. He was just starting out. He was so crazy, so unhinged. But then off stage, he's like super nice guy. Like, hey man, yeah. Did you meet him off stage? Yeah, he was a nice chap.
Like, are you fucking with me right now? Because I go, you're screaming at me in there, and now you're a nice person.
He's just super nice guy.
Yeah, he seemed to be nice.
But that's the kind of guy that has to find his audience.
Yeah, and you mentioned Hedberg. I mean, you watched the whole series. He used to eat shit, man.
He ate shit a lot. There was a famous story about a club that booked him and the guy before him. This really high energy guy. I think the guy actually did like a backflip on stage, like something nutty. Like the clothes set out, and like super high energy. That was the middle act, and it was like half bullshit. And then Hedberg went on after him and was bombing, and so he got fucked over, or like they gave him middle pay. You know, he's headlining, like the guy headlined, and he's like, I got a contract, like, fuck you, bombs. It's like a war with other comedians. Dan Hope chimed in. There was like a lot of shit going on. But that was a guy that once people knew they would go to see him, and he would murder. Yeah. All non sequiturs, which always killed me. Like, I was like, how do you even remember all of that?
Yeah, I started in Minneapolis.
Yeah, that's fucking really good. I remember everything.
I started in Minneapolis, went to Grand Forks, North Dakota to do audition, House and Spot. And Hedberg, it was right after he did Montreal and got his big deal. So I got to watch him the first time he's coming off that deal, confident in his prime. I mean, nobody killed harder.
But he was also so unique, and you wanted to see that kind of comedy from him. You know, he put you into this mindset. Like, someone asked me if I wanted a frozen banana. I said no, but I want a regular banana later. It's just such a weird, just such a silly, unique cadence. And how to find spots.
Yeah, and you knew when he was in town a couple weeks before you, because all the young guys in that town would be laughing like him, talking like him.
Yeah, David tells the worst with that. Yeah, people start talking like a pal. It becomes so contagious because it's so good, and he's so infectious. Like it's like whatever he's doing is like you're infected with his cadence, timing, especially when you're young.
Yeah,
when you start out.
Hedberg got so famous, and I was so young and impressionable that we were out eating, and he has a joke about it. You know what my friend said? You know what I like? Mashed potatoes. Come on, man, you got to give me time to guess. That's a joke. And I was the mashed potatoes guy, and I used it as an intro because everybody knew who Hedberg was. So when I didn't have any credit, I was like, "Hey, I'm part of."
Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's you. That's funny. Yeah. He's another one we lost.
Yeah. It's been a long time, dude. Doesn't even seem like it. That's the one thing about losing comics. You can see it online. You can watch them all this shit, so they're kind of different.
I see Norm clips every day. Yeah. Every day. Some new funny clip.
Yeah. I just saw a Norm clip of when he was on SNL about Madonna having a baby. He goes, Madonna just had a baby, 7 pounds 6 ounces, which makes it the 4th largest object to pass through her vagina. He was just fucking furious.
Yeah, wild fella. He was a wild fella. Such a fun guy. Yeah. And the way he died is pretty gangster. Had cancer, didn't tell anybody. Yeah, swear up, you can't let her die. Yeah. didn't tell anybody. Which is crazy. His best friends. Like, I'm friends with his literal best friend. Didn't know till it was over. Yeah. They were making plans. Making plans to do stuff. Yeah.
Well, I suppose he didn't know how long, probably.
I guess. Yeah. I believe he had pancreatic cancer, which is a really, really rough one. Is that the one he had? It kills a lot of people.
I think they just found something with a protein that causes it. So they're talking like it's the big killer. And so they're talking maybe they figured one of them.
Yeah, I saw that. I hope that's true. Leukemia. Oh, it was Hicks. Hicks had pancreatic cancer. Yeah. That's a rough one. Yeah. Here's another one. Actually, that guy was still alive. He died. He was like 35, something like that. He was young. Yeah.
And he had such a body of work.
I didn't think he was 35.
And you.
Now I'm thinking about it. I think he was 2 or 3.
That's unbelievable. I think when I was
32. 32. Nuts. And it changed everybody's comedy. Everybody's like, Jesus. I wanted to be like Hicks. So much so that the back green room of the Punchline Atlanta, Georgia, somebody wrote in the green room, "Quit trying to be Hicks." Like, yeah, every time I go there, like, yes. So many people wanted to be like this. Even Richard Dennis said that. He saw him and he said, every time I see him, like, God, I should be doing more stuff like that. Like, it was so profound for the time. Like, to have a guy talking like that, the way he's explaining things, as well as making them funny, was so different.
But if you're Richard Jenny and you want to be in movies, being Bill Hicks isn't the way to get there.
Yeah, it's just the thing that hits you when you watch someone. Like, yeah, that feeling like, God, I want to be doing that kind of stuff. Yeah, but he wasn't that guy. He was silly, joke after joke after joke guy, which was amazing. But for whatever reason, we put so much weight on profundity.
Well, yeah, people that are making points socially relevant. You know, you think, I don't have these fucking stories anymore.
Right. Especially if you can do it, you can make a point and it's very funny. Yeah. Like, it's an undeniable, first grade with that. Makes an undeniable point that's very funny. Yeah. That's the fun part.
Trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Fun part. Well, listen, man, it's been great to get to know you, talk to you.
Well, thanks for having me in.
My pleasure. It was a lot of fun. Tell everybody where they can get a hold of you, social media, website, everything you got coming up.
Social media is at Chad Daniels on those spots, and then ChadDaniels.com for tour dates, and then special on Netflix called Empty Nester.
Beautiful. It's out now.
It's out today while we're recording.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Want to come down to the club tonight?
Oh, that's it.
Very cool. Yeah. All right. Bye, buddy.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
My day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Yeah. Have a real, like, dystopia.
Yeah, the comics it's called Humor Clibby, I think. And every show done in Estonia is only produced by comics, so no one gets it besides comedians. Yeah, they've like totally collectivized comedy in Estonia.
Oh, so they sort of developed their own scene, just the comics. So there was no comedy club that was available, and they kind of created something.
Well, Estonia's been a country since like 1994. So they're all brand new, and I think free speech was legalized, last year or whatever. They brought me over. But I did a show in a college town, and I was like, I watched the first 2 comics, Ari, very funny, not getting people laugh. So I went out there and tried to like tackle this crowd. And at one point I was like, "Where do you work, man?" And she went, "No!" That was the amount that they wanted to connect. Like, they don't laugh audibly. But afterwards, out there selling merch, and they're all like, "That was a pleasure. It was the time of my life. Thank you." It's like, okay, well, in America, typically we smile at least if we're having the time of our life. It was like someone's going to throw a rock at them if they made any noise.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really show. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Oh, you gotta imagine. But Ari Maddie, who we were talking about, who is very, very funny, is such a joyful guy.
Silly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did he come out of there?
Well, I think he's just happy to be out of there.
They just turned him. They turned him into who.
Yeah. It's like in The Great Escape where he's sunlight and all he can do is smile.
Yeah. It's interesting when you see someone who's really talented that comes out of a place that doesn't have it.
Yeah. Well, they got to create their own culture there. So they got to figure out how to do stand-up. And I think that Ari can do stand-up in like 3 different languages.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, what is Estonian? What do they speak?
I think Estonian.
Oh, they have their own language?
I think so.
But they're not in the country.
Right. Well, so they were a country, and then Russia came in, and they weren't a country, and then Russia left, and then they were a country, and then Russia came back, I think. They were a country after that. They just have this like history of having a boot on their neck for years and years. So I think he can do Estonian, and I think he can do Russian, and
wow,
yeah,
that's crazy.
And he can like kill you with his bare hands. And he looks great with his shirt off.
Yeah, he was MMA. Yeah, he had 3 fights.
He's fighting Estonians. They're just scary people.
They go 0-3. Yeah. Like, you're too nice. You're too nice to be in that game.
Yeah, quit doing act outs.
Yeah, he was in with legit gym too. Legit gym. There's a straight blast gym. That's Conor McGregor's gym.
Well, yeah, he's the.
No.
I'm happy for him. I signed his like letter.
Oh yeah.
Him and James McCann. I'm both on them. So if either of them fuck up, I'm gonna be in trouble.
I don't know McCann.
James McCann is Shane's boy from Australia.
Oh, I do. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. No, I do know him. That's right. I just fucking names now. I've met more people in the last year and a half since the club's been open than I have probably ever in my life. I try to keep an eye and pay attention to the basic comic.
Oh yeah.
You know, pretty amazing.
Well, you make yourself available too, which is cool. I admire that about you. Because you could just like be a man in a tower and like do this thing. But no, he's like out there.
No, I'm one of us. You know, that's the only reason why the club works.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you can't. That would be gross. I have very little say in how things can go on. I like that I hire good people. Let's just make sure that we have some core tenets, in terms of pay structure. So I know, opposite. Yeah. But the money goes to comics.
Yes.
Which it should. Like, if you're a comic and you don't have it set up like that, what the fuck are you doing?
I don't know.
So we always knew we were getting robbed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now
we were like, hey, thank you for robbing me. Thank you for the opportunity.
I'm a club owner now, so I'm like, I know we were getting robbed, so I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna have it. It's funny.
Oh, dude, I mean, I'm finally selling tickets now after fighting it out for 20 years. And the independent clubs will give you every penny that they can give to you, whereas the corporate-owned clubs are they have the exact spreadsheet.
They're brutal.
Yeah.
They're so brutal. This is like, I don't want to say who it was. Oh my God, that's lost my eye.
Oh no.
I was eating something with ghost peppers today. I forgot I had it on my hand. I just wiped my eye.
At least you didn't touch your dick.
Wow. I did touch my dick.
That's the worst.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
I've done it. I did a jalapeno, and then I touched my dick, and then my wife came home, and I had the tip of my penis in a saucer of milk. She was like, what are you up to? I'm just like crying, dick and crazy.
Damn it.
Capsaicin is a hell of a job, man. I'll wake you up. It's like those smelling salts you have in the green room. I fucked around. Dude, I dipped my toes into those waters. I think
the ones we have in the green room are bullshit.
Hey, I'll take your word for it.
Come on, bro.
I'll blast one.
One blast.
It's gonna clear up something. You psycho.
Definitely gonna forget about your. Oh my God.
What a glowing endorsement of this product.
Oh my God. Oh, dude. Yeah, I went to eat too. Oh, I felt it in my lungs.
It gets. Oh, man. It really hits like the reptile part of your brain.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's podcast.
Let's fucking go.
I'm gonna go fight Bruce. I'll be right back. I did it to impress Ron White in the green room, and he just laughed. You idiot. You idiot.
He's full of shit. He's done it too. Ron's taken quite a few hits, but none of these guys know about that one. That's the real one. Yeah, that's Mufu bodybuilder dude. He's brand that sells a merch called That's the real one. That one is above and beyond any truck. It's like multiple magnitudes.
Are there individual like capsules in here you're supposed to break?
What the fuck's in there?
God, it looks like crystal meth.
Yeah, rocks, ammonia. My right nostril's still on fire. No, we're good. That's what Joey did. He's like, I gotta clean up my left one. I literally with the left one too.
He's had a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I'm amazed he can smell anything. I'm amazed he doesn't have holes. Whew.
Yeah. Well, yeah, thank you for having me back.
My pleasure. Yeah, my pleasure. So what's the road been like? You're all over the place. I follow you on Instagram. Yeah. You're in all these crazy countries. Did you just decide to like see the world? Like that what the plan was?
Stand-up's a pretty good cheat code to travel and experience the authentic version of a place because you get to hang out with people from the place while you're there that weekend.
Right.
So yeah, I did like every state in America by the time I was like 30, and then well maybe I'll go abroad. And stand-up's so new in the rest of the world that it's like you feel like you're in the ground floor of like all I can really approximate it to is like the early days of like hardcore, like punk rock, when like Black Flag and Minutemen were out there.
Right.
And I feel like I'm doing shows like that when I go to Estonia or Bratislava.
Right.
Yeah. And everyone's so happy to have you.
Was there any place that like was really fun where like they laughed really loud and they got the jokes, or was it every place like a little disjointed?
It's different because some of those, the more east you go into Europe, the more they watch it like theater. But I remember I was in Hungary, in Budapest, and that show was awesome. And it shouldn't have been. Like, the host went up and ate it. He was getting all sweaty up there, and he had to, like, take off his sweatshirt because he was bombing so hard. God bless him, you know? He comes off stage, and he brings me on, and he's like, it's hot up there, bro. And then I went out there, and I was, just made fun of him, and the crowd, very good, And then I killed over there. Oh, yeah. I didn't think it was going to be good because they're all stern-faced Europeans. You don't walk out there and, like, see, like, people who look like they smiled before. I got him.
I took Hinchcliffe to Stockholm once.
Yeah, Stockholm's fun.
Yeah, I had a great time, but he had never been to Europe before. And I had performed in Ireland, I performed in England, I performed in a bunch of different places. And we did 2 shows, and the first show, he's like, dude, they did not like me. But you got laughs. He goes, yeah, but then they died off. I go, no, that's what they do here. Yeah. They pay attention. Mm-hmm. Like, they pay attention in between each joke. Yeah. Like, they don't just keep laughing and talking and making noise.
They're also not using hot wings,
right?
Yeah. No one's, like, arguing about splitting the check or anything.
That was another thing to make sure it was. Yeah. It's food. We're connected to 2 restaurants. Right. There's a restaurant, pizza place to the left, Mexican place to the right.
Yeah.
We're good.
Everyone's fine.
Yeah. You don't have to eat. You can take an hour and a half or 2 hours out of your day and not eat.
You also don't have to worry about being like an Applebee's with occasionally comedy, which is a lot of these clubs out there. Not a lot of them, but they still exist. That model of like, hey, the host, by the way, when you do everyone's birthdays, after that, you plug the queso dip.
Yeah, try the wings.
Yeah,
I did a lot of those.
Oh, me too.
But those are important for learning how to captivate someone's attention.
Yeah.
For a comic, it's like learning how to run a film.
If you can't compete with a quesadilla, you should probably hang it up.
It's a good way to maximize profit, but it's not a good way to put on a show. When I see comedy, I'm like, why do you have this whole thing? Also, when we got the Ritz, when we first looked at the place, it had a kitchen. Mitzi's Bar used to be a kitchen for the album Draft House. Yeah. So we went in, roaches around there. And I was like, this is what happens when you have food. Yeah. Roaches in the kitchen. You can't have
no, you don't want those. Yeah. I thought you guys were going to put it in a pizza place. When I first toured it with you way back in the day, we were talking about the next door. Yeah, we're Rapolo's Pizza. Talking about that. Okay, I mean, they're printing money right there. Right now, you guys are raising property values in the neighborhood.
I just bought it when everybody was dying in the middle of the it was fucked. But, it's going to work as good as it worked. The whole plan was like to just see what happens and build. But like from the opening night, guns blazing, And then Dave Chappelle came a couple of days after we opened, and the first guy that ever performed up. Well, actually Shane opened. So Shane was the guy that ever performed in the Little Room. And then they did that one. I just told it on Twitter. I said we're having a special intimate show tonight at 11:30. It was sold out. No one had any idea who it was. And they found out it was Dave. It was fucking pandemonium. Yeah. So he did the first set in the big room, and did a set after me. So they had no idea then either. Again, the club had just opened, and everybody cheering like, "Thanks for the action. The show's not over. We got one more Canadian artist. One of all time. And they were fucking. It was awesome. It was awesome. Like from the beginning, it was guns blazing. Then so many people started moving. And I'm like, wow, okay. And then now we're at a point where I'm like, I think we need another club. Yeah, carrying capacity might have been reached. It's not every night. So I'm like, I feel like we could get a club like down the street and, have an A and a B club. And just, it's all for all these young people. It's all about numbers. How many you need. Obviously, you need to analyze your material, you need to write, but it's about getting on stage. That's one of the primary components that needs to be a part of this equation. Like, you have to go on stage a lot. Volume. Yeah. And in a good environment. That's too shape. And you're going to get plenty of those. There's a lot of that. Yeah. I mean, God, I was just at this club this weekend. The Comedy Vault in Batavia, great club of the 80s, was broken. Oh, so it's just like, and they were packed shows. Oh, and people were just in there, like, dropping out. By the time I got up there, people were not stoked to still be in that room. Yeah. And I'm just dripping sweat. I look like a ham in a window. Dude, Creek and Cave was here. No, it's garbage. Drenched with sweat. Now it's like 60 degrees in that room at all times. Yeah, they fixed it. Yeah. That's the way they do it. Like Letterman always used to have his room like super cold. Like the idea that like warm makes people sleepy, but when they're a little uncomfortable, they're awake. You should just put these at every table, man. Make it mandatory when they sit down. They have people throw it up in the middle of the show. Yeah. Most people like not want that. That's the easiest thing a comedy club can do. Get rid of check drop. Yeah, we were doing it in the beginning, and they were like arguing we had to do it. A different person running things. Yeah. But I was like, no, we don't. Like, other clubs don't do it either. Well, it's going to take more time. Then it takes more time. And the show's better. Yeah, the show's better. The most important thing is that the show is, like, the best show we could put on. Right. That's what we're selling. Yeah. We're not selling check drop. So, like, you'd be on stage, and the last 10 minutes of your set, you'd hear us mumbling and... One time a guy yelled out, "Bitch, who said you could order hot wings?" And I heard that when I was on stage, and I couldn't. He buried me from the back of the room. I couldn't recover from that. That's yeah. Bitch, who said you could order a hot wing? Yeah, the Denver. I've never been in that one. Of course not. Comedy Works is so good. Dude, the improv came and they said, Wendy, you've had it too good for too long. We're going to put Comedy Works out of business. And Wendy's response was to open a second comedy club. And now she has 2 A clubs, and the improv's out there, like, barely surviving across from, like, a Toby Keith. I love this bar. What I was going to say is a club that I, like, when Fear Factor had ended, they decided that I wasn't, even though I'd sold out, like, every show, or, like, every time for years. They decided that I wasn't a draw anymore, so they tried to decrease my amount by 25%. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? They're like, we don't think you're a draw anymore. But I sold out a year ago when I was here. Like, what are you saying? And so I didn't work for them for like a year and a half. It's one of those big clubs, big companies that has a lot of clubs. Yeah. You know what I mean? I think I know what you're saying. For like more than a year and a half. I think it was like 2 years I didn't work for them. I'm like, fuck you. Yeah. And then when everything was like really going great for me, then they finally came back and gave me great deals. I'm like, you guys are retarded. Like, this is so stupid. What are you doing? Why are you doing that to me? Keeping the lights on around here. Like, how many natural headliners do you guys legitimately? You're gonna alienate one of them just because you can make 25%? Yeah. You're gonna sell out every ticket. You're not papering the room for Joe Rogan. In advance, like, to the point where I was already having to, like, tell them I don't want to do radio. Yeah. I don't have to do fucking radio. Like, oh, we have a relationship with the radio station. They like it when you come in. Like, I don't like it. I don't want to fucking 5 o'clock in the morning. Fuck Friday.
When I'm the least funny I've ever been at 6 a.m.
And then I have to go back to sleep, wake up for the show. I'm all disoriented, fucked up.
Makes the shows worse.
Terrible.
I'm on there selling a product that is going to be impaired because I'm on this radio.
Also, like, this is around 2007, and by that time, the ship had already sailed. Radio was kind of already gone. It was then becoming more internet-based promotion. Right. And then by time, I mean, I guess now, some still can do radio shows. And I talk to these guys, and some of them like constantly, hey, how many people heard me on the radio? Crickets. Mm-hmm. Like a waste of time.
Total waste, but I think that it is like built into whatever relationship the radio station has with the club. And just quite recently, I've had to not do radio any longer, and it feels good. Dude, Kill Tony is a fucking kingmaker. I had no idea. I was in Bratislava. There's people with Kill Tony t-shirts. It's meant. Yes.
Have you been to one of the arena shows? Holy shit. That's when you realize. When you go to an arena show and they all sing along on King Kong, they all know, like, everybody's, like, thing, and when William Montgomery comes out, they fucking go crazy and stand up. We, like, Black Keys are huge Kill Tony fans, and they love William Montgomery. So when they were in town, they were doing my podcast, they were like, can we see tonight? I called William, I'm like, Black Keys, blush. Want to see.
Wow, that's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
That's so positive, Joe. Love to do a scene. That'd be great. Joe, thank you, Black Keys. Ooh.
Yeah, he's like a caricature of a human being.
That's really him. Yeah. Have you ever hugged him?
He started in Denver.
Oh,
so I've known William forever. Yeah.
His hugs are like he might stab you. Like he's hugging you, like he's thinking about stabbing you, but he's controlling himself. Like, what kind of a hug is this guy? It's the most intense hug.
He's like shaking. It's like you're calming a baby deer.
Yeah. It's crazy. When I met him first, he was like full on alcohol.
Oh yeah.
I was like, this guy's wild. I don't know if he's gonna make it. But then when he came here, he sobered up by the time he moved to Austin. And then once we got him off the notes, it's like, man, the guy just flourished. Mm-hmm. He just became this thing.
He's present now.
Yes. Yeah. So he would have the notes, and then he would do Kill Tony, and when he would do Kill Tony, he would read off the notes, but then with banter, the notes would be down, then he'd start looking at the audience and like with a menacing way, looking at certain people and fucking yelling. I'm like, that's your key. That's your whole step. I'm like, this notes thing is a crutch. You know the jokes. Just remember them. And you'll get better at remembering them.
And also know that you're not polluting your brain with booze and cocaine.
Yeah, your memory's better.
Right.
There you go, buddy.
He used to do this bit in Denver where he had a neck brace on, and he would like wear it at all times to open mics. And it was going well, and then another comedian started doing a neck brace thing.
No way.
It was crazy. I remember being at Comedy Works on Tuesday and being like, she's doing the neck brace thing, and William's like, she's nice. Yeah, it was a girl.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Yeah. Did she actually have something wrong with her neck, which would be ironic?
I don't
do the neck brace.
I think she did.
Oh my gosh,
I don't want to say she faked it, but I don't think it was as necessary as she made it out to be.
That's weird. You know what's weird? People that wear glasses that don't have vision problems.
I hate them. They're stealing dollars.
I was thinking about that one. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You have to have them.
I'm so blind without these.
What is it with people with clear lenses? Like, what is that about?
It shapes their face, is what they say. It's an accessory. So they have like a big fat face, they wear big glasses. Or they have like mouse face, they wear little glasses. But I really don't trust them to be them.
Very odd. Yeah. It's a very odd choice.
It's like having a prosthetic leg attached when you have both.
Yeah, I remember I had those on. It was a comic. Mm-hmm. I go, why do you wear those? And he goes, girls think you're smarter. I go, really?
You're the dumbest girls.
These girls. Yeah, I think you're smarter because you can't see good.
Yeah, the glasses. Just shake keys in one of them. That'll probably work too.
Well, I guess the stereotype at one point in time was that you ruined your eyes by sticks. Too much time looking at a close surface, a close object, which is what happens. Which is why cell phones are very bad for your eyes. So, like, the idea was, this guy reads so much.
He crippled his eyes.
Yeah.
Lust for knowledge.
Okay, answer me this question. Why do I think it's hot when I see girls in glasses? Because I do.
I do too, man.
Why?
Because they do this.
Oh, that's what they take the last.
Flick their hair back
Before they.
That chick is the best.
No, first of all, I just saw an interview with her.
Yeah.
She got on stage at the Zach Bryan show, and she sang with. At the end he sings Revival, and he has people come on stage and sing them. It's a great fucking show. He puts on an amazing show. So he brought her out there, and she yells out, "Hot!" to the whole crowd. They're like, who the fuck would have ever thought that would have happened?
I don't know. She just looks like the classic, American 8.
Yeah.
It's like I have a chance with her, and she seems fun, and she loves sucking dick. It's like, of course.
Great personality.
She captured the zeitgeist.
Yeah. She's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Even the way she says it. You get me?
Yeah. We understand.
Yeah, we get you. She's only 21. I was watching an interview with her. She's only 21. She wasn't a school teacher. All the shit that people say she got fired. Nope. She's too young to be a teacher. 21. And, she wasn't a bartender. All that stuff's bullshit. The young girl who was just on the streets in Nashville, and just went viral. Yeah. Most weird. But I love that we live in a time where that happens. It's such a strange time.
I'm sure she'll be stealing club weekends from me in no time.
Here's something that should go viral. Jamie, pull up that guy that I tweeted. People think I was making fun of this guy, which I kind of am, but also it is a catchy tune. There's a lot of people. Let me just say this. There's a lot of people that I feel lean into certain things because they think it's marketable. Like when that Sam Smith guy dresses up like Satan. Start that from the beginning. This fucking guy is on stage at a pride thing. But here's what's important.
How do you get this footage of me?
I have. Here's what's important. The fucking dude is talented. Yeah, it's ridiculous that he's got a G-string on and he's fat and he's wearing a biker helmet on and he's got queer tattooed across his belly. But listen to him rap. Listen to this. How come it's not playing through?
Damn. Action Bronson put the weight back on, huh?
He did put the weight back on, unfortunately. He's good, right?
He's entertaining.
Like one of the lines was, "Let me fill your hole with semen." I'm pretty sure. That's the only thing that I could get out of all that. Like the little dance. But it's the flow. His flow. I mean, everybody's freaking out about it. Oh, the world. That's a grown man out there swinging dick for other grown men.
Yeah.
They're having a good time.
They're having a consensual date.
Yeah. He's having a good time. People like it. But my point is, that's that guy. He's got queer tattooed across his stomach. He's not fucking cosplaying.
It's not performing.
Yeah, that's who he is.
Spirit.
But he's fucking talented.
Yeah.
Like that rap, the flow is good. It's fucking good.
Also, if you go to a show, don't you want that guy leading the band?
Hell yeah.
That's a blast. That's fat talent will suck you off.
Yeah, I'd love that guy to open up a show. He should open up Fully Loaded. That's what he should do.
Him and Jelly Roll.
Bert's fucking buddies, Bert's crowd. Just have that guy go out there first.
And then Bert would come out in the exact same outfit.
Yes.
Yeah. The machine tattooed on his plate.
Yes. With a fucking biker hat on. Yes. Yeah.
I'm all for that stuff.
Me too. I like freaks. I love freaks. I like freaks of all I mean, here's the thing. A lot of people are upset about the Pride Parade. Because they're like, oh, they're doing the Pride Parade and they're doing it in front of all these children. Hey, don't bring your kids to a fucking Pride Parade. I know you want your kids to be tolerant because it's simply marvelous. Chris Condi, queer conscious rapper. Boy, it looks a lot like him. No, it's queer. That's him.
He's based in Austin.
Oh, hey, fella.
Whoa, he has a song called American Faggot.
Well,
that's hard as hell.
Yeah. They're just talented. That probably was in Austin then.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Look, it was at a farmer's market based on the crowd.
So, there's this thing that people are saying about, the Pride Parade. Because all these people are walking around naked at the Pride Parade, and some are interviewing these people, and they have their dicks out.
Yeah.
Listen.
if you don't want your kids to see gay guys being sexual, that's what Pride Parade is. It's not like a bunch of 40-year-old gay engineers holding hands, married guys. Hey, we're proud. It's different than anything else, like any other kind of pride thing, because it's not just like we just happen to be gay. It's overtly sexual, always. Guys are fucking ball gags, dog leashes,
Pissing on each other.
Yeah, it's nuts. Like, I'm not against it at all, but you can't complain that that's happening because you brought your kids.
You can't take your kids to the cage fight and complain about violence.
Exactly. Don't take your kids to Pride and complain about the gays.
Yeah. They're having a blast.
They have a good time.
Yeah.
I used to think about how, like, I would always think, am I exaggerating about, like, the gay neighborhood? Like, in LA, they have Boys Town. And it's so crazy. Like, I was always saying to myself, like, maybe I'm going to drive through here. So every now and then I would take the right turn and go down Santa Monica Boulevard and head towards the ocean. Yeah. And it's 5 blocks of no one saying no. It's just wild madness. Dudes with cowboy hats and G-strings on poles, guys making out in the middle of the street and humping each other. It's crazy.
Having the time of their life.
Having the time of their life. All yang, no yin, and no one can get pregnant.
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
You wrestle, but everyone wins.
Well, also, those guys have their own name. The difference between the gay and lesbians, unfortunately, never developed this. I have a theory. I think that straight men find out that lesbians move next door. I'm a Noah, and then whereas, like, straight men never move into a gay neighborhood. Very rarely.
Yeah.
You can't, like, straighten up a gay neighborhood. But they figured out a way to make, like, a whole area all gay.
Yeah.
Like, only gay guys can do that.
It's admirable.
It's great. It's great. It's wild. But it's just wild that they can pull it off in almost every city.
Well, also they can go into places, and they gentrify these places on the margins of the city, and the next thing you know, all the houses are worth so much money because they invest so much in property.
They invest so much in their property, make things more safe, and they keep a lot of people from moving there.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good move. If you can tolerate a lot of techno and dudes walking around on Molly,
Yeah, for sure.
fucking live there.
They're also offering you Molly, typically. They're very generous people. Yeah.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I lived in San Francisco. So I lived in San Francisco from age 7 to 11.
Yeah.
So I lived in a fully gay neighborhood. And
In the city of San Francisco.
yeah, but it was like, we were in Ashburn. We were all right off of Lombard Street. So we were in there, a mix of the whole thing. Like, I could walk to Fisherman's Wharf from my house. And so my neighbors were gay, and my aunt used to, she would smoke pot with these gay guys. They would get naked and play the bongos. And they'd be like, oh, she's over there playing the bongos with the gay guys. It's like, okay. Like, it was so normal to me that it wasn't until I moved to Florida that I even realized that people were homophobic. Right? And that was when I was 11. Like, I had no idea when people had a problem with gay people.
I think it was just normal for you as a boy to understand that your aunt had these gay friends. It wasn't made strange, or they weren't othered. You know?
No, they were just normal guys who just happened to be gay. And they were everywhere, too. Like, you became normal because you just saw them everywhere. Guys holding hands everywhere. This was San Francisco in the 1970s.
Yeah. That's like kind of what you want, right?
I want people to, I want people to be themselves.
I want liberty and freedom.
Yeah, that's real freedom. You want America to be this fucking land of the free, home of the brave? You know how fucking brave you have to be holding hands with a dude who walk down a major street? What are the possibilities of running into homophobes? Pretty fucking high.
Sure.
Pretty sure. Like, if you're gonna walk down any major metropolitan, or any, like, 3 or 4 block stretch, the odds of you running into a homophobe is very high. Someone's going to be violently angry that you love another man.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that the young people now, they want to be homophobic, but I think that most, like, 18 to 23-year-old dudes have probably sucked a dick or had their dick sucked by a fella.
Really?
I don't know. I'd venture to guess
What do you think is happening? Well, it's a mist pumping in the classroom. Like the gay bomb they tried in Iraq. Do you know about that?
No.
Oh my God, you don't know that? Oh my God. What? The United States spent millions of dollars trying to develop a gay bomb. Wow. And so it's based on this hormone and this chemical, and they would detonate it above a city. And apparently it make men so randy that they wind up fucking each other, and it would demoralize them. This is the supposed idea.
No way.
Yeah. This is how goofy our fucking government is. not knowing anything about the Spartans, who were gay as fuck, who were one of the greatest armies the world has ever known. They were so gay. And not just that, but when you fought next to someone and they were your friend, that was one thing. If it was your lover, you would protect them to the death. Yeah, man. Well, they just, also, I think people are just gay. I think people, back before they realized, like, hey, you probably shouldn't fuck kids, they just fucked everything. You know? Yeah. And then the kids started writing down, that's my uncle fucked me. All life was downhill. And read that, like, oh, they probably stopped fucking kids. And it took forever before they figured that out. Because, like, if you think about it, like Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, go back in the time, all those guys had, like, young boy lovers. Yeah.
It was just accepted, and it was, like, part of passing your philosophy forward. Because you would take an apprentice, and he'd also fuck his thighs from behind, but then he would tell the world your story. That was totally normal.
He was fucking writing everything you were saying, dictating.
Yeah, and like tasting. Yeah. But there was like that thing with like the philosophers. Some of them thought it was low-minded to actually have sex with the children's butts, so they would just bang their thighs from behind, and that was like cool. Yeah, I think so.
They just titty fuck their thighs.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's good move.
It's a real soft part of the body.
Yeah, you don't get that hurt from it. You know, it's like, I wish that didn't happen, but at least you didn't fuck my butthole.
I'm still tight as a drum.
Yeah, it didn't make me walk around uncomfortable. Like, what the fuck did he do to me?
Yeah, he's a diaper now.
I just feel weird. Like, guys jizzed all over my thighs.
Yeah, but whatever. What are you gonna do? At least they know about geometry now.
Bro, they didn't know any better. Like, look, just think about how much murder took place back then. Like, if you got to be our age back then, you got to be, let's just say you got to be 30. How many people do you think you saw get murdered? Probably dozens.
Yeah.
You probably saw people get murdered all the time.
Over very small things.
Over almost nothing.
Yeah.
Disrespect. I mean, look, when this country was founded, one of our presidents, I forget which one, engaged in a duel while he was president.
I think Andrew Jackson.
Was it Andrew Jackson?
Yeah. It was like his whole thing.
He just liked to shoot at people.
Yeah.
10 paces. Just the dumbest fucking thing to think. If you hate someone, you don't like them, why don't you guys agree to fight or something?
Right.
Why you gotta, dueling's so dumb.
With pistols that... Yeah.
Many people think Andrew Jackson fought hundreds of duels. He did have a temper. He was challenged, and he was challenged other several times, but only one duel resulted in crossfire. In 1806, where he killed Charles Dickinson.
It's good. He was a terrible shot.
How far away do you shoot people from? Those guns suck, too. And they're shooting people with muskets.
Right, and he shot like a marble.
Yeah, shot a ball of lead. Not very accurate.
And you probably didn't die every time. You take one of those, you're fine.
You take one in the shoulder.
Yeah.
Especially if they're not accurate.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of guys are probably crippled from them.
Oh, for sure, because it would crack your bone.
Yeah.
It would, like, hit the bone and bend it in half.
And then they never knew how to fix bones.
Yeah, they just have to chop it off.
And they probably didn't even know how to get the lead.
No, that's a good point. I bet that wasn't...
Been there, just... Yeah. Oh.
You should have the door guys do first aid. Period type guns, you know.
Right. You just paintball guns. Did you ever see the Mel Gibson Patriot where the guy gets hit in the face with a cannonball?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Or Napoleon, where that horse gets exploded with a cannonball in the first 3
I didn't
minutes.
see Napoleon, but I heard about that.
That's all you have to see.
Really?
You see a horse take a cannonball in the chest, and then the rest of it's just like him simping for something.
Oh,
Yeah.
I heard they cut him out.
It wasn't the best one. It was pretty. It was like a lush film.
What a waste of Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah, he's
You know, that guy's so good. He scared the shit out of me, Joker. Oh my God. And then the riots happened like a year later.
Yeah, I know.
Like, oh my God. How much is it responsible?
I checked it for it. It's saying that duels back then were not exactly what we think they might have.
Oh yeah.
More of a type of courage.
It says people didn't just take 10 steps and shoot as quickly as possible. Most of the time, people would stand and fire their guns in the air, purposely miss their opponent, making it more or less a test about courage. However, there are plenty of real-life examples where people would try to kill each other in a duel, for example. People involved in duels also chose seconds or people to accompany them to the duel to make sure it was legitimate. Oftentimes, the seconds found themselves acting as peacemakers in the duel, making sure if shots were fired, they weren't fired at other people. So it was a lot of like playing chicken, I guess.
Exactly.
Making them play and shot each other.
Yeah. They probably had...
Something like that.
Spoiler alert. John Wick 10 did he shot. Did I held his bullet. He got to take a shot. Oh yeah.
On the steps of Mont Martin.
The last one, you know, as much as I love those guys, the last one was so cartoony. It's so hard to take.
I'm okay with it. You turn your brain off.
The first one. The first one was the best one. Because the first one, all the motivations, oh my god, they stole his car and killed his puppy. Let's go.
And then they built this girl.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Yeah.
Cool. There was before. I like those movies are the best.
Yeah.
You still Furiosa?
No. What is Furiosa?
New Mad Max?
No, I haven't seen it.
Bro.
Is it great?
You treat yourself.
Really?
You see the most recent Mad Max before this?
Yes.
Remember how great it was? You left the theater going, movies are the best.
Yeah.
It's that again. But
really?
they figured out how to do warfare with like kites and stuff as well. Yeah, dude. It's so good.
Okay, I'm in.
The whole movie was storyboarded too, so it looks like a graphic novel.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's like the best graphic novel I've ever seen.
Oh, no. I haven't heard anything about it. I think there's too much content today.
For sure.
It's very difficult for people to pay attention to everything.
Right. But there's very few movies that are like actually something you need to see in the theater.
Right.
And I think this is one of those things.
I heard Dune 2 is one of those.
Yeah, if you can stay awake.
Oh, really?
I took so many edibles, went to Dune 2. I didn't make it past the previews. I like ate all my Reese's Pieces and bonked, and my wife's punching me in the stomach.
Comfy chairs, like Sinopolis. Yeah. You know, you look back and it's got a cup holder there. You're like, you find yourself snoring.
Yeah, and you can vape in there now. You have your weed card.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can't vape in there. You can vape in there.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Just like smoking live raws. Stay alive. I love it.
Yeah, movie theaters are great, especially for comedy. Because it really is like, the thing about comedy clubs, like last night I went to see Kill Tony, and, you know, I like watching shows now more than I ever have before, because you don't get a chance to do that when you're performing a lot. You watch your friend do a set, but I sat and watched a show, you know, and I've done that a bunch lately, watch a show. And it makes you appreciate it from an audience perspective. Yeah. Because I think we get too wrapped up in, I think it's good to see it the other way too. See it as an audience member, just like to get a different perspective on what you're doing up there too, and how it feels to be in the audience. Yeah, just inform yourself.
It's valuable.
Yeah,
and also that show's perfect because you're not worried about like maybe someone's bit worming its way into your brain, right? And then you Robin Williams it later. Yeah, you know what I mean? That's why Norton doesn't watch it. I can't watch it either. Really? Yeah, because like when you riff a lot. When you're I like improvising a lot on stage. Every now and then, you'll tell someone's joke, and then there's that moment where you're like, I'll like ask my feature, like, is that someone's bit? You know, like, because you don't want to be that guy. Right. You know. And that definitely can happen. Yeah. You know, but the thing is, it's like integrity. Like, does it happen on purpose? It just happens. It just happens. Maybe you should figure out why. Maybe work on something for your memory, or maybe just don't. The problem is some ideas that you don't steal almost feel stolen. Yeah. Because this is the problem with creativity. Because the concept of the muse, right? These ideas are just given to you by like the gods. And it kind of feels like that sometimes. Like some bits, they'll arrive in your mind with a setup and a punchline. Sacred knowledge. That is it. There's something. I don't know what it is. I have a bizarre theory that ideas are actually a life form. You think that they're energy? I don't know what the word energy means. Like, the word energy means electricity, but also diesel engines. You know, it means a lot of things. Like, where do you get energy from? You get energy from the sun. It's energy, sure. But I think it makes stuff. Everything you see on this table came from an idea. Yeah. It's like ideas get into our minds, and then we make cars, or we make planes, or we make computers. And then ideas, they build on each other. You have to have all these other people's ideas, and you pool those ideas together and create a new invention. I think they're a life form. I think they're a way that they force creative apes to manifest physical things. As if there's like individual particles that might be an idea. There's like an atom that's imbued with an idea. Yeah. Or a bit. And somehow that gets into you. I think the muse is a real thing. Yeah. And I think the more time you spend thinking, you kind of hear those calls. The more time you spend alone, writing and thinking, working on stuff, you hear those calls. And those calls, like from wherever the fuck it's coming from, those make their way onto your page.
And then there's real work involved too, where you're analyzing it. Okay, how can I make that better? Maybe the setup's wrong. Maybe I should toss it and readdress. I'll do that sometimes. Where I'll take a premise and some of them feel clunky. Like you're trying to work it out, but they don't necessarily feel right. And you're getting kind of laughs, but then you're doing it the same way over and over and over again.
And then that that wonder that you had when the bit is new dies, and you're just repeating something.
Exactly.
And you can see the crowd lose interest in it.
Yeah, you're not connected. So why would they be?
Right.
So then, sometimes with those kind of things, I will just throw it aside and rewrite the joke just on the premise. So instead of using all the setup and the punchline, I'll say, there's got to be another way to address this topic. Like, let me see. So that, I think, is like real work. That's real work where you're thinking and you're analyzing. But the ideas themselves, like the structure of all comedy is an idea. The structure of all comedy is like something comes to a thought where you either see something that's preposterous or you hear something that's ridiculous or, there's something. So there's some, and that's the framework. And then upon that, you build a bit, right? It's like, that's the framing of the house.
You have the germ.
Yeah.
And you have to water it. Make sure it gets enough sunlight.
Exactly.
And then see which soils it grows better.
That's why, like, there's a type of stealing, like a very insidious stealing, because they steal premises. Like, you'll do a bit about, getting your oil changed or something, whatever, or maybe something more obscure. Or they'll do a bit about someone buying you fitted socks or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then someone will, I can just.
And the punchline, because it's not stealing.
Twisting around this person's premise.
Yeah. Have you ever heard Tom Waits talk about the muse?
No.
So he thinks the muse is like a real thing, like you're talking about a vibe, for lack of a better term. But there's all these stories about Tom Waits sitting in front of his piano for like 10 hours a day, just screaming, being like, all right, you bitch, I'm here. I'm ready to do the work. I'm in front of the piano. Let's go. Give me what I need. I'm into the work right now. Just like hammering on the piano and yelling at the muse, trying to like enchant it and bring it to him as he's like, just like literally making insane discordant noise. And then out of nowhere, some chords fit together and then he has a song. Yeah.
It's just so hard to know, right? It's so hard to know what's going on.
Yeah, but you can't write a book unless you're in front of the typewriter. You can't write a song unless you're in front of the keyboard. All these guys are like, how do you write a book? It's like, you have to be at the station where you do the work.
Yeah.
You can't just sit there and be like, oh man, I'm going to write a book one day. No, sweat over the keys until you have 1,000 words or whatever you need for that day to be done. Everyone wants to talk about like, oh, I want to write this book. And it's like, you telling me you want to write a book just set you back 6 months.
Yeah.
Because you get the same hit of adrenaline and dopamine from telling someone your idea as actually like accomplishing that thing. Yeah, I think that's very dangerous to tell people you're doing stuff when you're not actually doing it.
I've talked about it too many times. You ever read Pressfield's War of Art?
No, I have not.
Oh, we have a copy of it. Send us a box because I used to give it to comics when they would, or any kind of creative person when they came on the podcast. Well, Pressfield wrote this book and he talks about the muse as it was.
Yeah.
Pressfield was kind of like a ne'er-do-well until he was like 40. Kind of like was like half-assing it until he was 40, and then somewhere along the line he realized that it's just about being a professional and like showing up, and so he started addressing the muse real thing. Yeah. And then he wrote The Legend of Bagger Pants, and he wrote like some great screenplays and books, and just became like very prolific.
Well, it's like we always count on inspiration to come into our lives, but if you can kind of like create a situation where that inspiration is more easily available to you, whatever that is, it's playing music, it's coffee, like however you can like try and harness the ethereal thing that is inspiration, I think you can be a better creative. And like you said, become more professional and creative.
Yeah. There's also different ways that ideas come, right? One of the things a lot of people would do is they would write, then they would go for a walk.
Yeah.
So while you wrote everything, and now let's go for a walk and just think what you wrote. Right? And he would have a little recorder and he would talk into it. Yeah. A bunch of writers say that do.
Yeah, that's a big thing for me when I wrote my book. Write, then go on a walk, and maybe smoke a little weed, and then you see it all differently, and you can come back and realize what was bullshit, and like what was a complete waste of time, and then go back in and try to address that. Those things that were like a little idea, but then you can expand upon them.
It's literally not being in front of the computer. It's your eyes seeing real light, I think, is a big part of it. Because I have to write, like, at my desk in my computer. But as soon as you're outside, you're like, oh, that's how light hits a tree at this time of day. Or, like, that's actually lavender. I was talking about lilac. There's just all these little things that are, I mean, romantic for sure, but also very applicable in concrete ways to your art. Yeah.
I think it's also getting out makes your blood pump.
Oh, for sure.
You know, it's walking around. I think the thing about walking is it's a very low level cardio. So like your heart is pumping, you're moving your body, but it's not exertion. So you're not because like when you're really tired, you can't like if somebody got you on an Airdyne bike and they ask you a question, you have a moron's brain. Right. You have like 10% of your brain capacity. You got to do an IQ test. If I had to do an IQ test when I was on a bicycle, I it's probably 10 or IQ's 10.
You're smart as a versiclider.
You can't think. You're fucking tired. So you don't want to be tired when you're thinking, but you also want to be a little bit energized. And there's something about walking that just sort of, because the heart is not beating, 60 beats a minute, now it might be beating 75 or 80. Just a little extra. Just a little something. So when you're walking around, you get that flow going through you.
Yeah, swimming's good for that too. Yeah, you get in the pool and all of a sudden everything is changed. You have a complete different perspective. And you're just in there doing your laps, or even if you're just like, when I was in Vegas, I had to swim because you can't walk around outside. So I'd just be in the pool. I remember there was this big fat dude, and he was like, hey man, you're putting in the work, man. I was like, thanks, bro. And he's like, just keep doing it, man. This is good for you. And then he got out of the pool, and he had a giant swastika tattoo on his back.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
He was my pool buddy, though. He was encouraging me. I think so. He was trying to survive.
They probably did that to him.
It's not all that. It wasn't just his thighs. He wasn't receiving platonic knowledge.
Yeah, they're not being.
I don't think so.
Especially when they put a swastika on your back. Maybe that helped them come. Maybe make it quicker. I just put a swastika on your back. It's hard to come, bro. You got a big, stupid, hairy ass. But if I can put a swastika on your back, I think I just
give me a target, man.
Maybe you made a deal with me.
All right, sure.
That's really what's gonna help make this quicker.
He was good in the water. He was like a seal.
I'm so happy to be in the water. You never had water in jail.
You can't get a bunch of ass in water.
Bro, it's very hard. Especially in deep water.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Like there's that,
how could it be hard?
What was that like? That boat during, I think, the Pacific Theater of World War II? That like, they sank it, and then they were in these shark-infested waters, and they just kept getting picked off. Like you'd be floating with your buddy, and then all of a sudden he would just disappear forever. Well, I heard on a podcast that also there was feverish homosexuality. So dudes would be like on a plank of wood and just savage each other. Because they and I don't remember why it was, but there was all these accounts of like dudes butt fucking, raping each other on these like little planks of wood while other people were like bleeding out in the water and like their flesh is coming off from salt water and shit. Yeah, I think I heard that on the last podcast.
See if you can find anything on that.
Yeah, I started looking before he finished talking. Oh yeah, he's got a lot of butt fucking windows open over there.
Butt fucking while getting eaten by sharks. Wow. I guess if you were in that sort of scenario, especially for long periods, your mind just must be so overwhelmed with anxiety and fear and then acceptance and then sadness. You're watching people around you getting killed. The morbid fucking the tissue floating in the water, whatever's left of your friends.
And also, like, if someone's bleeding, you get as far away from them as possible. The sharks are going to eat them. It's probably just your brain trying to protect yourself, so it just reverts back to, like, your very simian part of yourself, which is like hold someone down, overpower them, and get it out of you. Yeah.
And all the other people, they're going to die too. Yeah. We watched you fuck Harry. Why'd you do that? Harry said stop. You kept going. Hey, why? I thought we're all going to die.
Yeah. Didn't think anyone would be able to tell this story. Sorry, bro.
1940s. Come on, made it to the podcast. Yeah. 2024.
Wow. We're not naming names.
We're not naming. No, we don't know him.
I would gladly.
I would if I did.
Where's their plaque? This guy butt-fucked a bunch of people.
How about the guy who got butt-fucked? Right. Not only watch all his friends get eaten by sharks, he also got butt-fucked.
Got a purple heart and a purple sleeve.
He's like, don't worry about it, we're all going to be dead in an hour.
part too. Take me.
Rescue. They're just doing swastikas on it.
They rescued the guy who bug fight. Hey! What about what happened on the fucking raft, dude? Sorry, man, I lost my mind.
Catch the ear.
Okay. As the Indianapolis sailors struggled in the water, there was bravery and self-sacrifice, all vividly detailed by Vincent and Vlad. There was also violence, cannibalism, and even sexual attacks. In the water, the dead outnumbered the living. Men continued to expire so quickly, it became almost impossible to move around without having to shoulder shoals of corpses. Holy fuck. And then the sharks. One moment they behaved like gentle, curious giants, moving up close to inspect the men with black, unblinking eyes. The next moment they attacked, their steel-trapped jaws snuffing out a man's life before he could draw a breath to scream. Making you pop up. I'm not interested in fucks. So the sexual attacks. That's it? Just a mere mention?
You think the LA Times would want to get involved in the more lurid details?
Yeah.
Let's sell a subscription.
You guys need to sell some subscriptions.
Yeah.
They're apparently just let watch me. I would not want to be a fucking reporter right now.
No, but there's good journalism going on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Most of them defend it.
That would be a character.
She's a character.
She's cool.
Yeah, that lady knows a lot.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how she knows it all, but God, I'd be afraid if I were her.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to disappear.
I think she lives in
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I watched her on a bunch of shows. I watched her on Patrick and David. I watched her on, I think, on Jimmy Dore's show a few times. She knows a lot.
Tim's got a direct eye to her.
That's a wild thing to, like, be focusing on. The evil, like, oligarchs and people in power of the world and how they twisted everything throughout history. Like, make yourself a real target.
The bloodlines.
Oh, yeah, all that shit.
Yeah.
The bloodline stuff is wild.
It is.
That's really wild.
Tim, like, called her when we were in Europe. I was opening for him in April over there, and he really wanted to go to St. Petersburg, Russia, to eat a meal at Gogol, which is, like, the best restaurant in the world, allegedly.
Oh, really?
So he called her, he called Tucker Carlson, trying to figure out how to get him to Russia. He went to the State Department, and they were like, no. And he's like, I'll be there for 3 hours. Come on, let us eat dinner. We'll be fine. You can watch us the whole time. We could snatch him up. I think he'd be comfortable. I'd be the other guy.
Yeah.
They just think I was a fat prostitute. Yeah, exactly. Tim Dillon is cum boy arrested in St. Petersburg. Tim would be so embarrassed. I'm not his type at all.
At all. That's hilarious.
Yeah, man.
That's hilarious. Yeah, he's a wild boy. He would want to go to Russia. That's so crazy.
Hey, I was all for it, dude. I was like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, you can't go over there. We just signed a 10-year contract to supply them with weapons, to supply Ukraine with weapons for the next 10 years. Yeah. I think this whole thing it's terrifying to watch, but it's also a very clear money grab.
Yeah.
There's so much money going over there, and there's so much money where we continue to send. It's just like, how is this okay with everybody? How is anybody letting this happen?
Yeah. I mean, the taxpayers are really in the bag, too.
Dave's wild suggestion. He was doing a debate about Russia and Ukraine, and he said one of the ways to incentivize Russia to stop attacking Ukraine is we left NATO. Whoa! Not only should we say that Ukraine's not going to join NATO, but we're going to leave NATO. I was like, whoa! Look at the repercussions of that. Ooh, fuck. Well, look at the repercussions being part of it. Look at the repercussions of what's going on right now, because, you know, Dave is the best at explaining, and he'll credit Scott Horton and a lot of other people, but Dave is really good at recalling and explaining how the whole red line with Putin was Ukraine joining NATO. They always did that. And they kept moving NATO-based countries. They kept moving weapons closer and closer to Russia. And the whole thing was like they're baiting him to do this. I just get so suspicious of military activity because I know there's always going to be bad people in the world that you have to send good people to go fight. That's always going to be the case, right? The clearest, most pure version of that for us is always World War II, right? There's the Nazis,
we go over there and kill Nazis. The whole United States, gets together, and then when it's over, there's that sailor kissing that girl. Right. And it's like, hey, this is why people sacrifice. Yeah. This is why it's America is so amazing. That's not real. That's only one example. Most of the time, it's people figuring out a way to get defense contracts.
Or there's some cool resources. So happen to be right there. Yeah. It's very convenient. They need democracy right now.
Yeah, and the same people that are telling you that Joe Biden's fine. That's how things get done. Like, that is, like, whether or not Joe Biden should be president or not president, let's put that aside for a minute. Everybody knows there's something wrong, right? The people that are telling you there's not something wrong, the reason why they think they can do that is they do that with everything. Yeah. They do that with Venezuela, they do that with Yemen, they do that with Ukraine, they do that with everything. They bullshit and gaslight depending on what the narrative is.
Very creative with their facts.
And the facts change over time, and they're not really, sometimes they don't even know. One of the more interesting exchanges about the Ukraine war was with, of all people, Candace Owens. Candace Owens was talking about how corrupt Ukraine was. So someone sends her a message from the New York Times. What evidence do you have that Ukraine is corrupt? And she said, your own fucking newspaper. And she sends them all these articles that were written previous to 2017 about rampant corruption in Ukraine. About Ukraine's like one of the most corrupt countries.
Before the narrative changed.
Yeah, before the narrative changed. And now also everyone has a Ukraine flag. Like, yeah, Ukraine should not have been invaded. Yeah, it's all fucked up. It's horrible. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians, they don't even know what the real number is, are probably dead. Yeah, horrible. But also, that was a corrupt country. Like, just because horrible things are done to them, it's not justifying those horrible things.
Yeah.
But you can't pretend that Ukraine has always been this amazing country just because now we're supposed to support them because Russia did a horrible thing. You gotta tell the fucking truth. That's what being a journalist is. We're not babies. They treat us like babies.
Oh my God, they coddle us so much.
Well, the whole thing during the pandemic. You can't tell people about other things or about adverse reactions to vaccines. And it causes vaccine hesitancy. Oh, you mean an informed opinion? Are you fucking trying to stop informed opinions? And a lot of them from, like, professors at Stanford and Harvard? This is bananas.
Right, and there's, like, it's condescending.
Exactly.
You're talking down to these people that you're trying to get onto your side. And a lot of them, if they're smart, will be like, come on, I'm not a baby.
Yeah, it's a fucking annoying. And the people that are doing it right now about Biden, they're telling you how you should vote. Though you know he's prepared, you definitely shouldn't vote for Trump. Like, don't tell people that, you fucking idiot, because it's going to make more people angry and want to vote for Trump. You are not going to convince anyone walking down the west side of New York City, talking into your phone about what a threat Trump is to democracy. You aren't changing anybody's fucking vote. You're just being condescending, scolding, liberal cunt, which is what drives everyone crazy.
Totally verbiage. Thing with the liberal side.
The fucking conservatives used to do it too. It's human character. And this is what's important. Everybody wants to get on this. The liberals are bad. The conservatives are bad. It's bullshit. It's all just a human behavior pattern. We always want to tell people that they should behave and think and accept the truths that we have accepted. You have to behave like us. And if you don't, you're the enemy.
Right.
And it's not really that these people have these opinions oftentimes. It's that they have subscribed to a predetermined set of opinions.
There's a narrative.
In order to be in this group.
Party line.
If you tell me how you feel about the Second Amendment, I can tell you how you feel about abortion. Almost 80% of the time. Right. Which is wild. It's wild. Because they're two very complicated issues.
Right.
If you tell me how you feel about immigration, if you tell me how you feel about weapons, military spending, I can probably tell how you feel about God.
Yeah.
I can probably tell you what your religious beliefs are. It's just bizarre. And it's just because the reality of life is too open-ended and complex and fascinating and bizarre and majestic and immense.
And boundless.
Yeah. Immense. And more immense than we even thought it was. Now we're looking into the James Webb telescope. They're finding galaxies that are so big, so long ago that they could have existed possibly in a short amount of time, which they were from the Big Bang. So that now they're starting to think that the universe is like maybe 10 billion years older than they thought it was.
Which is good.
Yeah, but it's still, it's like, what does that even mean? It's too much.
There's like division is really important to people in power because they keep us fighting each other instead of against the presidency and government. So back in the day, it was like racism, and there's still racism in this country, but like we're moving further, you know. And then it was like class conflict, but now it's like everyone's poor, you know.
Yes.
So now it's like straight up Republicans versus Democrats, and you have to go to war with your neighbor over that thing. Yeah, it's like they're all the same. They work for the same corporations, the same oligarchs are paying them off. If voting works, they wouldn't let you vote.
Yeah.
You know, like it's not going to change anything.
It works kind of,
but I mean, it's still a big experiment. Democracy is flawed, but it's still the best thing that we have. You know,
it's the best thing going, but the problem is we made a fatal flaw when we allowed them to use money.
Oh yeah,
that's the fatal flaw. The fatal flaw is letting politics and the money and lobbyists, special interest groups, corporations donate to political candidates. As soon as we did that, that should be illegal. We should think of it as a bribe.
Yeah. It is a bribe.
It is a bribe.
100%.
Especially in this day and age, everything should be supported 100% by the people, for the people. That's only how it should be. And if we find out that corporations are involved, or the corporations are even suggesting that people should be involved, we should like fine them. It should be illegal. It should be the people that want to do it should be put in jail. You're trying to affect the election.
Yeah.
Like it's really election interference. It should be illegal.
Yeah.
Then it's like par for the course.
Right.
So
it's just
corruption.
Yeah.
Corruption is a tactic.
Which is funny because like I used to live in an anarchist commune in upstate New York. Yeah. When I was like from like 18 to 22.
How did you get involved in that?
My best friend from high school moved to Ithaca to go to college, and we were in bands together. So I was like, college sucked, you know. So I went to school in Denver, and then I went out there to stay with him, and we like wrote like 12 songs for like 2 weeks. And then I was like, well, I'm not going to stay in school. I'm going to move up here. So we got this place. We shared a closet in an anarchist commune called Goblin House. And like when we moved in, this dude named Bob Wolf Young 2, he had the number 2 in his last name. What? Yeah, he like changed his name. His name was Bob Wolf, was his first name, and then Young, like Jung 2.
Oh,
great
wow.
guy. I remember when he showed us the room, like, this is where you will sleep. I just want to know, are you guys up to group sex? No, dude, we just want to like have the practice space. We had this like, it was an abattoir. It was an old slaughterhouse. We were living with these people that were like, they would like sign red checks in blood, you know. They were like dumpstering everything. I like learned to kill chickens and stuff. Yeah. But on the commune, like those people have almost the exact same tenets and ideals. You know, your preppers, your doomsday guys who want to like build a compound and protect themselves against the government. Like they're like back to back. If they would just turn around, the far left and the far right, they'd realize that like they're fighting for the same thing.
Yeah.
You know,
they share so many similar behavior patterns.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's like the opinion. It's like when we're talking about jokes. The jokes are like a scaffolding. Like the ideas of scaffolding and the jokes you create around them. You create the punchlines and the taglines around the idea.
Yeah.
That's what these guys are doing. The same thing. Like they have human behavior patterns, and then they attach to it equity and inclusion, and you know all these different thoughts about Christian nationalism, and you know protect our borders, and you know God save Trump. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's really the same thing. Like what it is, it's just like you've attached natural human behavior patterns to an ideology, and you don't think that because. This is the thing about cults. Nobody in a cult thinks they're in a cult.
No.
They're like, this is the way to live. This is.
And they're sitting through the veil in that cult. They're the only ones who are justified.
Did I tell you the cult story about the place that I initially bought before we bought the Ritz?
I think I heard trickles of this story, but not directly from you.
Adam Egan is the one saying me. This is what happened. So Ron White fucked me. So Ron White, we had just gotten here and we realized I was like, a place. We cannot be out here just a bunch of random clubs. Like the thing about the Comedy Store that I recognized like very early on is its home base, and the comics need a home base. And the way everybody was developing, one of the things that helped us is like if I'm on the road, I don't get to Gilbert hour. I'm on the road. He's on the road somewhere else. I don't get to see Dave Chappelle, but when we're in town together, then we could all see each other's sets. Right. So we would all and then hang together and talk. So I was like, all right, we need a spot. And so Ron goes, you should buy that place the Cult owned. I fucking performed there. I killed. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful theater. I think it's for sale. I was like, wow, a theater that a Cult owned. That'll be fun. Yeah. And then Adam calls me up after I already signed paperwork and everything. Oh, Adam calls, hey man, did you watch the documentary on that Cult? I'm like, you have a documentary? That's not good. No. The documentary is called Holy Hell. And the guy who was the cult member, cult leader, was a gay porn star who was also a hypnotist. Oh, those are two of the worst things you can be. I mean, this fucking guy, he changed his name multiple times. His original name was Jaime Gomez. He was actually an extra Rosemary's Baby. All right. In one of the scenes in the end of Rosemary's Baby. He was an actor. And so, did gay porn. And then, he teaches yoga class, gets a bunch of man, like six-pack, sculpted face. Yeah, he was hot as hell. Yeah. And just had this cult going for a long time in West Hollywood, but then Waco popped off. So then the Cult Awareness Network had been getting parents would be saying, where the fuck is my kid? And they would be in this cult, and so people were starting to investigate him. Yeah. So to throw people off the track, this fucking guy moves to Austin, changes his name again, and then has his followers build him this beautiful theater where he can dance in front of him. Just for dancing. And hypnotism? And that's the place I bought. So it all falls apart. It all falls apart years later when one guy sends up a mass email saying, hey, this guy's been hypnotizing you, butt fucking you for the past 10 years. And then everybody starts comparing notes, and they're like, oh my god, he's fucking me too. And this guy was just paying, you have to pay him. So, fuck you? Oh, yeah. For the privilege? For the privilege. Yeah. So he would come to him for therapy. You have to give him $50. And then he would give you his therapy. Fuck you. I mean, maybe he knows stuff we don't know. Maybe he was helping people. No, I think people are just I think human beings have a thing in us that makes us want to believe nonsense. Yeah. Well, we're looking for some kind of solution to the chaos that we're surrounded by. Exactly. Yeah. And that manifests itself in you being a diehard Democrat that don't think there's anything wrong with Joe Biden. Joe Biden, his age is his strength. He's sundowning up there. Yeah. His fucking wife was on TV talking about performance, saying that he shot his death. Have you seen it? Have you seen Joe Biden in an interview? Yeah. What he said? She was yeah. And he's just standing behind her like a wax figure. You did so good, Joe. Yeah. You answered every question. Did I? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I did. I'm the better guy. Yeah. He's like me if I was on a that's where he's at right now. That's him leading the country. What? Yeah, it's obliterated. But believing that guy's okay is the same thing as believing that this gay porn star who's a hypnotist is really wild about the documentary. He had this thing that he would do to them called the knowing, and you had to earn it somehow. You had to get be on the right path for long enough, and he would give you this thing where it was a ritual, and during the ritual he would put his hands on you. And to this day, the people that had it, even the people that complained about him, were in the documentary talking about this guy was just evil and manipulative. They said that in that moment they felt God. That when his hands, he puts his hands, he's brilliant. His burning eyes, and puts his hands on them, they're on their knees, and they're like, oh. So it's like there's an endogenous release of psychedelic chemicals that was through this moment, this ritual thing, the power of suggestion, and whatever the vibe that the two of them have, clearly hypnosis as well. Yeah. He locks on to this person, and these people are just writhing in orgasms and just ecstasy. Like, oh, and to this day, they're all talking, even though they're saying these bullshit, they're like, that moment when that happened to me, it changed me forever. Wow. So he could
somehow make them release like the DMT or the oxytocin that's in their brains, and they were flooded.
Yep, all that and more. Probably, I mean, we're isolating specific things like, you know, dopamine, serotonin, DMT. There's all these different things people are. But I have a feeling the real cocktail that's really up is everything all together. Yeah, that's probably real, like whatever it is that you have when you have near-death experiences. They're all the most potent psychedelic chemicals known to man that your brain makes.
The Long Island iced tea of brain chemicals. Your brain's afloat in it.
Yeah, it's a fucking 4th of July fireworks display inside of there. Yeah. And it just pops off. And this guy knew how to get people to experience it just from this thing. See if you can find video of him doing that.
I envy those.
I do a little too.
Something that transcendent on there.
If you could just like believe in it enough, this guy could just do that to you.
I don't believe in anything. I believe in like me and my friends and my family and like the community that I can build. Well, like it's really hard to have any faith in anything bigger than myself.
Well, you have to have an open mind, right? But you also can't. You can't really believe anything. No evidence for it. Like a lot of my ideas about how the universe works and how everything works, karma, life, and energy.
Believe in karma?
I don't know what it means. So I don't think that necessarily. Like if you do something will happen to you.
Yeah.
But I do think that if you do something evil, you're aware that you did something evil, and I think your existence is poisoned because of that. And I think you will forever run into bad situations because you'll be filled with bad thoughts and bad energy, and
they run like a psychic cancer.
Yeah.
It attracts other.
I think that's real. I think
there's altruism real at all.
Some real altruism, and it's usually between people that know each other.
Yeah, but okay.
Kindness, generosity.
What is that altruism? I think
well, it's. I would say that being generous is selfish.
It is because it makes you feel good.
Yeah, it makes you feel good.
It elevates you.
But it also is really a good thing to do because it makes other people feel really good.
If there's no altruism, it's okay if you're still doing the right thing. If you get off on it, you still benefited someone else.
You do, but why should you not benefit while they're benefiting too? As long as you're not being selfish and narcissistic about it, why don't you just do it? Yeah, of course it feels good. But it also makes them feel good. You should do it. You should not make them feel good because you're worried it's going to make you feel good, and that's selfish.
Yeah.
That seems silly.
Well, you share what you have based on how much you have. Because like when I was poor, it was like my best friends, would have like half a joint, and they would smoke that half a joint.
Yeah.
And now that I have like more resources compared to some of my friends, I'm always buying meals and that kind of thing. And they're like, hey man, you don't have to do this. Well, you rode with me when we had $8 to roll together.
Yeah.
And now I have more than $8, so like I'm glad to be able to do this for you.
Yeah, the difference between like being able to pay for a meal easy and not thinking about it and where you're wondering how much things cost, adding it all up in your head, that's a huge difference.
Yeah.
The alleviation of that is the most important. The Brian Callen said that once. Real wealth is like when you go to a restaurant and you don't worry about what anything costs.
100%.
Once you get past that, he goes, it's all bullshit. I'm like,
very profound. Yeah.
Because like, no matter where you live, your house just feels like your house. If you have to spend $10 million for a house, or if you just have a fucking 2-bedroom apartment, quiet and not dangerous, it's just house. It's home.
I have a hard time feeling at home anywhere.
Road?
Yeah, I mean, I've been on the road. I was with the band first, and then stand up real hard, and now like the last 6 months of last year, my wife and I didn't have an address. We were just like living on the road. It was romantic.
Oh, wow.
It was so daunting, dude. I remember my sister was like, what do you want to do for New Year's? And I was like, what if we just got like an Airbnb and like cooked dinner and hung out? And she's like, oh, so your idea of a party is like living in a home? You need to fucking move somewhere, man. So we like tried it. We did 2 months abroad last year. She came with me. It was great. But now we like bought a house in Detroit, and I'm really happy about it. I don't ever know if I'll like really feel comfortable in motion.
That's interesting.
It's like it's good. All my dreams are coming true, but then you have to realize like who you are isn't going to be fixed by everything you wanted happening.
Right.
You still have to like figure out what's the root cause of. It's Wednesday, and you're like, I've been home for 2 days. God, I can't wait to get to fucking the baby.
But isn't it because you love what you do and you're good at what you do?
I really love what I do.
Yeah.
I'm super grateful to be a comic.
There's that, right?
Yeah.
And that's like, the way to do that is like you kind of got to do the road. I think so. You kind of got to do the road. And like for a long time, I couldn't get booked in these roads, but now I can. Like Mitch Hedberg said, like he wouldn't say no to gigs because he remembers 5 years previous when he couldn't get them. And that's me right now. It's like I worked like fucking 49 weekends last year or something. Wow. You know, and some of those, a lot of those were on different continents and shit. But I love it. I'm not complaining. I'm just like, this is a new thing with the buying of the home and the moving of the home. Like, what does being at peace look like for me? Right. Because I'm used to existing in chaos. You know, I'm used to being constantly going forward. And you enjoy it. I love it. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with it. So the thing is, like, people will tell you because of a narrative, like from a movie or a book, that you're supposed to settle down somewhere. Yeah. Says who? Oh, listen, there's a reason why there's flights and hotels. Because people like to travel places, right? They don't have a house there. They go to the fucking hotel. Right? It's simple. Like, it's there set up for you, and if you take advantage of it, it's fun. That's what you enjoy. Some people don't enjoy it at all. Some people like to. The real problem with the travel all the time is your health. Because it fucks up your sleeping, fucks up your eating schedule, it fucks up a lot of stuff. And then there's a sense of loneliness and isolation on the road that you try to fill in with less you travel. And I do now. I gotta bring my own feature, and it's the best. Because he hasn't drank for 8 years. I've pumped the brakes on boozing, you know? I'm like drinking with purpose now when I do drink, not just like 15 Miller Lights every night. I'm drinking with purpose. Yeah. Purpose is fucked up. Well, I know, but and that's a valuable purpose. But when you're just doing the Friday early show and you already had 7 beers, and then you wake up Saturday and you're like hungover and you're like, well, I guess I have to have 12 more beers tonight to get normal. And you're not even getting drunk. You're drinking Miller Lite, and you're just confused and bloated. Right. That's all you get out of it. You lost a lot of weight. I did, yeah. I'm like 50 pounds. That's awesome. Yeah. Congratulations. Thanks, man. You have to. And I love being alive. I love being alive. More fun. Thanks, man. Are you just brakes on booze? That's all you have to do? Hitting the brakes on booze. Well, that's 1,500 calories in the pure sugar that I'm not taking every 4 days. So that's great, you know. And then also eating better, and then moving around. You know, I spend a lot of time outside. And now that we're like actually going to be in a home, like the weight set's going back in. There's a pool in the neighborhood. Like for so long, I had nothing. I was just so desperate for something like, okay, I'm sleeping on this floor tonight in Springfield, Missouri. I would go on stage and be like, hey, I don't have a place to stay. I didn't want to spend the $40 on a hotel, dude. Wow. You know? So you'd be telling people, can I stay at your house? I wouldn't even ask. I would just say on stage, like, you look rich. Can I stay in the boathouse? And they'd be like, all right, get in here, you crazy kid. That's amazing. Yeah. That's how I survived on the road for like ever. Wow. So how many times do you think you did that? Countless. Hey. That was my move. That was straight up my move. Hey, you stayed at people's houses. Yeah, because I learned it from like punk rock. Like we would play only all ages shows, so you would either stay in the venue, you'd stay in the spot, or someone would bring you home and like you'd hear them have a conversation with their girlfriend in the next room, and then she'd be like loud, and he'd be, it's gotta be out by 6 a.m. But you had a roof over your head. Wow. And then you had the next day. And that sense of purpose that you have on the road is so pure. You have a destination that night. You have a thing you need to accomplish. Right. And like luck.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hello, Jack. Hi. What's happening? You first? Yeah, I like that. We were already chatting about how Google is totally listening to me. Right. Confirmed, 100%. Because your Google News feed is always like stuff that you're interested in, pretty much. Yeah. But I was having a conversation with my wife about purses, and she was explaining to me that certain purses, like, you can't just buy the purse, you have to develop a relationship with a store owner. Like, what? I don't get that. You think if you're trying to sell stuff, you want to sell it right when they tell you. Exactly. I don't get it. But, like, there's a thing that certain, like, posh people really love, and it's exclusivity. Yeah, I'm the only one that can get this watch. I'm the only one that can get this fucking purse or whatever it is. So anyway, all of a sudden, Google starts showing me purse things. They start showing me all this stuff about purses. I didn't. I didn't look anything up about persons. I just had a conversation with the phone sitting at the dinner table. That's crazy.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
It's really
like in your feet, you're like, oh, my forearms are too small. Next thing you know, you got this taxi deal and the gorilla grip deal thing spins around.
There's no doubt it happens. There's 100% no doubt it happens because that is the only explanation for that showing up. Because generally, it's all. How crazy is this? If there's ever been a real indication that we're in a simulation, it's like this season of USA is the craziest season that's ever existed. There's so many twists and turns, so many plots, so many villains, so many incompetent, bumbling fools. They're like, there's no way that lady's a heartbeat away from the president. There's no way. There's no way someone is not telling her to stop saying that same thing over and over again. What can be unburdened by what has been? She just says it over and over and over again. This is writing. Someone wrote this. It seems like a script.
When a president that is giving a speech gets shot in the ear and then stands up and goes John Bender at the end of Breakfast Club.
Bro, he pumps his fist in the air.
That was a crazy
and says, fight, fight, fight. And when the fucking guy who's a photographer is a wizard, that guy who got that photograph, find out his name. This guy's award-winning
with the flag above it.
Yes, and the angle that he got, where he was standing when he took the photo. It's one of the most iconic photos of all time.
All he was doing.
Wow.
Moving.
Take it. Wow, that's nuts. That's nuts. So you can see as the bullets start flying, this fucking dude doesn't even duck. He's still got his camera out. He's right behind Trump, and he's just got his camera out. That is so gangster. I mean, you want to talk about getting a shot no matter what? He's running around. There could be bullets flying his way.
I would think you're holding up something black in your hand that's pointed at the president. You fucking should get shot.
The Trump story is right out of a movie, and I'm hoping it's not a Stephen King.
Came out while we've been on.
Secret Service ramped up security after receiving intel of Iranian plot to assassinate Trump. No known connection to shooting. Oh, they ramped that up until they ignored the roof 150 yards away?
Yeah, it's just so many, there's so many things where you just go,
what the fuck? All of it. And there's so much of it that seems